Chapter 40. Garrett entered the Knights of Malta magisterial palace in a rush, wanting to use his computer to locate the residence of one Inspector Leoviro. He knew it wouldn't be that difficult, given what he'd gleaned. From what she'd said, she was the owner of the flat due to a divorce, and Trastevere was a touristy area full of students and expats renting apartments, so finding a local living there through a record search, given he now had a name, should be fairly easy, especially with the database access he had. He stalked past the secretary at her ornate desk, heading to the stairwell leading to his dungeon office, and she stopped him, saying, "The U.S. State Department are coming in 20 minutes. The lieutenant would like you to remain behind after they leave." And he realized that the killings of the women weren't the only threat he faced. He said, "Of course, I'll stay as long as I have to. I was just running down to my office and then back to my car. I'll be here when they leave." He jogged down the hallway, went down the stairs, and found Raphael and Michelangelo still there. He said, "Where's Leonardo?" "Just went out for a bite to eat." He pointed at a clock showing the late afternoon and said, "We were going to do the same." "Not right now. When is Leonardo returning?" "Maybe an hour. But he did get in touch with the contact in Lebanon. The man's agreed to meet us without Donatello." "Good, very good. At least something is going right. When do you fly?" "Tomorrow morning, if Leonardo can purchase the tickets." "Okay, good. Keep your Zello phones operational. In the meantime, you guys stay here. I might have a mission for you." "What?" "Two U.S. State Department investigators are coming here with questions about Donatello. Apparently they found his knight's diplomatic passport and are wondering what he did here." Raphael showed alarm, saying, "What are they looking for? What do they have?" "I don't know. I have a meeting with the lieutenant right after they leave. I don't have time to explain right now." He looked at his watch and said, "I'll be back in less than 10 minutes. He jogged back upstairs and passed the secretary, saying, "Just got to run to my car. Are they here yet?" "Not yet." "Okay, I'll be right back." He left the building, but didn't go to his car parked on the road near the Spanish Steps. Instead, he shadowed the wall down the courtyard and sat on a stone bench, keeping an eye on the security guard blocking the archway that led inside to the parking area. A late-model Acura sedan appeared, and the driver spoke to the guard for a moment before being allowed inside. They parked in a space 10 feet away from where Garrett sat, and two men exited, both wearing knit polo shirts and chinos, but neither looked like any State Department personnel he'd ever encountered. But they were definitely American. One was tall with shaggy black hair pulled into a ponytail in a shoddy attempt to make himself look presentable. The other was a short black man with a physique that made him look like a fire plug, his muscles straining the shirt he wore. The ponytail man glanced his way, and Garrett recognized the same skill he'd seen with the man and the woman at the murder scene. Garrett glanced away, pretending he hadn't noticed their arrival. He waited until they'd gone inside, thinking about his options. He'd expected them to be on foot, like most everyone else in the area due to the lack of parking, just as he was routinely forced to do before coming to work. He hadn't realized the order had given them parking privileges, but he should have assumed that would happen. He went back in, saw the secretary, and said, "I'm back. Are they here?" She said, "Yes, they just went in." "Okay, I'll be downstairs until they're done. Just let me know." He left without waiting for an answer, entered his little office, and saw Leonardo had returned. He said, "So, we're good for Beirut?" "Yes, Raf and I fly tomorrow. But you really have to be ready. We do this, and we might not come out alive. I don't want the trip to be for nothing. The contact is not someone to trifle with." Garrett nodded and said, Yes, I understand. Trust me. I gave my manhood to finally understand. Don't question me." The men in the room all heard the words and glanced away, not wanting to face Garrett's fury. Garrett said, "But we have an immediate problem. There are two men upstairs who are from the United States asking about Donatello. I don't think they're U.S. State. I think there's something else. I need Raf and Mikey to track them to wherever they're going next. They came in a car, so you need to get your scooters. How far away are they? Ralph said, Just up the street, but why? I don't know. I honestly don't know the damage done by Donatello. But it could be significant, and we need to tie it off right now. Do you still have a limpet mine? Michelangelo said, I have one left, but I have to get it. Do so. Get the bike, get the mine, and come back here. You have probably about an hour, maybe less. Ralph said, Are we going to kill them? No, not yet. I just want you to follow them. It may be nothing, and I don't want to draw attention. It could be just a simple inquiry, but if it's not, I want to be ready, and I need some explosives of my own. Leonardo said, Why? I need an Isis necktie for another problem. Don't ask. The three turtles looked at each other, each wanting to say something, but none did. Garrett said, Let's go. Get on it. They left the room in a rush, and he rubbed his eyes, wondering if his entire plan was now falling apart. He went to his computer and began his research on the inspector, digging into every database with which he had access. It took him into a vortex of searches, with one after another coming closer, then failing. He slapped his computer keyboard in frustration, wishing he could leverage Leonardo's skill for the search, but that was impossible. He continued. 30 seconds later, like a miracle, her address spilled out from a search engine. He stared at the screen, wondering if it was a trick. It was not. He had her location in Trastevere. He clapped his hands and smiled, and heard a knock on his door. He closed out his search results and said, Yes? The secretary entered and said, They're gone. The lieutenant would like to talk. She didn't look like it would be a good conversation. He said, I'll be right up. Thank you. She left, and he went on Zello, to the turtle channel they'd created, saying, Do you have them? They've left. Ralph said, Yeah, we have them, but they didn't take a car. They went on foot back to the square. What the hell? Why would they leave the car? And it became clear they were reporting to someone else close by, and moving the car would be too much of an effort. Okay, stay on them until they come back to the car. They're meeting someone. What do you want us to do? Aggravated, Garrett said, Just follow them for now, nothing more. Find out who they're meeting and get some pictures. I have to go. He went upstairs to Marco's office, knocked, and entered. The man was still in his robes and didn't look happy. Without preamble, he said, Donatello was literally killed during the assassination attempt. According to the U.S., he attempted to run over people trying to prevent it. Garrett said, That's impossible. You know Donatello. You know he wouldn't do that. Why would he try to kill a United States naval commander in Bahrain? That makes absolutely no sense. They're hiding something. Something else is going on. Marco turned to gaze out a window, saying, Perhaps. No doubt it is strange. And I've been around politics enough to realize that someone may be asking questions solely to prevent questions about their own conduct. But I've also seen enough corruption to realize that something else may be going on. What was Donatello doing in Bahrain? Sir, I told you, I have no idea. I honestly don't know. What did they ask you? What do you think? They wanted to know what he was doing in Bahrain. He had a damn diplomatic passport from our order, of all things. Garrett heard the curse word of damn, and knew the man was extremely upset. He said, And how did you explain that? Marco turned from the window and said, I told them he was a functionary, a good kid who helped out with our humanitarian mission. They asked how the name on our passport differed from the name on his Croatian passport. And I used that to tell them he'd stolen it. But you and I know that's not true. I approved that passport with the different name, and now it's all coming home to roost. Garrett said, Nothing is coming home to roost, sir. Donatello protected your activities in Syria just as I did. I don't know what he was doing, and as a member of my team, it's ultimately my fault he traveled with one of your diplomatic passports. But it isn't the end of the world. What are their next steps? Marco said, They believed me. I told them about his bent toward dispensationalism, to throw them off. about how he believed in the end of days, and maybe that had something to do with him being in Bahrain. But it had nothing to do with their naval commander. I made it seem like he was a religious fanatic searching for the truth. They seemed to buy the theory. Garrett wanted to punch the man in the face right there. He'd just given away the keys to the kingdom. But he did not. He said, "Sir, I think that was for the best. We're good. None of this will blow back on the Order. I'm just as sorry as you about Donatello's death, but that's not something we could prevent. Every organization has bad seeds. I'm just sorry I brought this one to you." Marco nodded and said, "If they re-engage, we'll have to have another talk about how to cut your unit out of our existence. You understand that, right?" "Of course, sir. I serve at the pleasure of the Order." Marco nodded, then turned back to the window, letting Garrett know the meeting was over. He stood for a moment, about to say something else, then thought better of it. He left the room and went back down to his office, seeing a satchel on his desk. He opened it and found about a quarter-pound of Semtex explosives, blasting caps, motion sensors, and a remote trigger. He started to build his device, then heard his tablet buzzing on his desk. He snatched it up, seeing an alert from Rav. He opened the messaging app, and a picture appeared. The two State Department personnel were meeting with a woman and a man in Piazza d'Espagna, just up the road from the palace. The text said, "They walked up here and are meeting these two for dinner. What do you want us to do? Doesn't seem that threatening." He zoomed in on the picture, ignoring the State Department hippie and black man who'd visited the palace, focusing on the other two. When the image resolved, he almost dropped his tablet. It was the same two who had shown up at the crime scene, the predators who had come to talk to the inspector. He texted back, "Did you get the scooter and limpet mine?" "Yes, we did. Why?" "The men will come back to the car here at the palace. When they do, trace them and kill them." He could feel the alarm even as the return text didn't describe the emotion. Rav said, "Why? Why would we do that?" Garrett couldn't very well say that the other two had been at a crime scene he'd created after killing 4 other women. As much as he'd have liked to, he could not. He texted, "I just finished with the Lieutenant of the Grand Master of the Knights of Malta. There is a threat here to our mission. I need you to eliminate the threat. Those men are close to determining our status." He waited. Then Rav came back, texting, "The scooter is up the street. The limpet mine is in the saddlebag. We can do it. But are you sure? Maybe we should follow the other two, see who they are." That wouldn't do. It would probably lead them to the police investigation resulting from his littering of bodies. It would be up to him to eliminate that threat, which is why he'd asked for the explosives. He texted, "No. Kill these State Department guys, and we cut it off. Just do it. You and Leonardo are leaving tomorrow for Beirut, and Michelangelo and I are headed to Israel with the Grand Master. We'll all be clean. Make it one more Kataib Hezbollah hit. If we do it right, it'll be a benefit." Chapter 41. Knuckles exited the magisterial palace and waited for the doors to close before saying, "You believe any of that shit?" Brett chuckled and said, "What part?" "All of it. That fucker knows more than he's trying to sell us." Knuckles' phone dinged, and he read a text from Pike. He stopped walking to the car and said, "Pike's up the road at a bistro. Wants to talk." They shifted course and went to the guards stationed at the entrance, saying, "We're going to leave our car here for about an hour. Is that okay?" The guard, having been told they were important individuals and misunderstanding the question, stiffened and said, Yes, nobody will do anything to the vehicle. I'll make sure of that." Knuckles leaned in, looked left and right conspiratorially, then whispered, "It's a rental. Don't shoot anyone trying to break into it. I just want to make sure you don't tow it away." The guard smiled, finally getting the joke. He said, "Yes, sir. The car will be here when you return." Knuckles laughed and said, "How much security do you guys have here? I mean, outside of you at the gate, it doesn't seem like this place is very secure." Now friendly, the guard said, "It's just us out here at the gate during the day. At night, when the place is closed, there are security inside. But the true protection are the cameras all over the place." He pointed into the guard shack and said, "If we see something during the night, we call the police." Knuckles smiled and said, "Good to know," then exited through the arch onto the street outside. They began walking to Piazza d'Espagna, Brett saying, "What was that all about?" "Just checking. Those guys are a bunch of liars, and it's nice to know their security posture." He held up a thumb drive and said, "Same reason I asked to use the secretary's computer. We now have their network." They entered the square next to the fountain, went left, and walked to an outdoor cafe, the area threaded with umbrellas and tourists walking about. Brett saw Shoshana and pointed. They took a seat, and Pike said, "So, did you get more than we did?" Knuckles said, "That depends. What did you get?" "Nothing. The geolocation ended up at an apartment complex with a crime scene." "Crime scene? Like a terrorist attack?" "No, like a murder." Pike flicked his head to Shoshana and said, "Carrie here thinks it's the guy behind all the killings of our diplomats, because she read the room." She bristled at his disparagement, but Knuckles said, "Why? What did you see?" It was the first time Knuckles had ever indicated he trusted her instincts. Surprised, she said,
"I saw colors. It was red. I smelled the death outside the room. I mean, I could sense... Wait, that's not right. I can't explain it.
He chuckled, holding up his hands and cutting her off, saying, I get it. She smiled her little shark grin and sat back, saying nothing. Pike winked at her and said, "She might be right. We have a meeting with the inspector in a couple of hours." "What did you find out?" "Not a lot. They said the guy was a Croatian Catholic who they used for menial stuff. According to them, he came to the organization through their relief efforts in the Bosnian War. He was supposed to be visiting his sick mother in Croatia, and they have no idea what he was doing in Bahrain. According to them, he was a good kid, but had a bent towards something called dispensationalism, which is apparently a biblical theory that has to do with the end of the world." At that, Shoshana sat up, saying,
"He told you the Croatian was a believer?"
Knuckles said, "Believer in what? He's a devout Christian, is that what you mean?"
"No, I mean dispensationalism."
Pike chuckled and said, "Shoshana has a theory about the Bible's Book of Revelation going on here. She thinks that these guys are trying to start the end of days. You know, the 7 seals and the horses of the apocalypse." Knuckles didn't join in the humor. He said, "Well, that's exactly what the person we met told us. This guy was a true believer in that stuff. I was raised Catholic, and that wasn't something we were taught. It's from somewhere else." Brett said, "I'm a Mississippi Baptist, and we didn't run around with that either. But I'll tell you, I knew some who did. They constantly thought every earthquake was a precursor to the end of days. Everything was a prophecy." Knuckles turned to him and said, "But these guys are Catholic. That's not what they think. It just isn't." Brett said, "I'm not arguing here. I'm just saying I've seen it. And the people who believe it take it to their core. No offense, but it's usually a bunch of white folks like you guys. It's a real thing. You want to know why so many American evangelical Christians support Israel? It's because they need Israel to own the entirety of the Promised Land in order to fulfill the prophecies in the Bible, the end of days and the second coming of Christ." Surprised, Pike said, "I didn't know you were such a biblical scholar." Brett smiled and said, "Not a scholar. I just had to go to Sunday school for close to 18 years or get my ass kicked by my mom. Kept me out of prison and into the Marine Corps, if you want to know the truth." Pike laughed and said, "Why Israel?" Shoshana said,
"Because it's how the prophecy unfolds in the Bible. In order for the third temple to be built, bringing about the second coming of your Christ, the Israelites must own the totality of the Promised Land, and right now, according to some, we do not. We took Jerusalem in the 6-Day War, but we didn't take back the entirety of the land. And we didn't take back the soul of the realm, the Dome of the Rock, where the first 2 temples stood and where the third must be built to conform to the prophecies. We left that under the administrative control of Jordan, along with the Al-Aqsa Mosque on the same grounds."
Pike said, Why would you do that? Why not just retake it and build the damn temple? Let it go up, and then defuse the whole situation when the Earth doesn't split apart. Seems to me that location has been nothing but trouble since. She smiled and said,
Because it's also the oldest religious building in Islam, created after the Muslim conquest of Jerusalem way, way back when, like in the 1st century. The dome was built long after the Second Temple fell, and according to Islam, it's covering the location where Muhammad ascended into heaven. It's the holiest site in all of Judaism, but it's also the 3rd holiest site in Islam, after Mecca and Medina. If we had taken it following the 6-Day War, we would have engendered a 6-year war, and against all of Islam instead of a few pathetic armies. The nation of Israel would not have survived. So the leaders during that time took a pragmatic approach. But some in my country want to take it back very badly, as do some in your country.
Pike shook his head and said, What the hell does this have to do with Kataib Hezbollah and the killing of our diplomats? It makes no sense. Knuckles said, Well, it doesn't make a lot of sense to us, but it does to someone. Let's just talk about what we know. They're lying about the Croatian. We know that because we found his information from a sleazebag Syrian refugee in Switzerland tied into the killing of the Ramsad. We didn't stumble onto the Croatian's dead body after a wayward flight to see his ailing mother. We tracked it to Bahrain because he was bringing money to a terrorist cell. He's a bad dude no matter why he was doing it. And those assholes in that palace lied to us. Pike nodded slowly, then said, So, are we saying that a Catholic charitable organization that has been around since the Crusades is now killing Israeli and American diplomats? I just don't see it. What's the point?
Shoshana said, They want to bring about the second coming of Christ, and in so doing destroy Israel. That's the point.
Knuckles said, Hey, come on, not everything is about destroying Israel.
Shoshana flashed her eyes at him and said, I only tell you what I see. I'm not spouting conspiracy theories. They are.
Brett said, But they're Catholic. Knuckles is right. That's not their thing. If it were an evangelical organization from the United States that danced with rattlesnakes and spoke in tongues, I could believe it. But a chivalric order from the Crusades under the control of the Catholic Church, with a seat at the United Nations, with the Pope as their ultimate leader? That dog just don't hunt. Shoshana squinted her eyes, saying,
I don't know what you mean. These dogs are hunting.
That caused all of the men at the table to laugh. She leaned back in her chair and crossed her arms, not amused at being the butt of a joke. Pike said, Calm down, Carrie. We're not laughing at you. It's just an American saying, meaning you have a dog that's supposed to flush prey for you to capture, but it refuses to do so, leaving you without meat on the table, meaning your theory has no meat. It's not correct. She took that in, nodded, then said,
I'm right. I feel it. It might not be the organization itself, but something inside of it is rotten.
Pike said, I can't argue with that. Something is rotten. You two head back to the hotel. Aaron and Jennifer have our reservations. We'll meet you there. We've got to make contact with the task force in an hour, and then me and Shoshana have to go meet this inspector to see if she's got anything we can use. Knuckles stood up and said, You sure that's a good use of our time? Why would the murder of a prostitute have anything to do with this? Pike just looked at Shoshana, letting her answer. She said,
It's the best use of our time. Trust me. She's tied into the killer just like we are. That dog will hunt.
Chapter 42. Knuckles and Brett re-entered the small parking area for the Knights of Malta, getting a little salute from the guard on the way. They retrieved the Acura sedan and began to exit when Brett said, Hang on a second. Don't leave the courtyard yet. The GPS needs to see the sky. Knuckles put on the brakes, waved at the guard, and reversed back into the courtyard until he was in the open. Brett put the hotel into the navigation system, saying, Westin Excelsior sounds a bit excessive for us, but I'm not complaining. After a minute, the GPS gave them a route, and Knuckles began driving, saying, That damn hotel is like a mile away as the crow flies. Look at that crazy route. Brett chuckled and said, I guess they're all one-way roads. Still only says 6 minutes. Knuckles began threading down the narrow lanes, taking directions from the female voice on the GPS. He said, "What did you make of all that Shoshana crap?" Brett considered for a moment, then said, "On the one hand, I'd say it was crazy. On the other, she's done a ton of crazy shit in the past that ended up being the right call. Hard to say, honestly." Knuckles looked at him and said, "Yeah, I'm the same way. But this is sort of a different level. This isn't looking at someone and deciding that individual is bad. She's looking at an entire ecosystem and declaring it all bad. Based on seeing a crime scene, which is a little nuts. I mean, I'm all about believing her in the heat of the moment, but I'm not sure about this. And a day's rants and the second coming of Christ is a bit much." Brett said, "I agree, but Pike believes her." Knuckles looked at him and said, "How do you know that?" "Because I know. He just believes her. He plays a big game teasing her, but he's always believed her. His Bible knowledge is for shit, but he thinks she's real." They took another turn and Knuckles left the conversation alone, instead cursing the Byzantine route the GPS was dictating. "This is stupid. There has to be a better route than what we're taking. Did you specify something like only take small one-way roads?" Brett didn't answer, his eyes glued to the rearview mirror. Knuckles said, "What's up?" Still looking, he said, "Our route has been one turn after another, and that scooter behind us has been following since a block away from the palace." Knuckles looked in the rearview mirror, seeing a small motorcycle with 2 people riding, both wearing full face helmets, which in and of itself was a little strange. Every other scooter rider wore a little skullcap helmet, but these 2 acted like they were about to race at Laguna Seca, or were trying to hide their faces. They finally broke out of the cloistered alleys and onto an actual 2-way road, the route taking them to a dead end with a hard right next to the gardens of Villa Medici, the home of the French Academy in Rome. An expansive green space with acres of botanical gardens, it required Knuckles to basically conduct a U-turn, heading back in the direction he'd just traversed, but now on a different road called Via Sistina. He watched behind him, seeing the motorcycle making the same turn. That was a bit much. The motorcycle accelerated until it was just off his back bumper, waited for a car in the other lane to pass, then goosed the throttle. It hovered for a moment right off the quarter panel of the sedan, then sped up, the 2 on the bike showing wide eyes as they left. Knuckles said, "What was that all about?" Brett snapped upright and said, "Which side is the gas tank fill?" "What? Which side is the gas tank fill?" Knuckles looked at the display on his dashboard, saw the arrow and said, my side, why?" Brett screamed, "Lock it up! Get out! Get out!" Any other human on Earth would have looked at Brett like he was insane. Fortunately, Knuckles was not like any other human on Earth. He slammed on the brakes hard enough to cause a skid. They skittered across the oncoming lane, hammered a guardrail, skipped back into their lane, and slammed into a retaining wall, crumpling the trunk. Both snapped out of their seatbelts and dove out of the car, crawling away on hands and knees. There was a small whump, then a gigantic explosion, lifting the car off the ground, the shrapnel of sheet metal splattering everything around them. The car slammed back onto the ground, burning furiously. Knuckles scrambled backward, away from the fire, screaming, "Brett! Brett!" He saw Brett on the other side of the car running toward him and patting out a fire on his arm. Brett reached him and collapsed, saying, "You okay?" Knuckles took over the fire watch of his clothes, patting out the flames and saying, "Better than you, I guess." They both sagged into the concrete for a moment, hearing sirens in the distance. Brett rolled over and said, "This is going to be a shitstorm." Knuckles pulled out his phone and said, "Yeah, it is. We've got about 5 seconds to get the task force to backstop our cover as State Department." He dialed his phone, looking at Brett, amazed at how close they'd come to being eviscerated in the explosion. Brett went up on an elbow, checking for other damage to his body. He said, "Looks like Shoshana was right. Those fucks are out for blood." Before the phone connected, his voice turned grim. "Out for blood? They haven't seen that yet, but they will, so help me God." Chapter 43. Leah Viro went through the gate to her apartment complex, glad that it wasn't later in the night. While the flat was hers free and clear from the divorce, it left a lot to be desired as a place to live. All too often she'd come home from a late-night crime scene and had been confronted by youthful revelers out to have a good time. Students at the nearby John Cabot University, or the American University, rented all of the flats on her block, and routinely became annoying after the sun went down. But she'd never felt a threat. Well, almost never. There had been a time or two where she wasn't sure they were students, but instead cast-offs preying on students, and had seen her, deciding to prey on her. She'd made short work of those youths, and continued to enjoy her flat, free of any financial encumbrances. Tonight, she parked her car and entered the courtyard to her complex, thinking about the woman and man she'd met at the last crime scene. The man called Pike was not from the United States State Department. Of that she was sure. She could feel the violence coming off him like a waterfall. But he didn't hold her attention. The woman did. She was something else entirely, like she could see the world through a different lens. Leah was intrigued and wanted to hear what they had to say tonight. She went past the guard shack, waving at the man inside. He waved back, completely useless. The complex was supposed to be gated, but all it really encapsulated was welfare for the guards who sat inside and did nothing. She went up the stairwell to her flat, seeing the usual students out on balconies giving her cat calls, which she ignored. She reached the second floor and saw 3 men on the stoop, one smoking from a vape pipe, like he was trying to recreate the beatnik era of the 60s. There was no reason for them to be here, because the steps ended at her apartment only, which aggravated her no end each time it happened. They shuffled to let her go by, and she entered her apartment, kicking off her heels and immediately freeing her breasts from a bra, tossing it to the side. She poured a glass of wine and sagged back, checking the time. She had about an hour before the 2 showed up. Unbidden, the investigation began running through her mind, an endless reel she just couldn't stop, an unwanted feature of her job. The guy was a killer who'd been extremely careless in the first 3 murders, but in the last he'd been very, very careful, like it was a setup for something. If, in fact, the last murder was his. She began to do the same circle of analysis she'd done since the first murder. What if, what if, what if? She couldn't be locked into a certain frame of thought, because if she did, she'd miss the killer. In point of fact, she couldn't assume the final one was connected, even if the Israeli said it was. Although that woman seemed to have some knowledge she did not, which is why she'd agreed to meet them. Garrett parked his car down the street from Leah's Trastevere apartment and surveyed the neighborhood. It looked like a bunch of students or other malcontents. It most definitely wasn't an area of wealthy people that would remember his presence. He exited and walked a couple of blocks to the gate of the complex, seeing several youths on the curb and a guard in the shack. He approached and, taking a risk, he said, "I'm here for Leah Viro. She's expecting me." The guard made no attempt to check the validity of his claim, instead looking at a computer and saying, "Apartment 2F." He said, "Thanks," and entered the complex. He went up one flight of stairs and saw a group of young men lounging. They muttered under their breath about him, and one actually rose up, as if he was going to challenge his ability to continue. He saw Garrett's eyes and did not. Garrett started up, and then had a thought. These stairs ended at only one apartment, the inspector's. He returned to the men and said, "Hey, you guys want to make a little money tonight?" The one who'd thought about challenging him said, "Like how?" "I'm seeing my ex-wife tonight, and her new boyfriend might show up. I don't want that to happen." He pulled out a wad of euros and said, "You keep anyone from coming up these stairs for an hour, and this is yours." The man said, "Give it to us now and we'll do it." Garrett peeled off some bills and said, "This is half. When I leave here, you get the other half." The man took it, and, like he was in charge, said, "Okay, nobody up, nobody down. You got an hour." Garrett smiled and said, "If you fuck me, I'll kill you." The man saw the evil in his eyes and realized he'd made a deal with the devil. He nodded and said, I got it. We'll be here, I promise. Garrett went up the final steps, the landing ending at a single apartment. He rang the bell and waited, a pistol hidden under his jacket. The door opened, and he saw Leah Viro in her street clothes, but the shirt untucked and not wearing a bra, her nipples prominent in the button-up sheer blouse. He showed his gun and said, Inside. She didn't show the fear he wanted, but she complied, backpedaling barefoot into her flat. He sat her in a chair, the gun still on her. She said, You're the one, aren't you? He waved the gun about and said, Yes, I am. I'm the one you're looking for. But you and I are connected, in more ways than one. He saw her confusion. She asked, How? You understood the red cord. You know what I'm trying to do. She shook her head and said, I have no idea what you're trying to do. He chuckled, saying, Initially, I was just going to kill you to throw off the investigation, but I realized you could help me, even if you didn't want to. He heard a buzzing on the counter and turned toward it. He saw a phone about to vibrate itself off the table. He caught it, looked, and said, Who is this? She said, I don't know. I'm a police officer. It could be anyone. Answer it, and tell them to get lost. She took the phone, saw the number, but showed no reaction. She said, No, we can't meet at this hour. I have guests. She listened, looking her killer in the eye, and said, I told you to come at the end of the day. That's what I said, the end of day. It's too late now. Still looking at Garrett, she said, I understand. It's not like there are a lot of them, only one. Chapter 44. I waited for the connection to go through its myriad of security protocols, ensuring the video was encrypted, knowing this wasn't going to be a good conversation. I glanced behind me, seeing the rest of the team waiting. Well, the team we still had control of anyway. It hadn't been a good day. We'd come up with nothing from our leads, and then some assholes had attempted to eliminate Knuckles and Brett, using the same tactics the Israelis employed against the nuclear scientists in Iran, and now they were in a heavy police interrogation with a cover that was so skinny it was anorexic. Which told me we were on the right thread, even if we didn't know what that was. But I knew the folks in D.C. wouldn't see it that way. The screen cleared, and I saw an incredibly agitated George Wolfe. Before I could even talk, he said, Jesus Christ, Pike! You have 2 task force members under police control in Italy? After telling everyone their State Department, this is not what I would call a covert operation. I returned his fury, saying, Are you shitting me? That's the concern? Somebody tried to kill them with a limpet mine slapped on their vehicle, and that someone is tied into the Knights of Malta. The damn attempt itself tells us we're on the right thread. Pike, their cover won't hold. Nobody in the U.S. mission in Italy has any idea about them. This is going to crack open, and we still have the thread out there. Having thought about it, I said, It'll hold if you get Amanda Croft on the case. She's the sex state. Get them backstopping, and this will all go away. He said, We're already doing that, but the fact that it was a car bomb is going to draw attention. And I'd thought about this too. I had a solution, even as it sickened me. I said, Put out a press release saying that Kataib Hezbollah is responsible, just like happened with the other diplomat. Get the focus off the targets and on the perpetrators. He looked at me like I was nuts, then said, You want me to do their work for them? Claim it was an Iraqi militia under the sway of Iran who tried to kill diplomats in Rome? Have you lost your mind? I closed my eyes for a moment, wondering if I wasn't, in fact, nuts. I opened them and said, Yes, give them the credit. Get the press on that angle instead of who the 2 were. Right now, everyone's talking about the bombing like it's a possible mafia hit in a gang fight. The focus is on Brett and Knuckles. We need to short-circuit that. Pike, if I do that, we might go to war. The pressure is becoming unbearable here. President Hannister can't take another attack like that without responding. I rubbed my head and said, I get it, sir, I really do. But a task force compromise at this juncture will short-circuit everything we're trying to do. And they'll find it with a little bit of digging. Look, you don't have to say they claimed credit. Just say it's related, and you're exploring. Get the United States involved. I need my men back. I need the State Department to engage. They can bloviate like they always do, babbling about how they take it seriously, or are in discussions with other diplomats. I don't care, but I need Knuckles and Brett back. I can't have them sitting under police exposure, because some Rome authority thinks it was a Cosa Nostra thing. He said, well, maybe that's a better angle. Leave it as a case of mistaken identity from a gang fight. At the end of the day, it could have been anything. I said, are you kidding me here? You pull that shit, and we will go to war. It's coming, and we can stop it. Get them back. Use the State Department. He sighed and said, Pike, I don't think you get what's happening here. The Fifth Fleet is in the Hormuz Strait, and they're waiting on the word to attack. The 82nd Airborne is on the way to Kuwait, loaded for war. If I convince the National Command Authority to do what you say, I could be pulling the trigger. I said, sir, just let the NCA know what you're doing because of task force activities. I get they'll be under pressure when the fake story goes out, but if they know it's fake, then they'll keep the status quo. Screw all the talking heads on TV, for once. I saw Wolf rub his face like he was trying to scrape away everything I'd said. He sighed and said, can you at least tell me you're onto something? Besides telling me a chivalric order under the command of the Vatican is evil? I leaned back and said, yes, sir, we're onto something. The administration might not like it, because it's really rotten, but we're onto something, and I don't think it's Iran. Do you have any proof of that? Anything at all? You mean besides the fact that someone tried to murder 2 of my team an hour after visiting the Knights of Malta? He said, that's just another attack. It's no more proof than the death of Gabriel Hernandez. I bristled and said, sir, this attack was planned because they went inside that building, because they were asking questions. There was no targeting here based on being a U.S. diplomat. How the hell would they target task force personnel as State Department when we didn't even know we were going to be State Department when we landed? Come on now. I saw him exhale, then heard, yeah, okay, I get it. That's more than just a coincidence. But it would be nice if you could give me something concrete. Is there anything you need? Anything we can do from here? Because if I pull this trigger, it's going to go critical mass very, very soon. I said, give me tonight. I looked at my watch and said, I'm meeting someone in 30 minutes who might help us, and I really have to go to be there in time. Just give me that. I caught Shoshana waving her hand behind me. I turned and she said, I'm calling now to let her know we're on the way. I knew why she'd said it. She was trying to tell Wolf that the plan was already in motion, and him trying to stop it could adversely affect the very thing he was trying to achieve, which was actually pretty smart. George said, You're leaving now? Who's the contact? Sir, if I told you that, you'd really think we were crazy. Just trust me on this, please. He said, Pike, I need more than that. I saw Shoshana dialing and said, Hang on, sir. Shoshana put the phone on speaker, then waited on it to connect. When it did, she said, Hello, Leah. This is Shoshana, the woman you met today. I just wanted to touch base and say we're on the way. Should be there in the next 20 minutes. The speaker spat out, No, we can't meet at this hour. I have guests. Perplexed, Shoshana looked at Pike and said, We had a meeting. What do you mean you can't now? Shoshana held out the phone so we could all listen in, and the phone said, I told you to come at the end of the day. That's what I said, the end of day. It's too late now. Shoshana heard the words, and I saw the dark angel inside of her start to blossom, but I didn't understand why. She looked at me while speaking into the phone. She said, We're coming. Hold on. We'll be there within 20 minutes, and I'm bringing a wrecking crew. The speaker said, I understand. It's not like there are a lot of them. Only one. The phone disconnected, and I said, What was that about? What wrecking crew? You and everyone else in this room.
Did you not hear what she said?"
On the couch, Jennifer said,
"Holy crap. It just clicked. She said end of day as in end of days."
Shoshana stood up, her face a mask of death. She said,
"Leah's under the control of the killer, and he's the only one there."
I heard someone calling my name and realized I was still on the virtual private network video with George Wolfe. He said again, "Pike, what's happening?" I turned to the computer and said, "I need an immediate hit on a cell phone and the follow-on exploitation of the Wi-Fi network it's associated with." I typed in the number, sent it, and he said, "What?" "Sir, I don't have time to explain. Get Creed on the cell number. Tell him to ping it, then exploit it, finding the Wi-Fi node it's attached to. I have to go." "Go where?" I stood up and said, "Go save the inspector." I heard him yelling at me, but like everyone else, I was too busy putting on lethal kit to answer. Chapter 45. Leah disconnected the phone and handed it to the killer. He said, "What was that about? I'm not good with surprises." She said,
"Nothing. A woman who wanted to talk to me about a missing persons case. She's been flighty since she initially reported. The kid's a runaway. There's no reason for you to go after her as well."
He chuckled and said, "You think I'm some sort of monster? And I can see why. But you missed some things." Leah tried to appear sympathetic, saying,
"What? Let me help you. Let me keep you from making another mistake."
He said, "You will help me. Right now. Take a seat in that chair." She did. He went behind her and pulled her arms together, saying, "Where are your handcuffs?" She flicked her head to her purse, and he said, "Hold your hands there." He found them, then returned, threading the cuffs through a spine of the chair, then cinching them to her wrists. He returned to her front and said, "I'm not a bad man. I'm honestly not. I'm trying to cleanse the world of vermin just like you do in your job. But I'm going to do it with a single event instead of one at a time." Leah realized he was crazy, like literally batshit crazy. He had a strange flicker in his eyes, both of them dancing around, as if he was on a different plane. She'd seen it before with addicts, but she knew he hadn't taken drugs. He was clinically insane. She said,
"Let me go now, and we can both do what's right. You do yours, and I'll do mine."
He laughed and said, "It's too late for that. You found my little brood of bodies, but I promise you, from the depths of my soul, I didn't want to kill them. I really didn't. Well, except for that last one. I set her up to find you, and you graciously took the bait." She said,
"You don't need to do this. It's not too late for redemption."
She saw his eyes open at the term. Redemption. Yes. Yes. That's what this is all about. The rapture is coming soon. You're a good woman, so you'd be one of the chosen. But I'm going to have to send you earlier than the rest of humanity." He went in front of her, judging her mouth's angle to his waist, and said, "Yes, this will work." She let her false sympathy disappear, spitting out, "What the fuck do you want?" He grabbed her hair and shook her skull, saying, "I want what was taken from me. I want pleasure. I want to eliminate the scourge of humanity in the world. You can help with the first, and by your death, you'll help with the second." He released her hair, letting her head fall back against the chair. She said nothing. He went to the backpack he'd brought and said, "Have you ever heard of ISIS?" She remained mute. He said, "Of course you have. Savages, evil incarnate, spawn of that religion called Islam." He pulled out what looked like a collar, only it had lumps in it, and a small digital display like a watch. He said, "They are the reason the world is so twisted. They represent all that is wrong on our earth, and it's been that way since the Crusades." He approached her, and she began to struggle. He slapped her face and said, "Be still. This thing isn't that precise. You move too much and you might set it off. It has a motion detector, but I'm not sure how sensitive it is." She said,
"What is it?"
He placed it around her neck and cinched it tight, using a Fastex buckle to complete the loop, just like a dog collar. He said, "It's called an ISIS necktie, something they used to great amusement in Syria. They would put it on a man, then tell him if he could run outside the range of the signal he'd live." He held up what looked like a key fob. Of course, that never happened. His head was popped off his body by the explosives as he ran away. Leah had thought she was dealing with a serial killer. She now knew it was much, much worse. This man was something else entirely. She began to pant, the adrenaline flooding through her body, her skin beginning to sweat. He cupped her chin and said, "Don't worry. I won't use this to kill you. It's just a precaution to gain compliance." Breathing through an open mouth, feeling the death coming, she said, "Compliance for what?" He said, "I'm ashamed to show you, but I'm glad you took off your bra. It might help." He reached forward and ripped open her shirt, her breasts spilling out. He said, "Oh, nice. Not as good as the other whores, but still pretty good." He cupped one, looked in her eyes, and said, "You understood about the red cord. You can help me." She slammed her eyes closed, and he slapped her again, saying, "You understand me. Don't do that. Look me in the eye." She did, seeing an abomination. She said, "I don't understand you. Why are you doing this?" He said, "I didn't want to kill those women. I really didn't. I served the church faithfully, doing humanitarian deeds all over the world. In Syria, I realized that what they were doing wasn't enough. It wasn't enough to put a Band-Aid on the pain and destruction. What was needed was to eliminate the pain and destruction." Hesitantly, she said, "So what does that mean?" He smiled and said, "It's the red cord. The walls of Jericho need to come down. The Israelites must take control of the Promised Land. I'm the spy for Jericho, only I'm going to do it worldwide." She said nothing, not understanding what he was blathering about. He reached for his belt, releasing it. He dropped his pants to his knees, then pulled down his underwear. She was revolted, her eyes going wide, her head rolling back, the entire insanity of the moment threatening to break her. He grabbed her hair, jerked her forward, and said, "If you can finally give me pleasure, I might let you live. We're one, me and you. We understand what's needed." She twisted her head away, ripping her hair out of his hands. He snatched her face and said, "Don't fight this. It's your chance at redemption." She slammed her head to the left, toward her kitchen counter, and saw her Amazon Echo 10 rotate on its base, looking for a face to recognize. It reached her and stopped. Chapter 46. Outside the apartment complex, Aaron driving and Shoshana about to go nuts in the back seat, I said into my phone, "What's Creed got? We need to go in." Jennifer said, "He's working it. He's got something called an Amazon Echo 10. It's a thing you use for Zoom calls. Leah apparently has it because of the pandemic and being forced to work from home." "How does that help us? We're running out of time here, and the building is 4 stories. She came back a little curt, saying, "Well, if you'd wanted me to climb it, maybe I should be in the car, Commando. You shouldn't have left me here watching a computer." After I'd convinced George Wolfe to bring on Creed, we'd been at a little bit of a quandary. Brett and Knuckles were still dealing with the Rome authorities and absolutely no help. I was sure with Wolfe and Amanda Croft on the case, they'd be released soon, but not in the time we needed. That left me with Jennifer, Shoshana, and Aaron. Since the entire assault was predicated on the inside information Creed could get us, that meant some task force personnel had to stay behind to coordinate, and there was no way I was staying behind. That left Jennifer, and she was none too happy about it. She wanted to get in the fight like no tomorrow, but I couldn't order Aaron or Shoshana to coordinate with the task force, so I'd ordered her to stay behind. In truth, Creed had a crush on her from previous operations, and would probably work harder with her on the other end of the VPN. She knew that, and hated me for putting her on desk duty. But then again, Sometimes we all have to sacrifice for the greater good. Not every mission required a monkey. Sometimes it required a bikini model. Too bad she was both. I said, "We're about to exit the vehicle. Give me something." And like magic, Jennifer said,
"We've got the Echo. Passing control to you now."
Creed had been able to access Leah's phone, and like all normal humans, it had automatically tethered itself to the home Wi-Fi. Because he had the number, he was able to springboard off the phone into the network itself. He'd scanned it and found that Leah owned a device from Amazon called an Echo 10, a basic screen for virtual talks, which had become a mainstay after the pandemic had hit in Italy. It had a twist. It would find your face and follow it if you moved around, rotating on its base. The entire concept was creepy to me, not the least of which was that the thing answered to voice commands, but the worst of it was it could also act as a surveillance camera if the owner wanted, rotating around the room to see what you wanted it to see, meaning we now could see inside the house. I pulled out my tablet, hit a task force app, and was looking at the inside of the room. I saw a window in what appeared to be a kitchen. I gave a command to the device, and it started rotating, searching for a face. It found one, and when it focused, I almost dropped the tablet. A man was standing in front of Leah with his pants down around his knees, his hand in her hair. She was in a chair with her hands behind it, cinched tight, and she had some sort of thick necklace around her throat. And she was scared out of her mind, the fear from her eyes penetrating my soul. I slammed the tablet to the floor, pulled out a small explosive charge from my backpack, press-checked my pistol, and said, "We go right now. There's only a single threat. Aaron, find the back of this place. Prevent a squirter. Shoshana on me." Aaron said, Wait. Let's make a plan here." I said, "No time. You guys can stay here if you want, but I'm going killing." Shoshana saw the ferocious violence exploding from me, looked at the footwell where the tablet lay, and saw the live picture on the screen. Something she was intimately familiar with when she'd been abused in the service of the Mossad. She hissed, a feral sound that penetrated the car. Aaron leaned forward and saw the tablet himself. He looked at Shoshana and said, "No mercy," then exited. Shoshana and I both left the vehicle at a trot, jogging to the stairwell of the apartment, seeing a bunch of 20-somethings all out having a good time. We pushed through them, and then reached a guard shack. We walked past it, and the guard came out saying something in Italian. I turned to him, and he instinctively read the violence leaking out. I said, "I don't speak Italian." In English, he said, "What do you want?" I said, "I want you to get back in the fucking shack." He nodded and retreated. We began running up the stairs. We reached Leah's landing and faced 3 guys sitting on the steps like cats in the sun, one of them smoking a vape. I tried to go past them, and the vape guy stood up, also saying something in Italian. I don't know what he uttered, but it was really irrelevant, as I was sick of the roadblocks. I looked at the other 2 and said, "Shoshana, eliminate the threat." She said, "Gladly." The vape guy appeared confused, but that only lasted a moment, because the next thing he felt was pain. Shoshana ripped him off his feet, torquing his elbow until the joint shattered. He screamed and launched himself at Shoshana, his useless arm trailing him like a piece of toilet paper attached to his shoe. He tried to use his weight alone to subdue her, throwing himself on her body with his one good arm reaching for her neck. She grabbed the arm and rotated, using his momentum against him, flipping him off her back and tossing his ass off the stairwell to the ground below. He continued screaming all the way down. The other 2 leapt to their feet, and I plowed into them, clocking the first with a straight right punch to the temple with all of my weight behind it, causing him to drop like a sack of wheat. I grabbed the leg of the second man and jerked it up in the air, slamming him onto his back on the stairs. He flailed his arms and tried to get away from the pain, but I used the stairs as leverage. I twisted his ankle until I heard a satisfying pop. He shouted in pain, keening like a wounded rabbit, and I dropped the leg, bodily picked him up, and sent him to follow his leader 2 stories below. Breathing heavily, Shoshana pointed and said, "What about him?" I looked at the guy I'd knocked out and said, "Fuck him, let's go." We went upward, now with our weapons out, and reached the landing to the apartment. Shoshana said,
"What do we do?"
And I realized she was good at killing, but had no skill on room clearing. I wished I'd sent her to the back and had Aaron with me. I pulled out my small door charge and said, "Look, when I initiate this, there are only two things in that apartment, a threat and Leah, do you understand?" She nodded, and I said, "If it's not Leah, kill it. I don't care if it's a dog. If it's something breathing and it's not Leah, kill it." Chapter 47. Leah heard the shouting outside and dared to hope. The killer heard it as well, whipping up his pants and saying, "What did you do, you bitch?" Chained to her chair, half naked, she said, "Nothing. It's the kids. They always do this. It's why I hate this place." The killer turned from the noise, becoming calm again, like a light switch had been flipped. He said, "Then I guess it's just you and me now." He advanced to her again and said, "If you take my manhood in your mouth, it might alter your fate. I really would like that." Leah thought it almost seemed as if he was begging, desperately trying to get someone to love him after his horrific torture. And she almost considered it to save her life. Almost. She said, "Tell me what you want. Tell me what I can do." There was a small scratch on the door, a little tick. Nothing that anyone of ordinary skills would recognize, but the killer did. He looked at her and said, "You bitch! How do they know?" He raised the key fob device, and the lock on her door exploded, a piece of the cylinder flying out and hitting him in the fist. He screamed, clutched his wounded hand, and then started sprinting to the back of the house. Two people came in, guns raised, clearing the immediate area. Leah was astounded at the turn of events. She jerked her head toward the back and screamed, "He's that way! That way!" The man she knew as Pike ran to the back, talking into a radio. The woman came to her and said, "Are you okay?" Panting, Leah said, "Get out! I'm wearing an explosive collar. He has the detonator! Get out!" The woman floated a weird gaze on her, not unlike the killer. She said, "My name is Shoshana, and I'm not going anywhere, and you're not going to die." Leah finally recognized her as the woman from the crime scene. Pike came back in and said, "I'm not sure about you Israelis. Aaron missed him out the back. He exited on the fire escape, but he never reached the ground. He's gone." Shoshana gave him a laser stare, and Leah saw him subtly flinch. He said, "What do we have?"
"A woman with a dog collar of explosives, and a man with a detonator on the loose."
Pike said, "Not on the loose." He bent down and picked up what looked like a key fob and said, "He dropped this on the way out." Pike finally looked at Leah, saw her condition, and said, "What the hell, Carrie? Cover her up. You're going to leave her exposed?" Carrie. She said her name was Shoshana. Leah saw the woman inwardly retreat at the words, just as Pike had earlier. Experienced at reading people as an inspector, she studied them both, trying to understand who had entered the room. They might be just as crazy as the man who'd left. They might even be working together with him. Warily, her eyes went from one to the other. They just saved her life, so she was willing to give them the benefit of the doubt. But she wasn't convinced she was out of danger. Pike averted his gaze from her exposed breasts, then left the room, going to the back again. Shoshana covered Leah, and while she did so, Leah said, "Why does he call you Carrie? That's not what you told me your name was. Is that your real name?" She said, "No, it's a nickname he's given me. It's from some crazy person who has the ability to physically alter her world." Shoshana bent down to use a key on the handcuffs, and Leah said, "Like Carrie from Stephen King?" "Yes." "Why?" Shoshana stood up and dropped the handcuffs in her lap, saying, "Because I have the ability to alter my world. But I'm not crazy." She draped a blanket over Leah's shoulders, and Pike came back in, saying, "He's gone, damn it." Aaron thought he had him, but he didn't. A man appeared at the front door. Pike said, "Aaron, meet Leah. Leah, this is Aaron." The one who should have captured your tormentor. Pike looked at Aaron and said, "Where did he go?" Aaron smiled and said from the guy who's left at least 3 bodies outside here. As for the target, I honestly don't know. I saw a shadow on the fire escape, backed up into an ambush position, and he never appeared. My bet is he's in an apartment below us, but unless you want to start clearing from top to bottom, we should just go. Pike pointed at Leah and said, "She's got an explosive neck ring. I've got the detonator, and I'd go at it, but you have more experience." The smile left Aaron's face. He went to her, studying the explosive color like a botanist looking at a new bud. She said, "Do you know what you're doing?" He gave her a reassuring smile, soothing and just. He said, "Yes. I think Shoshana told you I'm from Israel. Trust me. I've done this a few times before, and not only in training like your police." He touched her cheek and said, "Please, lean your head back slowly." She began to calm down, doing as he asked. He took about 10 seconds looking, then said, "Pike, all I need are a pair of scissors. This is not complex. It's a simple device." Leah said, "The second drawer on the right." Pike went to the left in the kitchen, and she said, "Right, go to the right." He found the scissors and returned. Aaron said, "If you two would go in the bedroom, I'd appreciate it." Leah said, "Why? Why are you sending them away?" "Because I'm not God. There is no reason for them to be in the blast radius." She jerked upright and said, "Call the police. Call them right now. We have explosive ordnance personnel." I said, "Relax. We're not leaving the room. And the reason is I trust him more than anyone you could bring to this fight." Shoshana approached and said, "I told you I'm not leaving, and you're not going to die." Leah started to cry, the tears coming unbidden. Aaron stroked her cheek, saying, "Shh. This isn't that bad. It's easy. Lean your head back." She did so, and before she knew it, he'd snipped a wire, then reached around her neck and unfastened the buckle. He stood up, holding the necklace of explosives like the tail of a rat. He said, "Well, that worked." Incredulous, she said, "You didn't think it would?" He smiled and said, "You never know." I said, "Time to go. Her police will be here soon, and we have no sanction here." Leah stood up, saying, "Wait, what? You're going to leave? I have to report this. I mean, we just met the killer. He's real. I have a face now. I can't let you just leave, even if you saved me. We need to find this guy, and I need what you know." Pike said, "I understand that, and we're going to find him. But the we part doesn't include you. I'm sorry." Leah said, "Are you crazy? The killer just tried to murder an Italian inspector by placing an explosive device around her neck. And that person was me. You aren't going anywhere." She looked at Shoshana, who in turn waited on Pike. He said, "I'm sorry, but we're leaving, and if you mention us saving you to anyone, we'll disappear like a bad dream. You knew we weren't State Department the minute you met us, and we aren't. We'll find that guy for you, but we can't do it in the open." They started walking to the door. Incensed, Leah said, "I have your names. I'll contact the United States State Department. I'll find you." They stopped at the door. Pike said, "You won't find us that way. I promise." Shoshana turned to her and said, "You won't do that, because I wouldn't do that. You and I are the same. We saved your life, and you will protect ours." Leah stood firm, but her stern visage began to falter. Shoshana continued, "This man has killed more than streetwalkers. He's murdered friends of mine. I understand your quest for justice, and I promise he will get it. I'm going to rip him apart. Do you understand?" Leah touched her throat, still feeling the color, seeing the absolute conviction in Shoshana's eyes. She paused, then said, "I guess justice is justice. But at least let me know, even if it's for nothing more than closing this case." I opened the door and said, "You'll know, I promise. I'm pretty sure we're going to have to come back to you to get him." "Why?" "Because you own the monopoly of violence in this country. And I intend to leverage it. Chapter 48. Garrett held his hand over the mouth of the young man, whispering at him to remain quiet. Wearing a t-shirt and boxers, he was college age, and had been reading a book and drinking beer when Garrett had entered through the window. Garrett put his hand to the kid's forehead, and the blood from his wound dripped onto the student's face, causing him to moan. He tightened his hands, and the student became rigid, staring at him, but no longer fighting. Moments earlier in Leah's flat, he'd heard the small tick from the front door and instantly knew someone was outside. His primordial instinct, gleaned from years of conducting raids against terrorist safe houses, was the only thing that had saved his life and his mission. He'd thought he'd hear a knock next, but instead they'd explosively breached the door, sending the lock cylinder into his hand and knocking the detonator loose. He'd raced to the back bedroom, threw open the window, and exited onto the fire escape. He'd glanced below and saw a man coming up the alley, and knew it was rear security. He'd gone down one flight, then ripped open a window, spilling into the first apartment he could, finding the young man reading a book in his bed. Before he could react, Garrett was on him. He said, "Shush, no noise." The student nodded his head. He waited, listening for someone coming up the fire escape. After a minute, he believed the man hadn't seen him, or was at least waiting on him to continue down the stairs. He sat up, releasing the student. The student said, "What do you want?" "Nothing. I just want to get away from here. Don't do anything crazy and you'll be fine." The student nodded, and he pulled out his phone. Garrett turned to him and said, "What's your Wi-Fi network?" He told him, and Garrett connected, pulling up the Zello app. He called the Turtle channel and heard Raf answer. He glanced at the man, and then began speaking Croatian, saying, "I need some help. I need a car to come get me." Raf said, "Where have you been? We did the hit today, and I've been trying to contact you for hours." Hit. And the mission slammed home. Garrett realized his fixation on the inspector had caused him to lose focus on what the others were doing, on his orders. "How did that go? Are they dead?" "No. I'm sorry, sir, they escaped. We missed them." "You missed them? How?" "I don't know. We placed the mine and they bailed out of the car like they knew what was about to happen. I mean, they reacted like we would have, like special forces, no hesitation or anything. They didn't act like civilians." "I knew those fucks weren't State Department." He said, "So, they're on the loose right now?" "No, there was an enormous police response, and they were taken into custody. They're out of play for a few days. Even better, for some reason, the U.S. is blaming Kataib Hezbollah for the attack, as if they claimed credit. At least that worked out." Garrett ran that through his mind, then said, "Who claimed credit?" "Nobody. The U.S. State Department put out a statement." Garrett thought something else is going on here. He said, "You're on the way to the airport now?" "Yes. Our flight leaves in 4 hours. Now, what's happening with you? What's wrong?" "Too much to tell you right now. I'm in Trastevere, and I can't get to my car. It might be under surveillance. Can you come get me?" "Trouble how? What's going on?" "I don't have time to explain. Just trust me." "Sir, we're on the way to the airport. We can't come get you. We're in an Uber. We're on the way to the mission." "And Michelangelo, what's he doing?" Garrett heard the exasperation leaking through the phone, Raphael having no idea of the predicament he was in.
Raf said, "I don't know. He's supposed to fly with you tomorrow. He's probably getting drunk right now before heading to Israel. You know how he is. We did the hit today and then packed up taking the first flight out that we could find. We didn't want to hang around after the attack."
Shit. Garrett backed off, not wanting them to wonder about the mission, not wanting Raf to wonder about him. Raphael said,
"Sir, we're about to meet some very bad people. Are you okay? Should we abort?"
Garrett said, "No, not at all. I'm fine. As you said, I'm flying tomorrow. Just contact me when you get there. Do you have the link-up information? After you meet the Knights people at the airport?"
"Yes, we do. We meet the Knights of Malta folks at the airport, stay in their place, and then meet the contact. What's going on with you?"
"Nothing. I'll find my own way home and leave my car." He looked at the man on the bed and said, "Everything is fine." He hung up the phone and turned to the student, saying in Italian, "Do you have a car?"
"No, I have a bicycle."
He realized he couldn't leave the student alive after this. He was a weak link who could compromise the mission. He said, "Where's it parked? And is it locked?"
"It's in the rack on the side of the complex. A beachcomber with a kryptonite U-lock on it. You want me to show you?"
He thought, smart man. If Garrett let him leave the apartment, he would begin sprinting once he hit the street. He said, "No, just give me the key." The student leaned to a nightstand, rummaged through a drawer, and pulled out a key ring. He separated one and held it up, his hand trembling. Garrett took it, then said, "One other thing. You don't have a red cord or sash here, do you?" Chapter 49. I'd now been running on about 3 hours of sleep over the last 24, working to get Knuckles and Brett released after our operation in Trastevere, my head sagging down every few minutes as my brain demanded rest, only for me to jerk back awake. Everyone else was racked out, but I could not go to blissful sleep just yet, because I'd been told that George Wolfe wanted to see me via our VPN. It was closing in on 4 a.m. in Italy, which meant it was about 10 p.m. in D.C. That he wanted to talk this late was an ominous sign. Maybe he'd failed to get the State Department to engage for Brett and Knuckles. We'd returned to the hotel after the hit in Trastevere, the adrenaline still coursing through me, and Jennifer, acting as my TOC commander, had told me that Wolfe wanted me to stand by for contact, and like a good soldier, that's exactly what I was doing. Although it was starting to piss me off. If you wanted to talk to me, then give me a call. Don't make me wait like a teenager pining for a date night phone to ring. I heard a door open and saw Jennifer come out of our bedroom wearing Nike shorts and a t-shirt, saying, "Still no word?" I said, "Nope. Not sure why, but it can't be good. Go back to bed. At least someone will be alert when we go to war." She stood next to my chair and said,
"What happened in that room? What happened with Leah? I saw the video feed from the Echo, but it cut right when the action started."
"Nothing, really. It was easy. Aaron missed the guy climbing out of the back. But there wasn't anything that would be what I'd call outside the ball field. No gunfire, no real contact." She looked at me for a moment, then said,
"Okay, if you say so. It just seemed you guys had touched the beast. Shoshana was on fire when she came back."
I chuckled and said, "Well, that part is true. The guy we're chasing is in fact a beast. I think the man we're hunting wants to start World War III to cause a biblical apocalypse, and he's also apparently a damn serial killer. I mean a real honest-to-God serial killer. He is the beast. Shoshana wants him in a bad way, but nothing happened during the assault." She rubbed my back and smiled, and I felt the connection. Ever since we'd met, she'd protected me from my worst instincts, and she was attempting to do it now. She leaned in and kissed my head, saying,
"Don't let that bad man get to you. I saw the video."
Meaning she'd seen what that asshole was doing right before we entered, and because of it, she was afraid of my talent. She knew my history, and was leery I'd fall back into the abyss because of his craziness. Truthfully, I had a skill few on Earth possessed, and she was afraid I'd use it indiscriminately. It wasn't anything that could be leveraged for money, power, or fame, but it was potent. Maybe 10 or 12 people on planet Earth had my talent, and when the worst happened, when the bad man came, I was the person you wanted to show up to help. Jennifer understood my power, and she didn't want that unleashed in the wrong way, and she wasn't wrong. The truth is that at one point in time, I'd been just like the guy I was chasing, my moral compass broken. But I was way beyond that now. I was on a different plane, not the least because of Jennifer. I turned and brushed her cheek with my lips, saying, "All I'm worried about right now is rolling this guy up so I can get married." Something none of these DC assholes seem to remember. She chuckled, then said,
I'm serious, Pike. Don't get wrapped around this guy. I saw you when you found out he was killing women. Don't do it. Let's find him and eliminate the threat. But don't turn into Shoshana.
I leaned back and said, hey, that's not fair. Not fair to her. She doesn't kill out of anger. Which was something I'd done in an earlier life, to the point that I was almost a serial killer in my own right. She ran her hand through my hair and said,
I know, but since I've been with you, I've seen the beast on my own. I've killed for vengeance, and I've regretted it ever since. I still have dreams.
Not for the first time, I wondered about the world I'd pulled her into. I'd done many, many things I'd regretted, and I really didn't want my wife to feel the same. It wasn't exactly a good foundation for a long-term relationship. She said,
Shoshana is like you on this one. The Ramsad was her touchstone. She'll kill now just to relieve the pain, even if it's not right, just like she did in Bahrain.
I pulled my head away from her hand and said, You know, you're the one who created that monster. She wants to be you, not me. She laughed and said,
Monster? Come on, she's not that. She is what she is, but she's a little off on this one because of the Ramsad.
Yeah, well, her instincts are still pretty damn good. I don't know how she does it, but she's like a cadaver dog sniffing the ground. When she finds something, it's usually right, and she was right on this one. She lowered herself to my level in the chair and said,
I get that, I really do. She's my bridesmaid for a reason. Just don't let her do anything that will make me regret she's my bridesmaid.
She locked onto my eyes, and I saw the earnestness of her plea. She didn't want Shoshana to do something evil, even if it meant a greater good. I nodded and said, I hear you, I understand. She stood up and said,
That didn't come out right. Don't ever let her do anything that makes her regret being my bridesmaid. She loves me and I love her. We are the same, even if we're different. Keep her from doing something in the heat of the moment she'll regret. I don't want another Bahrain killing.
I said, her or me? Are we really talking about her? She flashed me a little grin and said,
Very good, young Jedi, you're learning.
And then the VPN finally opened up. After hours of waiting, I heard it beep and saw George Wolf behind the camera. He said, Creed tells me you've been an active little operator tonight. Tell me you have something. Sir, I do. But it's not what you think is going on, and you're not going to like it. I didn't find a rabid Iranian Quds Force operative. I found a serial killer. What? I know it's crazy. It's why I didn't tell you before. There's a serial killer running around Rome, and he's also tied into the killing of our diplomats. Pike, how does that have anything to do with the murders of Israelis and Americans? What the hell am I supposed to do with that? Take the Oversight Council an Italian criminal case? I need closure. Things are getting to the breaking point, not the least because of your idea to blame Kataib Hezbollah about the attempted murder of Knuckles and Brett. I need something here. I said, Hey, sir, you've been here before. Only you used to be me on the ground. I understand the pressure, but give me some time here. It'll close. Pike, we don't have time. The Iranians are starting to react. We may not be able to control this. I need proof it isn't them, or they may give us the proof with a war. They're ramping up everything in the Hormuz Strait. They're becoming convinced we're going to attack them because of the assassinations, and they have very little time to preempt that. Then talk to them. Can anyone talk to them? Do we have no contacts at all? We have no diplomatic relations with them. I understand that, sir, but we have contacts, don't we? The question hung in the air, and he got quiet. I said, Sir, don't we have someone, anyone? I thought, how on earth could we not have at least one back channel with Iran, even if it's secret? We're going to go to war because we can't talk? And I realized I had a contact. How I was the sole human on the face of the American defense establishment that did was beyond me. I said, Sir, I have someone in Lebanon. Do you want me to reach out? Who? A Druze. He's the guy who helped me capture the Ghost years ago. A good dude. But he's also tied into Hezbollah. The real ones, not that Iraqi militia.
He can get us through to someone. Pike, a Druze in Lebanon isn't going to stop this thing. He's not even Muslim. I get that, but he is connected. He stopped that asshole Lucas Kane from killing the peace envoy, remember? I didn't tell you guys then, but he did it with Hezbollah's help. I saw his eyes grow, him saying, "Are you telling me you used a sanctioned terrorist organization to complete a mission?" I leaned back in my chair in frustration, then just started rattling off facts. "Yes, sir, I did, and it worked. You didn't seem to mind then. The facts are what they are. A Croatian guy tried to kill our commander of the Fifth Fleet, which we found through a Syrian refugee in Switzerland. That's not an anomaly, that's a fact. The Croatian is employed by this weird-ass order known as the Knights of Malta here in Rome, and he made a Zello call from Bahrain with a geolocation to the site of a crime scene in the EUR neighborhood of Rome, related to a serial killer. The inspector of that crime scene was assaulted tonight by the killer. He was not Iranian. We interdicted him with the help of Creed, as he was about to kill the inspector. I'll leave out the gross-ass sex stuff, but that guy is involved in all of it. He's nuts, and he's also very, very smart. I leaned back and said, "This is not about Iran. It's about the end of days in the Bible." He said, "What on earth does that mean?" I looked at Jennifer and said, "I'm honestly not sure. It's something Shoshana believes, and the inspector has evidence pointing the same way. There's some crazy cult stuff going on, and it's tied into the Knights of Malta. They're trying to cause an apocalyptic war to cause what they think will be the second coming of Christ." Wolf rubbed his eyes and said, "And you want me to take that to the President of the United States? Seriously? You want me to go tell him a chivalric organization that's been around since the Crusades, known worldwide for helping refugees in war-torn countries regardless of religion, backed by the Catholic Church, is trying to start a war with Iran so they can cleanse the earth?" I slapped the table and said, "No, damn it. I'm not saying they want to do it. I'm saying people in it do." I heard a knock on the door and said, "Hang on, someone's here." Wolf said, "Hopefully your wayward minions." Jennifer opened it, and sure enough, it was Knuckles and Brett, both smiling. They came in and I said, "Hey, so you're not going to jail for the next 20 years? "Nope. My little booty call paid off. Amanda Croft brought some leverage, and we were given dip creds. They let us go." Dip creds were diplomatic credentials. I said, "Well, considering you were the target, I'm not really shocked. It's not like you tried to blow yourself up." Brett laughed and said, "So what's going on here?" I pointed at the screen and said, "Wolf wants some proof that you weren't targeted by Iran, or he's going to launch some missiles." Wolf said, "Pike, cut that shit out. Knuckles, what happened?" I stood up, and he took my seat, saying, "State took over, gave us cover, and we were released. They think it's one more attack in a string of them. They were glad to get rid of us and pass the case to their intelligence agencies. We're free and clear, but the embassy here sure is confused about us." Wolf laughed and said, "Well, they can be confused all day long. President Hannister has your back. Do you have anything I can take him to prove it wasn't some militia from Iraq under the sway of Iran?" "No, sir. They had full-face motorcycle helmets on, but it wasn't a militia. They tracked us from the Knights of Malta headquarters. They knew we were there and watched us leave." "What about the guy who Pike found tonight? Was he involved?" Knuckles said, "I have no idea. We've been in a closed interrogation for the last 10 hours. Jennifer pulled up a screenshot from the inspector's Echo 10 camera on her tablet and showed Brett. He said, "Hey, Knuckles, isn't this the guy from our visit to the Knights? He was sitting outside on a bench." Jennifer brought him the tablet. He took one look at it and said, "Yeah, that's the guy that eyeballed me on the way in." I leaned into the screen and said, "I told you. You still think this is the Iranians?" "Who is he?" "I have no idea, but I will tomorrow. I'm going to kick that door down first thing." Wolf said, "Send me the information. I agree the circumstantial evidence is breaking away from the Iranians, But hold what you've got until I get some clearance. I can't authorize you to invade a Catholic order controlled by the Vatican, claiming they're killing foreign diplomats without some overhead cover. I said, don't worry about that part of it, sir. I'm not going to do it as an American. What's that mean? He's a no-shit serial killer, and I know an Italian police inspector who's a little pissed at him. Chapter 50. Raphael and Leonardo exited the aircraft along with everyone else, some struggling from the sleep deprivation from flying all night, and others, like them, only mildly affected from a 4-hour flight to Rafik Hariri International Airport in Beirut. They threaded through the tunnels, reaching the immigration and customs area, and saw the lines for immigration. A sign said flight crew and diplomatic personnel, and they went that way. The Knights of Malta had reciprocal diplomatic relationships with multiple countries around the world, and Lebanon was one. Unlike what had happened with Donatello, Raff was sure that this time they'd be passed through like every other arriving diplomat, to include their bags being treated as sacrosanct. And they were. After showing their diplomatic passports, they were escorted to the baggage claim area, picked up their bags, and were then escorted by an officer right out the door. Nobody ever once acting like they wanted to check the luggage for contraband, which was good, because they most definitely had contraband in the form of weapons. Outside of the customs area, Raff found a line of people all waiting on arrivals, then saw his name written on a single piece of paper, held by a local man wearing a threadbare coat and tie. He went to him and said, "I'm Raphael." The man smiled and said, "A pleasure to meet you. Come. Can I help you with your bags?" "No, this is it. 1 bag apiece." Obsequious to a fault, the man said, "My name is Omar, and I'm the designated liaison from the Order's diplomatic mission here. My car is right outside. Come. They followed him out of the airport to a lot outside, loaded their bags, and were on their way. "We have a nice place for you to stay. We don't get many visitors here anymore since peace has broken out." He looked embarrassed and said, "I don't mean I want war. Most of our work now is with children's hospitals." Raphael chuckled and said, "I know what you mean. We do what we can for the Lord. I was here in 2006, back when Israel invaded." "With the Knights?" "No, it was before my time with the Knights. I was here for other reasons." Omar had no answer to that and was afraid to ask. They drove in silence out of the airfield to the south of the city, then slowly entered the dense concrete of Beirut, new buildings springing forth through the rubble of the latest fight. Omar took lefts and rights, then said, "You see the damage here? That was from the giant port explosion last year. It was like a nuclear bomb. People say it was intentional. What do you think?" Raphael said, "I don't think anything. That isn't our concern. Protecting the Grand Master is all I'm concerned about, as you were told." Omar took that in and continued threading through the city center in silence. Eventually, he said, "This ceremony in Israel is a big deal, isn't it?" "It is. It's why we're here. We're security for the Grand Master." "Why did you come to Lebanon?" "We're like the U.S. President's Secret Service. We travel where we might be of assistance. If anything happens in Israel, we're here to provide support. It probably won't matter, but you never know. If we're here, it might make the difference between life and death." Omar looked at him and said, "Who would want to kill the Grand Master? He's not the President of the United States." Raphael said, "Nobody that I know of." Leonardo chuckled from the back seat. They traveled the rest of the way in silence, threading through the city until they reached a 4-story building. Omar said, "This is us. I'm sorry I couldn't get you closer, but I'll come get you tomorrow morning to take you to the Knights Consular building." Raphael and Leonardo exited the vehicle, Raphael saying, "That won't be necessary. Our mission must remain low visibility. We won't be going to the consular section." Omar nodded, confused. He said, "I was told to extend you all courtesy. Is this the extent of that?" Raphael smiled and said, "Yes. Keep our visit to yourself. It's not exactly secret. but our job is made harder when people know we're around. It's easier to protect the Grand Master from behind a hidden veil. I'm sure you know what I mean living here."
Omar's eyes widened. He said,
"You fear the party of God, is that it?"
Leonardo pulled his bag out of the car and said,
"We don't fear them. We just don't want to let them know we're here. You understand."
Omar nodded, held out a key, and said,
"It's 310, on the 3rd floor."
Leonardo took the key, and Omar held out a card, saying,
"If you need anything, this is our number. Should I expect to take you back to the airport after the Grand Master's visit?"
Raphael shouldered a rucksack and said,
"Maybe. We'll let you know. Thank you for the assistance."
They left Omar on the street and walked into a utilitarian lobby with a single elevator. They took it up to the 3rd floor, found the apartment, and entered, seeing a 2-bedroom space that looked like it had been furnished by IKEA, with Spartan chairs, twin beds, and an anemic kitchen devoid of any food. After exploring the area, Raphael took a seat in the den and said,
"Might as well get this over with. Give the contact a call."
Leonardo smiled and said,
"You mean the party of God?"
Raphael said,
"Yeah, the real Hezbollah."
Chapter 51. I parked the car outside the Trastevere apartment complex and said, "Okay, we go in quietly. If she wants to play ball, we're good. If not, we'll do it another way." Jennifer said,
"You actually think she spent the night here after last night?"
"And that was a good question." I said, "Well, we won't know until we try. But she probably spent the last 6 hours with her police compatriots, and then collapsed." I looked at Knuckles and said, "You have your script, right? Know what you're doing?" He said, "Yeah, I got it. You're pimping me like you always do. Let's go." I brought Jennifer, Aaron, Shoshana, and Knuckles with me, leaving Brett in our TOC to respond to anything the task force might throw out. Shoshana, Aaron, and I were just a familiar face to gain entrance. Jennifer and Knuckles were the ones I wanted to use to convince her to do my bidding without contacting her higher headquarters. In essence, I wanted her badge and authority to allow me to take the bad guy down. But when that happened, he wasn't going into the Italian judicial system. We began walking past the guard shack, now in daylight, and a new guard appeared, saying something in Italian. I thought, here we go again. Knuckles said, "Do you speak English?" He nodded and said,
"Can I ask your business?"
Knuckles said, "Just going to visit a friend."
"What's the name? I'll call up."
That most definitely wouldn't do. I said, "Did you have a police presence here last night?"
"Yes." "Is that about your visit?"
"Yes, it is."
"In that case, I really can't let you pass. Let me call the police."
Knuckles turned to him, his face as hard as stone, saying, "You asked my business. If you don't get back in that shack and let us go, you're going to see what that means." The guard looked startled at the change in his demeanor. He saw the violence in Knuckles' eyes and quit. Just like that. He stuttered something, then retreated to the guard shack. I grabbed Knuckles' elbow and said, "Hey, man, we don't want to make a scene here. Stop that shit." He said, "Fuck that guy. They could have prevented the assault last night. They did nothing. They'll do nothing now." And I knew he was right. Well, maybe. I said, "Aaron, watch him. No phone calls." Aaron nodded and went into the shack with the guard, scaring the shit out of him. We went up to the 3rd floor and I knocked on the door, waiting to see if anyone would answer. Nobody did. The damage we'd done to the lock was still in place. The door handle and lock cylinder gone. A jagged hole in its place with duct tape over it. I said, maybe she didn't stay here because she no longer had an ability to secure the door. I knocked again, and the door cracked open. I saw Leah through the crack, an internal chain holding the door closed, her eyes bloodshot, mascara smearing, until it looked like someone had beat her. She'd clearly not had any sleep. I said, "Hey, you remember me?" I pulled Shoshana forward and said, "And her?"
"Yes. What do you want?"
"I think I found your killer, and I want your help to get him." She said nothing, just holding the crack of the door. I said, we really need to talk, and I brought some people in to do that. Can we come in? She closed the door, worked the chain locks, and opened it back up. She was wearing a t-shirt, shorts, and a silk robe, the front cinched tight. She looked at me and said, I can't do this. I'm not doing this, not today. Knuckles stepped in and said, Hey, we only want to talk. You don't have to do anything at all. We both want the same thing. He gave her his hippie look of concern and empathy, and I instinctively knew what was about to happen. For some reason, anyone of the female persuasion fell for that guy. It was ridiculous, but also the reason I'd brought him. She said, Who are you? And why are you here? I'm with Pike. You and I are trying to do the same thing. My name is Knuckles, and I wish I'd been here last night, but I was in your police headquarters because someone put a bomb on my car. That someone is the man you're chasing. He tried to kill me, and now I want to kill him. Can we come in? She opened the door. We entered, and she said, So what's going on? Who are you with? CIA? FBI? Should I call my headquarters? Jennifer recognized she was not right at all. She said, Hey, I saw what happened last night. I get it. Leah flashed her eyes, letting Jennifer know she had no idea of what she'd been through. She collapsed in a chair, giving a brittle laugh. She said, Get what? You ever been told to take a dick in your mouth or you'll die? Leah was going for shock value, but she didn't understand who she was talking to, which is why I'd brought her. Jennifer squatted down in front of her, locked eyes, and said, Yes, I have. And I was rescued by the men in this room. When I say I understand, I mean it. Leah said nothing, her mouth parting at the words. Jennifer pulled up a chair and sat down across from her. She said, I know the fear you felt. I know the sense of helplessness. I have literally been there. Pike is the one who prevented it, just like here. Since then, I followed him to do the same. I was the one on the other end of the computer who gave him the intelligence to save you. From the chair, Leah looked at me and said, Who is this? I smiled and said, My protege. Trust her. We penetrated your house last night through some things I can't discuss, but it's the reason you're alive. Talk to her. She flicked her head to Knuckles and said, Who's he? He's with me. She took a deep breath, let it out, then said, I can't do this right now. I'm still a little screwed up. Knuckles took a knee in front of her, grasped her hand, and said, I understand, but sometimes you don't get the chance to quit. Sometimes you just have to keep going. For the others. For the other women. And I saw he was connecting. Jennifer looked at me, and I shook my head, telling her to let Knuckles work his magic. He had some weird ability with the opposite sex, and I wasn't going to question it. He was always hooking up with women, but unlike a simplistic barhound, he was always sincere in his efforts. He had no ulterior motives other than a connection. While he might have used his charms in another situation that would end up with the woman in bed, in here, it was completely different, more like a priest. Leah nodded, then said, So what do you want? Knuckles asked for a tablet. Jennifer gave it to him, and he went through what had happened to him the day prior. He showed her the picture of the killer with his pants down, and she inhaled, the shock of the night coming back home. He said, This man was at the Knight's headquarters right before a bomb was placed on my car. I think he was the trigger for the attempt. We can't do anything because we aren't law enforcement. But we thought you might. She took the tablet and said, You're sure this man was there? At the headquarters for the Knights of Malta? Yes, right before my car exploded. I said, Is that enough? She stood up and said, Yes, that's most definitely enough. You'll have to testify to his presence, and we'll have to get the crime report from the explosion. But that's enough for me to arrest him. Let me contact my department and we can go. I'll have a Carabinieri team meet us at the palace. She saw the change in the room and said, What? Do you want my help or not? I said, We want your help. But you can't contact the police. And he's not going to the Italian justice system. He's ours.
Who are you?
I said, well, we aren't CIA or FBI. I pointed at Shoshana and said, some aren't even American, but we're most definitely on your side here. She said,
Are you really Israeli? Shoshana said, Yes, I am. Will you help us? She said, Let me get myself together.
She went back in the bedroom, and we sat around looking at each other, wondering if she was on a phone calling a SWAT team to come get us. Shoshana began pacing, rubbing her hands together. She said,
This is going to be good.
I said, Not yet. It might be good, but not yet. Don't force this. She looked at me with a little bit of venom, then said,
He's there, and he's mine.
I said, Shoshana, if you screw this up, you're not in the wedding, I mean it. Jennifer glared at me, and honestly, I couldn't believe that it slipped out of my mouth. It was cruel, but it was the only thing I had. Threatening her with an ass-beating would have only been a challenge. Jennifer was right about her. She wanted to be a bridesmaid, and so I said it. Shoshana looked at Jennifer, then at me. Jennifer said,
He doesn't mean that.
Shoshana said,
Okay, Pike. I'll follow your lead, right up until that lead doesn't work. Agreed?
I smiled and said, Carrie, if my lead doesn't work, you can kill whoever you want. She squinted her eyes at my sarcasm, and Leah finally exited, wearing jeans and a simple blouse, her face now cleaned up, looking as attractive as she did when we first met. I saw Knuckles take notice and thought, oh boy. I said, You ready?
What's your plan?
Basically, it's this. You're going to be the face of the operation. We're going to be the muscle. You get us into the palace, then locate the guy with your Italian and your badge, and we'll take him down. We'll exit the building with him, and then it's over. When it's done, they need to think it's an Italian operation all the way through.
But what are you going to do with him once we have him? He's a serial killer here in Italy, and he deserves justice.
I smiled and said, honestly, that's 2 steps ahead. I haven't thought that far yet. But we're going to find out about his killing spree all over the world, and why he was doing that. Once we're done, you can have him, if he's still alive. She didn't like the sound of that and paused. Shoshana said,
He's getting justice. That's all that matters.
She nodded and picked up her purse. I said, We're good? She looked at the screenshot on the table, seeing him holding his penis in his hands, her eyes wide open in fear. She said,
Yes, we're good.
Chapter 52. We exited the building and went down to our cars. Leah tried to enter Knuckles' car, and I said, He's not coming with us. You need to get in ours. She said,
You've got 4 people already in that car. Why cram into one?
He's already been there under a different name. It's just us going in, because they'll know he's not Italian police. He'll be nearby for backup. She glanced at him, and he said, Hey, you get this done, and I'll take you to dinner, paid for by the U.S. government. You pick the most expensive restaurant here in Rome, and I'll pay the bill. For the first time, I saw a smile that was genuine, and thought, what is it with that asshole? We left, Leah giving directions, and within 12 minutes, we're outside the magisterial palace of the Knights of Malta. We rolled up to the gate, and the guard blocked our advance. She showed her badge, then said, Let us in. He did so. We parked, and I left Jennifer behind the wheel, telling her to coordinate with Knuckles and Brett for support, because we might be coming out in a run. Shoshana, Leah, Aaron, and I entered the complex, getting stopped immediately by a secretary behind an ornate desk that looked like it had been used by Christopher Columbus. I realized we were dealing with an organization that was older than our entire country, and that this was going to be very delicate. The secretary said something in Italian, and Leah flashed her badge, then showed her a close-up of the killer's face, without the penis or Leah in the picture. She rattled off a bunch of Italian, and the two had a conversation, the rest of us just standing there like we understood what the hell was going on. Eventually, I saw Leah hold up a hand, waving it back and forth as if the conversation was over, like she was telling the woman she was sorry for the intrusion. She flicked her head to the door and began walking, confusing the hell out of us. We followed her outside and back in the car. I said, "What happened?"
His name is Garrett, and he's some sort of protection detail for the Knights. He's known as the leader of a group of Croatians called the Ninja Turtles. Basically, he's the internal security for the Grand Master and other Order activities. He's an American.
She looked at Shoshana.
As you suspected. But he's not here.
Shoshana said,
"Where is he?" "He left this morning. Apparently there's a big ceremony happening in Israel in 2 days. And the Grand Master of the Knights of Malta is representing the Catholic contingent. The Vatican didn't think it prudent to send an official delegation, so they sent him. He is, after all, considered a head of state."
Aaron perked up and said, "Israel? He's going to Israel?" Leah nodded and said,
"Yes. The Prime Minister is giving some speech at an archaeological dig in Israel, and he's invited a slew of Christian organizations to attend. Most are from the United States, probably because he's trying to curry favor, but the Knights of Malta are going from Italy on behalf of the Roman Catholic Church."
I slapped the dash and said, "So he now knows we're looking for him. What if she calls him? He'll be in the wind." She said,
"No. I told her that he was not a suspect for anything. I said the picture was a surveillance camera footage from a robbery at a jewelry store across the street, and we were talking to anyone who might have been nearby. She doesn't think we were hunting him for a crime. It's why I ended the interview. I didn't want her to alert him."
I said, Good. When is he coming back?"
4 days. We can return in 4 days and just take him quietly, without upsetting the apple cart of the Vatican and Italy."
Shoshana said,
"Where in Israel is this event happening?" "Megiddo. It's apparently an ancient archaeological site. They found something there that Israel wants to celebrate, something from the Bible, to give a reason for Christians and Israelis to bond."
Shoshana sucked in a breath, then said,
"Pike, we can't wait for him to return. This is it. We need to figure out what he's doing right now."
"What do you mean, this is it? Why can't we wait?"
"Megiddo is an ancient city, one of the oldest in the world. Leah's right. It's in the Bible over and over, right up until the end."
I didn't know why she was getting so upset. The end of what?
"The end of the Bible, Revelation, the end of days. It speaks about a climactic battle between the forces of good and evil right there in that city."
I still didn't get it. Megiddo? Who the hell cares about that?
She said, "Don't you see? It's what he's been trying to do all along."
Frustrated, I said, "No, I don't see. Just because he's crazy doesn't mean I can see the crazy." She said,
"He's not coming back. This is his end of days. In the Bible, Megiddo is known as Armageddon."
And that I could understand. Chapter 53. Sitting in the rear of a private charter jet, Garrett finally achieved deep sleep. He was safe, flying away from the investigation that was building into a crescendo. His dreams coalesced around a young woman dead on the floor, her robe open, and in the dream, her neck encircled by a red sash. He stood up from her body, for some reason wearing no pants, and heard a thumping at the door. He turned to jump out the window and faced Inspector Leah coming through it, holding a pair of pruning shears. He jerked awake, disoriented, sweat popping on his brow like small beads of mercury. Across from him, Michelangelo said, "Hey, you okay, boss?" "Yeah, I'm fine. Just haven't had a lot of sleep the last few days." Michelangelo nodded, believing Garrett was talking about the toll the planning of their mission was having, and Garrett certainly wasn't going to disabuse him of the notion. After he'd killed the hapless university student, he'd fled down a back stairwell, found the student's bike, and rode the 4 miles to his own place across the Tiber River, waiting on the police to pull him over with every stroke of his pedals. He ditched the bike on the street, knowing someone would steal it, and possibly help with the misdirection if it was ever recovered, and packed his bags for the trip to Israel. He had enough time for about 3 hours of rest before Michelangelo arrived to take him to the airport. Now halfway through the 3-hour flight to Ben Gurion Airport near Tel Aviv, Garrett was feeling the effects from the lack of sleep, the dream he'd just had, startlingly vivid in his mind's eye. Michelangelo said, "What did the Grand Master say to you when we boarded? He didn't seem like he was pleased to see me." The Grand Master's entourage had taken the front half of the Learjet, leaving the back for Garrett and Michelangelo, both in the last 2 seats next to the baggage compartment, which was fine by Garrett. He didn't want to sit with those prima donnas anyway. Garrett said, "He wanted to know why you were here because I told the lieutenant that I would be the only security on the trip. I told the Grand Master that you would remain behind in Tel Aviv purely as support. But I'm not going to be in Tel Aviv. I'm going to be in Jerusalem. He doesn't need to know that. Tell me you have the charges made." In his previous life in the Croatian Special Operations Battalion, Michelangelo had been an explosives expert. He'd designed the limpet mines used, and his background was the reason he had been chosen for the Jerusalem mission. That, and with his swarthy skin and black hair, he could pass for a Palestinian. In the end, Garrett knew they would have to accomplish this one by themselves, because there was no way Kataib Hezbollah, or any Muslim group, would agree to attack what they were targeting. "Yes, I have them. 4 shaped charges daisy-chained together. They'll get the job done. If they're not confiscated when we land. They won't be. We're representing the Vatican, and are almost a sovereign nation in our own right. They'll treat the entire group as diplomats." "Any contact with Leonardo and Raphael?" "They told me they'd landed, and that's it. They'll be fine." "How are you going to give them the trigger from Israel? You can't count on a cell network for Zello out in the middle of the Syrian desert." "Sat phone. We both have one. Those can be tracked. It's how most of the terrorists were found that we helped kill. Only if someone is looking for a suspicious number. This isn't that. We'll be good. We're not talking on them daily, just a trigger. By then, it'll be too late." Garrett saw Lieutenant Marco Bianchi coming down the aisle and quit talking. He reached them and said, "The Grand Master would like a word." Garrett stood up, saying, "Of course." He followed Bianchi to the front of the aircraft, seeing the Grand Master Geoffrey Chaucer seated in a beige leather captain's chair and, like Lieutenant Bianchi, wearing the knight's military uniform instead of the more formal robes. A simple black jacket with epaulets. Each man wore 2 rows of ribbons above the left breast pocket and a red patch with the Maltese cross on the left shoulder. The only distinction between the Grand Master and the lieutenant being a large Maltese cross pin below the Grand Master's right breast pocket. Looking to be about 70 years old, Chaucer was British, as was the Grand Master he'd replaced, a man sacked by the pontiff from an internal dispute over the distribution of condoms in the developing world, a power struggle that had created schisms within the order, unlike any that had been seen since the 17th century, pitting allies and enemies inside the Vatican against each other. Once again, the Order learned the lesson they'd seen with the Knights Templar. It didn't pay to become too powerful, and picking a fight with the leader of the Holy Roman Church was not a good way to succeed. After his election, unlike the previous Grand Master, Chaucer didn't wear the ostentatious uniforms prescribed by the Order. Garrett always thought they were ridiculous, something from the Napoleonic era. The jacket bright red and festooned with sashes, ribbons, brush epaulets, and medals all over the place. Garrett always thought they looked like something a dictator in a third world country would wear. When Geoffrey had been ordained as the Grand Master, his first order had been to tone down the pageantry and to return to its roots of charity and chivalry. In other words, bend the knee to the Holy Roman Catholic Church. It was something Garrett saw through completely, but he knew Geoffrey Chaucer had little humility. He might attempt to show it through a minimalist uniform, but he was as egotistical as the man he'd replaced. Chaucer said, "Garrett, please take a seat," pointing to the one across from him. Garrett did, saying, "How can I help you, sir?" Chaucer fiddled with a pen in his hands, then said, "Garrett,
I knew we needed your skills in Syria, and I appreciate you coming with us here in Israel for the same reason. But this is a very delicate visit." Unsure of where the conversation was headed, Garrett said, "Yes, sir, of course. My only reason for being here is the same reason I was in Syria, to protect members of the Order. You know that the majority of my protection in Syria involved negotiating between factions, right? I didn't fire a shot in anger, unless one was fired against someone from the Order." Chaucer said, Yes, I know. And I've heard about the death of the one everyone seems to call a turtle in Bahrain. That has caused significant repercussions with the United States, and now you've brought another turtle with you here. I was told it would be only you." "Sir, he is not coming to Megiddo with you. That will be only me. He's remaining behind in Tel Aviv purely for support. Protection requires more than the 5 feet around you. He's going to coordinate with Level 3 trauma centers, find evacuation routes, everything I used to do when I did emergency evacuation site surveys for United States embassies. It's just prudent." "And so that's why you've leveraged the diplomatic passports to also travel to Lebanon?" And now Garrett knew why this was happening. Someone in the Lebanese Knights of Malta consular office had reported. He said, "Precisely, sir. Since Megiddo is so far north, I've taken the liberty of moving 2 turtles, as you call them, to our consulate in Lebanon. All I'm doing is covering our bases, protecting the Order." Chaucer leaned forward and said, "This visit is very important. It's much more than listening to a speech from the Israeli Prime Minister. We have diplomatic relationships with countries all over the world, but not here, in the land of our birth. This trip could do that for us." Garrett said, "I understand, sir. We don't need to jeopardize this with any overt security protocols, as if we're afraid that the entire Israeli security system cannot protect us." "Sir, it'll be just me, I promise. The rest will be invisible. I'll be invisible. I'll just be in the background coordinating with the Israeli security services. That's it." Chaucer leaned back and said, "The Prime Minister of Israel will be the man speaking. There will be delegations from multiple evangelical churches in the United States, not to mention a representative from the United States State Department. I highly doubt you alone will be able to contribute. It's going to be blanketed with security. Nothing is going to jeopardize this." Garrett thought, how naive. Chapter 54. Raphael and Leonardo clumped down the stairwell a little after 10 in the morning, heading to a cafe for the link-up and hoping to get a little breakfast along the way. They exited onto the street warily, as if they expected a suicide bomber to come running up at any minute. That didn't happen. What they saw was a cloistered street not unlike Rome, but a little filthier, with bits of trash caught by the breeze floating around. People were walking about normally, not acting as if they feared for their lives or scuttling for cover like Raphael had seen before. He expected some shock from people seeing them exit the building, 2 Caucasian strangers on the street, but everyone completely ignored them. Leonardo had never been to Beirut, and Raphael had told him how bad it could be, with bombs flying through the air and shooting all over the place. But Raphael had only been here for a brief stint, during the 2006 war with Israel. After a moment he laughed and said, "Looks like things have changed since I was here." Leonardo shook his head and said, "It's like you described our childhood during the Bosnian War, and then we entered Croatia today. What the hell, man? I thought it was going to be a mess here." Raphael said, "You were the one who was here with Donatello. You should have known. That was Tripoli, and honestly, that place looks a lot like this one. I thought you had some secret knowledge of Beirut." They gained confidence, shouldering their backpacks and walking up the street, following the directions they'd been given. Eventually, they found the shop, a little street corner cafe serving espresso and scones. They took a seat at an outdoor table, as instructed, and ordered from an attractive Lebanese waitress with a flawless understanding of English. She left, and Leonardo said, I could come back here afterward, just for the vacation.
Raff said,
Me too.
A car pulled up across the street and a man exited. He stood for a moment, looked both ways, and the car drove away. Raff studied him. He had what Raff would call a Taliban beard, with it shaved into a spike, and was dressed in rough pants, a button-up shirt, and a jacket. He had no skullcap or keffiyeh, his head bare. He approached the cafe as if he wanted to enter it, then, at the last minute, veered to their table, taking the one remaining seat. He said,
My name is Tariq Bazi, and I understand you need some help.
Startled at his brazen approach, Raff slid his chair back, putting a hand on his backpack, all of his fears coming true.
Tariq said, Don't touch that bag. I'm not the only one here. You won't live to open it.
Raff released the zipper but kept his hand on the top, saying,
We won't go quietly.
Leonardo put his hand on Raff's wrist and said,
This is our contact.
Tariq said,
Leonardo, correct? I remember you from before. The money man, right? Tripoli?
Leonardo nodded, and Tariq said,
I'm sorry about Donatello. He was a good man. I hope he died in a good fight.
Raff said,
He did. Now what do we do from here? It's a long trip to where you want to go with multiple checkpoints and rough terrain. I can get you there, but it's going to be expensive.
It's a 4-hour drive from here.
It's a 4-hour drive on a highway in Italy or the United States. It's a 12-hour drive for you two. Do you think we're going through official border crossings? We're going to have to traverse the Bekaa Valley, go through the mountains, and then enter Syria through checkpoints that we control.
12 hours?
Yes, as I said, expensive. You're paying me for my skill, and I'm the one that's going to get you to your contacts on the other side. I have no idea what they want you for, or your area of expertise, and I don't want to know. But it's going to cost money.
Raff bristled and said,
We have the money. If you are who you say you are, I'm not paying just to get rolled up by Hezbollah thugs in the valley, or Assad regime forces in Syria.
Tariq laughed and said,
Then you've come to the right man, because I deal with all of them. Smuggling is what I do. On this side of the border, I'm Hezbollah. On that side, I'm regime. Nobody touches me because I'm too important to all of them.
Raff said,
We have whatever money you require. Then, let's get that out of the way first. You guys have Venmo? That's kind of a thing now for the Assad regime.
Leonardo said,
No. We have prepaid debit cards. That'll work. Half now.
Leonardo reached into a thigh pocket and pulled out 4 cards, handing them over. Tariq took them, then said,
Is this your gear?
Yes.
I'll have to inspect it before we leave. No offense.
Raff said,
That's not going to happen. Just assume we have weapons. We have no explosives, but we do have weapons. No, inspection will cost more.
Why?
Because I'm bringing security with me. If you won't let me check the bags, check them, and it's me and one other guy. Don't check them, and it's an entire car following with my men. I don't like surprises.
Raff shook his head, then kicked his bag over, a large frameless backpack. Tariq opened the top compartment and saw a pistol and what looked like a shortened bolt-action rifle with a large cylinder underneath it. He said,
What's this? An air gun. A silent weapon.
Tariq laughed, continuing to search. He said,
You ever hear of silencers for your pistol? We even have them here, and I can get you one.
I'll live with what I packed. Tariq went to the lower compartment, finding clothes, Cliff Bars, and a Thuraya satellite phone. He said,
Thuraya? Should have gone with Inmarsat like I have. Thuraya is compromised by the intelligence agencies.
Raff said, Only if someone is hunting you. Nobody is hunting us.
Maybe, maybe not. What you're doing is secretive, and who you're meeting is important to my business. You will not turn that phone on while we're together, agreed?
Raff nodded. Satisfied, Tariq zipped it up. He looked at Leonardo and said,
Yours?
Leonardo slid it over,
5 minutes later, Tariq was finished. He said, "The pistols are fine, but they stay in the bags until we reach our destination. The sat phone is not, but if it stays in the bag during the trip, you can keep it. The air gun is just stupid, but you can keep it as well." He pulled out an ordinary cell phone and made a call. While waiting on it to connect, he said, "Two it is, but you'll leave with the bags here. No stories about having to go back to your hotel for something you forgot, agreed?" Rav nodded, and a white Toyota Land Cruiser with a snorkel snaking across the hood came around the corner, its paint scarred and dirty from trips far away from Beirut. A burly man with dark skin was behind the wheel wearing sunglasses above a thick beard. Tariq said, "Load up, let's go." Surprised, Rav said, "Now? Just like that?" "Yes, just like that." Leonardo said, "We have to pay the bill." "You're already paying the bill. Everyone in that place, from the waitress you want to bed to the man making the espressos, works for me." They hesitated, and Tariq said, "I'm not going to put a hood on your head. Quit being such babies. You're the ones paying for this." They grabbed their bags and loaded the cruiser. In short order, they were out of the city, driving south past the airport on Highway 51, the 4-lane road that traversed the entire country along the Mediterranean coast. Eventually, the driver took a left on another major road and began heading east into the Lebanon mountains chain. The road dropped down to 2 lanes and then began winding back and forth, following the contours of the ridges and switchbacks, getting higher and higher. Eventually, they crested the top of the range and began dropping down the other side. They entered a town called Jazin, the Bekaa Valley spilling out below them. The driver pulled the SUV into a small gas station and stopped. Tariq turned around with a Sig Sauer P229 pistol in his hands. Startled, Raphael raised his hands and said, "What's going on?" The driver brandished his own pistol. Tariq said, "I'm sorry about this." Tariq tossed 2 black hoods into their laps. "Don't worry, this isn't a kidnapping. You're going to have to trust me. I can't have you knowing where the start of my smuggling route begins." And Raphael realized why he'd made them leave their own guns in their bags. He said, "We're not putting those on, and you've put your life in jeopardy by suggesting it. We've paid you well." Tariq laughed and said, "Don't be so dramatic. I'm not going to shoot you if you don't, and you've only paid me half. I'll just take the rest of those prepaid debit cards and leave you here. I won't force you to put them on. Once again, this isn't a kidnapping. But just as you have your secrets, I must have mine." Leonardo said, "Let's do it." Raphael said, "Fuck that, why?" "Donatello and I had to do the same thing once before, in Tripoli. It worked out." Raphael reluctantly shoved his head into the bag, glaring at Tariq as he did so. He felt the vehicle leave the gas station, then leave the paved road, bouncing for the next hour down the slope and into the valley, the roads coarse and rustic, the shocks on the vehicle groaning in defiance as the frame of the vehicle traversed the pitted trail. Eventually the vehicle stopped and Tariq said, "You may remove the hoods." They did so, seeing a small compound around them, cinder block buildings without siding, sheet metal roofs, and naked power lines going from building to building. Tariq said, "We can eat here while we wait." "Wait for what?" "We can't attempt to cross the next mountain range until dusk. Reaching the top in the darkness, then crossing the other side right before dawn. To do otherwise is dangerous." Tariq opened the door and said, "Come on, I have fruit and cheese for you. I'm like a Lebanese tour guide. No matter how much you pay, I promise a grand dinner, but give you only snacks." He laughed at his joke, and Raphael heard gunfire no more than 100 meters away. A lot of gunfire. He reached inside for his backpack, saying, "Enough of this shit." The driver stopped him with a hand, shaking his head. Tariq said, "You're safe here in my care." "What the hell is the gunfire? Rebel troops fighting the government or something?" Tariq's eyes widened in surprise. Then he began laughing, saying, No, that's not fighting, that's training." "Who the hell is training out here in the middle of nowhere?" The same people you're going to meet on the other side of this mountain chain in Syria. Hezbollah, the party of God.
Chapter 55. Walking toward the Oval Office, Alexander Palmer whispered, "Can I ask why there's a priest with you?" George Wolfe said, "Just in case I need last rites." They reached a couch about 20 feet away from the door, and Wolfe turned, saying, "Father, if you could sit out here until I call you, I'd appreciate it." The priest nodded, taking a seat, and, like everyone else in the modern world, pulled out his phone and began scrolling. Wolfe and Palmer kept walking, and Palmer said, "Seriously, why is he here?" Wolfe said, "Because I'm about to tell a story involving the belief in the end of the world, a Catholic organization from the Crusades, and a serial killer. He's here for backup for questions I can't answer." They entered the Oval Office, and Palmer grabbed his arm, saying, "What?" Before Wolfe could respond, President Hannister said, "George, come on in. We have little time." Wolfe pulled away from Palmer and said, "Yes, sir, that's correct, because I've got Pike primed for an operation tonight that could help solve this whole riddle. But he's going to need Omega authority to penetrate what's basically the embassy of a sovereign country." All eyes in the room snapped to him at the words. Wolfe advanced to a table between the two couches, holding the principals to his left and right, facing the president behind the Resolute desk. He said, "It's not Iran. I'm positive about that. It's a cell of nut jobs with the power of the Catholic Church, using an organization that's been around since the Crusades to bring about the end of days. They want to start a war against Iran, which will bring control of the Temple Mount under the Jewish state of Israel, and bring about the second coming of Christ." He waited for the incredulous looks or for someone to tell him he was borderline insane. Instead, the other principals looked at Kerry Bostwick, the director of the CIA, and he said, "I told you. It isn't just me spouting crazy shit." Wolfe said, "What's that mean? What did you hear?" Bostwick said, "There are people inside Mossad who believe the same thing. They've tracked it from another direction, and they have multiple reasons to believe this is not an Iranian attack." The Secretary of Defense said, "But that doesn't alter what the Iranians are doing. They just blew up a refinery in Saudi Arabia using drones flown from Yemen by the Houthis. Drones built by Iran. They're trying to show us their reach and the global implications to keep us out of a fight, but in so doing, they're about to cause a fight." Wolfe said, "Where do we stand with the Fifth Fleet?" "They're out, and getting buzzed by Iranian fast attack boats every day, each time coming closer. We know it's not to provoke us to attack, because that would be catastrophic to them. But they're filming each time they come by. They're gaining intelligence. My fear is that when they feel like they have enough, one of the strikes won't veer away. They'll have conditioned our sailors to view it as just another zip-on by and then slam into our ships." Amanda Croft, the Secretary of State, said, "Not to mention the launching of rockets into Israel from Gaza. Iran is flexing right now, showing us what will happen if we retaliate against them for the killings. And now they have hardliners who are literally claiming credit for the assassinations, opportunist assholes looking to upset the moderates there, claiming it's in response to Soleimani and the killings of the Iranian scientists." Wolfe said, "So this report is too late? You guys want to go to war, is that it? You realize this is playing right into the nutjob's hands, right? Iran has moderates who don't want to go to war. They also have nutjobs who do, just like the U.S. and Israel. You're listening to the nutjobs, and if you go to war, you're going to make every Arab nation take a stand. I get they don't like Iran right now, but don't forget the Arabic proverb, I against my cousin, I and my cousin against the world. You do this, and it's not going to stop in the Middle East." President Hannister said, "No, of course. We don't want to go to war. But we need something to prove it isn't the Iranians. As Amanda said, the hardliners are literally bragging about it. This ship is about to crash ashore unless we can do something. Sir, use the Swiss to contact them. Use someone to get to the moderates and tell them we don't think it's Iran. A, We've tried that and been rebuffed. Nobody wants to talk to us through diplomatic channels for fear of retribution. They're on war footing, and the hardliners have the edge. B, I'm not sure it isn't them. I've got their own people bragging about it. Wolf stared at the wall for a moment, then muttered, Israel will wipe out Hezbollah in Lebanon, eliminate them completely the minute a war starts. President Hannister said, What was that? What about Hezbollah? Wolf focused back to the room and said, Sir, I can get you your back channel to the Iranian theocracy, but you're not going to like it. I can get through to them through Hezbollah. Those guys are now a political party in Lebanon, and like all political parties, they want survival. They will not want to go to war without reason, because they'll be destroyed. Kerry Bostwick said, How can you do that? We have no contacts with them. All of our Hezbollah contacts are through the Israelis. Pike knows a guy who knows some guys. That's all I can say. But in order for this to work, I need to let Pike penetrate the Knights of Malta magisterial palace in Rome. He's standing by right now for the word, and that building is literally a sovereign state. There was a multitude of crosstalk, everyone asking questions or arguing with the person to the left or right, until President Hannister raised his hand and said, Okay, enough chatter. Why don't you finally give us your crazy theory? Wolf nodded, then took a deep breath. He let it out and said, Okay, here it is. There's a serial killer in Rome who's working for the Knights of Malta. He has a team around him known as the Ninja Turtles, who are all from Croatia. These men have been doing the killings. Wolf then described every bit of intelligence they had, to include the Zello geolocation against the crime scene, the attempted assassination of Knuckles and Brett, and the rescue of the inspector. He ended by saying, What we know, from the second-in-command of the Knights of Malta himself, is that the man killed in Bahrain was fascinated with dispensationalism, with the end of days. President Hannister said, I go to church every Sunday. I'm not waiting on the end of days. What do you mean? Wolf said, I hear you, sir. I have a guy outside who can explain it. He's a priest who's written books on it. It's sort of a fascination of his, and you'd be amazed at how it's altered our own history through the years. Bring him in. Wolf left and returned with a man in a priest's collar, saying, This is Father O'Brien. He is not cleared for anything other than the discussion we're about to have. Father O'Brien looked hesitant, then said, Mr. Wolf said you'd have some questions about dispensationalism. President Hannister said, Yeah, what is it? Basically, it's the belief in the prophecies in the Bible, specifically in the books Daniel and Ezekiel in the Old Testament and the book of Revelation in the New Testament. It's not a firm thing, like everyone believes in it 100%, but the majority of Christians do believe in it to a greater or lesser degree, and some believe in it absolutely. Such as? Well, such as the Branch Davidians in Waco. That was a dispensationalism sect that went bad, with David Koresh saying he was bringing about the apocalypse. And he did. So it's a cult thing, dispensationalism? No, sir, not at all. Some Christian denominations definitely take it to the extremes, but all of them touch it at one point or another, even Catholics, and it's not just Christians. The Jewish faith has some of the same beliefs, and it all revolves around the third temple built on the grounds of the original temple erected by King Solomon, on what's called in the Christian world the Temple Mount, but is known as the Noble Sanctuary to the Arabs. The area holds the Al-Aqsa Mosque and the Dome of the Rock, both very important to the world's three great religions, all of them with their own prophecies, and all of them in conflict. To be sure, dispensationalism isn't unique to Christians, and it isn't written in stone, like you'd say you were a Catholic or a Methodist. It's just a thought process that some take to a greater degree than others. President Hannister said, Okay, so this third temple is the basis of the predictions? That's what everyone wants, and what the Arabs will fight against? No, it's bigger than just a temple, if you really follow the prophecies, with tendrils that extend out in myriad ways. The biggest one is that the biblical land of Israel must be controlled completely by the Jews, to include Jerusalem. After the Six-Day War, that seemed to be fulfilled, but the Temple Mount was not taken, and that caused consternation both with the Jews and the Christians. He saw the President of the United States look left and right, attempting to see if anyone else was understanding what he said, and realized he was losing him. Father O'Brien shifted tack and said, "There are a multitude of different things that must happen to bring about the prophecies, depending on who's doing the readings, and a multitude of people who are willing to bring it about, both warlike and not. For instance, one of the prophecies is that there must be a red heifer born to be sacrificed at the new temple, one that is red through and through, without a speck of another color, red eyes, red snout, and red hair. Without that, the temple cannot be consecrated. It's in the Bible, so a cattle rancher from Mississippi set about breeding red heifers, trying to get one that fit. He traveled to Israel as a guest of one of the Jewish groups that believed in the prophecies, and began breeding cattle in Israel. The bottom line is it's a real thing, and not just a bunch of crazy nuts like the Branch Davidians. Ordinary people believe in it, and it's strong." President Hannister shook his head and said, "I'm Presbyterian, and I've never even heard about this stuff. Does the Catholic Church buy into this? Are there organizations in the Church who believe the same?" "No, not really. There are some who might read into the prophecies more than others, but for the most part, the Church doesn't prescribe prophecies in literal detail, such as the need for a red heifer from the words of the Bible. The Church is much more ephemeral about such things. While we most certainly believe there will be a second coming, the literal reading of the prophecies are mainly from evangelical Protestant churches." President Hannister glanced around the room, and Wolfe knew where he was going next. He wanted to stand up to prevent it, but was too late. "What about the Knights of Malta? Do they believe in this dispensationalism?" Taken aback, Father O'Brien said, "You mean the Order of the Knights of Malta, Jerusalem, and Rhodes?" "Yeah, do they believe in dispensationalism?" Confused, the father said, "No, not to my knowledge. They're a lay organization that does humanitarian work around the world. They don't proselytize or anything of that nature. All of the members take a vow of chastity, just like I did, and they don't have a path that's separate from the Church." President Hannister said, "Okay, thank you very much. Would you please return outside?" Father O'Brien looked at Wolfe, then said, "Yes, sir, but before I do, what do the Knights of Malta have to do with this discussion?" Wolfe stood up, flashing a glare at President Hannister. He said, "Nothing at all. We're just trying to learn about domestic threats here in the United States, like Timothy McVeigh or David Koresh. As I told you, when I asked you here, it's a growing threat. It has nothing to do with chivalric organizations in your orbit." Wolfe took his arm, leading him out of the room, saying, "Thank you for coming." 5 minutes later, he returned, saying, "No disrespect, sir, but when I bring someone in here for background, you really shouldn't press them on an ongoing operation." President Hannister's face soured, and Wolfe held up a hand, saying, "You want to fire me, sir, then do so. But I have a team that can stop this whole thing, and they need to penetrate the consulate of some weird-ass pseudo-state inside the sovereign state of Italy. I can't wait anymore. It's midnight there, and he needs to get the information to his contact in Lebanon." President Hannister looked around the room, then said, "The vote is for penetration of the building for evidence disproving Iranian involvement of assassinations against Israeli and American diplomats." Wolfe said, "Sir, just getting the information won't solve the problem." President Hannister glared at him and said, "One vote at a time." Wolfe nodded, and 5 seconds later he was leaving the room on a secure cell phone, saying, "Tell Pike he's a go." He exited the west wing of the complex, glanced left and right, then said, "And tell him to contact his buddy in Lebanon. We're going to need him." Chapter 56. I saw the text message from the task force and said, "Okay, looks like we're a go. No killing." Inside our minivan, Shoshana grinned, saying, "This is going to be fun." I said, "You heard me, no killing. In fact, no violence at all." She said, "That'll depend on Spider Monkey here, won't it?" We were just down the street from the magisterial palace for the Knights of Malta, and we were waiting on the word to go inside and find out what those assholes were up to. We'd been stationary for damn near 3 hours, with Brett back at the hotel talking to Creed about hacking into the camera system they employed. We didn't need Creed to control the system, just freeze it for the entire time we were inside. If someone looked, they might grow curious why the roaming guards didn't appear on screen, but more than likely, they just assumed they'd missed them. That act alone was outside of my mandate, but I was betting I'd get the go-ahead, and it was closing in on 1 a.m, and I didn't have the time to begin the race from a cold start. Creed had penetrated the network through the help of Knuckles. Yesterday, while he and Brett were acting like State Department members and waiting to see the officials inside the building, he'd asked to send an email, and had used a thumb drive to do so, sending an innocuous message that contained all the malware we could want straight into their system. I would have chastised him for being so brazen, but now it was paying off. I contacted Brett and said, "We're a go. Does Creed have the cameras?" "Stand by." I looked at Jennifer and said, "Get ready to climb." She was wearing yoga pants, Vibram 5 Fingers shoes, and a lycra top, her hair in a ponytail. Her preferred method for breaking into something. She said, "I'm ready. You guys are the weak link." I laughed and said, "We'll be there, just drop the rope." I looked at Shoshana and said, "You go up first, I'll follow. Get inside and wait. No crazy stuff." She finally got aggravated and said, "If you think I'm such a risk, then take someone else up there. Aaron is here, and so is Knuckles. You don't want me to go in with you, just say so." And she was right. If I could take either one of them, I would have done so in a heartbeat. But she had something they did not. I'd left Brett back at the hotel to coordinate with the task force, and I needed Jennifer to climb the wall, but honestly, we were looking for a needle in a haystack here. We only had the information from Leah, and all she knew from the secretary she'd talked to was that Garrett had an office in the basement. I didn't want to give Shoshana too much credit, but I wanted her ability to see things. Not that I'd ever tell her I believed in that crap, but I did. And so I'd left Aaron and Knuckles on the outside as a reserve to get us out of trouble if things went bad. Knuckles thought it was crazy, telling me that he should go in, and in any other situation I would have agreed. This time I didn't, and Aaron, knowing Shoshana's capabilities, understood why. I said, "Hey, Carrie, I need your mental skill here, not your physical. Don't let me down." She looked at me in surprise, saying, "Seriously? You finally believe?" She looked at me with her wolf eyes and smiled, knowing I was lying. Not wanting to give her too much credit, I said, "No, I don't. But I might after tonight. Just don't kill anyone." Brett came on, saying, "Creed's got the cameras. It's all you guys now." "Can he see us even as he freezes the feeds to the guard shack?" "Yeah, we can see it all." I said, "Okay, we're on the way. Tell us when we spike on the feeds." The palace itself took up damn near a complete block, with the ground floor housing multiple retail outlets. We needed to get inside and get down to the basement to search for anything involving the Ninja Turtles. The easiest way would be through the courtyard, which of course would mean taking out the front guards. While I would have loved to do that, we needed to accomplish the entire thing covertly, which is why I decided to use my own personal spider monkey. Our biggest problem was the retail stores on the ground floor. They were very expensive outlets, Jimmy Choo and Hermes and others, all literally built into the outside walls of the palace. They would have their own surveillance and alarm systems above and beyond the palace, so we had to defeat that. I went with the old school way. Just get above it and in. We exited the van, then raced down an alley, until we were underneath a small outside balcony with French doors 3 floors up, the balcony itself looking like a place someone would only use to step out and start singing. I crouched below it, waiting on an alert from a nosy neighbor. The light from the street was muted, but still bright enough to highlight us if someone in the building next door happened to glance out the window. I took a knee underneath it, handed Jennifer a roll of knotted rope, and said, "Coco, get going. The longer we wait here, the more the opportunity for compromise." She slung it over her shoulder, tested a piece of stone from the building, and then began climbing the old structure like she was scrambling up a climbing wall at a gym. Shoshana watched her go up and said,
"That never fails to amaze me."
I chuckled and said, "Me either." In short order, she was on the balcony, and the rope slapped down to us. I said, "Up you go." Shoshana looked at me and said,
"I promise I won't kill anyone."
She was dead serious, like she thought I didn't trust her. She still didn't get sarcasm. I didn't have the time now to correct her. I said, "Okay, thanks. Get your ass up the rope." She said,
"I want you to trust me, like you do Jennifer."
Exasperated, I hissed, "I trust you, damn it! I trust you! Get up the rope!" She started climbing, and I waited until Jennifer said,
"Secure."
I scrambled up after her, pulled up the rope, and we all sat on the balcony, listening for any alert. We knew there were guards inside from Knuckles' earlier reconnaissance, but had no idea how many. I heard nothing and clicked into the net saying, "Blood, blood, we're about to penetrate." He came back saying, "I have you, west balcony, you're good." I looked around and said, "How? I don't see a camera." He said, "I don't know, but we're looking at you right now." Which told me these guys had more than just overt systems. If he could see me, they'd invested in covert systems. Not a good sign. I said, "Can you see guards inside? Is there anyone moving around?" I was now worried that they'd just seeded the building with motion detectors and heat sensors. If that was the case, we were headed back down. "Not in the basement where you're going, but we've seen them moving about on the other levels." If they could move about, so could we. I said, "Anyone inside of our breach point?" "Not that I can see." "Okay, Knuckles, we're breaching." I heard, "Roger that." And I flicked my head to Jennifer. She spent about 45 seconds on the lock, then swung it open. We entered one at a time, dropping like cats into the room. I whispered, "Find a stairwell. Need to get to the bottom." Chapter 57. We moved through an ostentatious office, entered a hallway, and found a stairwell leading down. We went down it like a pack of panthers, moving slowly, waiting for any sign that someone was ahead of us. We passed one floor, then saw a flashlight. We crouched down, and it went beyond us, not taking the stairs. We kept going, and then reached the bottom floor, the stairwell spilling out and widening like it was trying to impress anyone who saw it. I grabbed Jennifer's shoulder, telling her to wait for a moment. She did, and when I thought it was safe, I whispered, "Find the secretary's desk. Leah said the basement was behind that." She nodded, and we began wandering about. We went one way, bumping into offices and rooms full of archives, then went the other. My earpiece came alive with Knuckles saying, "I'm watching you. You're in the lobby. Keep going left." Other than vague illumination, I couldn't see shit all of what he was talking about, but I said, "Roger." We reached an ornate desk with a small hallway behind it, and Knuckles said, "That's it. You're there." I flicked my head at Shoshana, and she began walking down it, reaching a utilitarian door, something that looked like it was hiding a storage space. She opened it, and we saw a staircase leading down, black as sackcloth. I said, "Get inside, and I'll close the door. Don't turn on the lights until I do so." Both of them nodded, and entered the black hole of the stairwell. When they were in, I followed, gently closed the door, then turned on my headlamp, saying, "Light it up." They did the same, and we raced down to the bottom, finding a closet-like space with the ceiling so close you wanted to duck. There was a lone desk with a computer on top, the rest of the room full of cleaning supplies and other detritus. I looked at Shoshana and said, "Is this it?" She glanced around the room, closed her eyes, then said,
"Yes, this is it."
I grinned and moved to the computer, saying on the net, "Blood, blood. I have a computer. I need to crack it." He said, "Stand by." I said, "Start searching this room. See what you can find." They began looking, and I flipped over the keyboard for the computer, seeing a yellow sticky note that read, "Jenny's Pound." I couldn't believe it. This asshole is using the same damn password as the guy in Zurich? What a dumbass. I booted up the computer, got a password screen, and typed in what I'd found, and received a bad password alert. Confused, I did it again with the same result. There was no way this was a coincidence. This was the same password we'd used in Zurich, given to us by the Mossad, and this was the same asshole that had dictated its use there. I typed it in again, getting the same results. I called Brett saying, Blood, I can't get in. Can Creed? He said, No, that computer is not on the net. Can I put it on the net? Well, yeah, if you can get into it and connect it to Wi-Fi. Great. Jennifer came to me saying, There's nothing here, just cleaning supplies. I'm not sure this is the lair of the bad man. Shoshana came up and said, It is. I promise it is. I said, But there's nothing here but this old computer, are you sure? She turned her face to me, blinding my eyes, and I held my hands up saying, Turn off the damn headlamp. She did, then said, Pike, this is it. I said, Yeah, I think so too, only because I found a password underneath this computer that's exactly the same as the one that the Mossad gave us in Zurich. No way is that a coincidence, but it doesn't work here. Jennifer said, What is it? I showed it to her and said, It's the Jenny's number thing, with the hashtag that worked in Zurich. She said, Jenny's number? Yeah, just like before, Jenny and a hashtag. She said, Move over. And she typed 8675309, then hit the enter button, and the screen cleared. I said, What in the world? She grinned and said, That's Jenny's number. I couldn't believe it. The idiot in Zurich had literally used the password sent, when they were sending him a clue of what the password should have been. I said, You are a literal genius. I clicked on the net and said, We're in. Putting in the Dragon Ball now. I connected an extraction device that looked like a blob of different cables, all designed to use a different port, then connected to the Wi-Fi of the palace. I hit the power button on the ball, and Brett said, Creed sees it. He's got it, stand by. 3 minutes later, he said, We have a mirror of the drive, free to go. I said, Thank the Lord, Knuckles, we're coming out same way we came in. He said, Roger that, good job, standing by. I turned to my partners in crime and said, Going out the same way, slow and steady. We went up the stairs, waited at the door, listening. I clicked on the net and said, Any activity? None that we can see, but there's no camera at the basement door. I said, Roger that, swung the door open, and hit a security guard right in the ass. If I'd have thrown it open with my weight behind it, I probably would have slammed him into a wall, knocking him off balance for a strike. Instead, it basically tapped him in the butt, pushing him out of the way and causing him to freak out. He shouted, flipped his light on me, and I reacted instantly, knocking the light to the side and ripping his legs out from underneath him, flattening him on the ground, but it was too late. His scream had alerted others. I cradled his head in a rear-naked choke as he thrashed around, fighting me, hearing the slapping of shoes. I hissed, No killing, damn it, no killing. Shoshana's headlamp went down the narrow hallway, and I saw 2 more guards coming our way. I finished the choke, cutting off the blood flow to the guard's brain, but it required me to remain steady, which left Shoshana on the loose. I saw the fight in strobe light, the headlamps and the guards' flashlights bobbing up and down. I squeezed hard, felt the guy beneath me go limp, and leapt up, racing down the hallway. I saw one man slam into the wall, then the other get wrapped up by Jennifer, the 2 of them fighting for control. She torqued his wrist, rotated his arm, and forced him onto his belly. I hammered him in the head with a straight punch, knocking him out, then turned to the one still out of control. Shoshana leapt on him, swinging around his back just like she'd done in Bahrain, bringing him to a sitting position on the floor, her arms around his neck. I screamed, Don't do it! And she put his ass to sleep just like I'd done seconds ago. She pushed his body off of her and stood up saying, You have no trust in me. I exhaled and said, You have to admit, it's not just me. There's a guy in Bahrain who might beg to differ. She huffed something in Hebrew, and Jennifer scrambled to us, saying, Can we argue about this later? I said, Good idea, let's go, same way. If I were to guess, we've taken out the entire force. We started running up the stairs, and Brett came on, saying, There's nothing on the cameras that we can see.
but the guard shack outside is going batshit. Don't know if they had radios or what, but they're reacting. What's our time? Seconds. One of them is on the way right now. Shoshana said,
They'll never reach us.
Sprinting up the stairs, I said, You can't beat the speed of light. With a radio, we're in trouble. We reached the second floor, and I clicked on the net saying, Knuckles, we're on the way down. But there could be a response on the street. Reposition to the alternate. He said, Understand you don't want help, correct? I opened the French doors and said, Yes, correct. The response is going to come from the police. Don't interdict. We'll get out on foot. Meet you at secondary RV. He said, Roger that, just as Jennifer flicked the rope over the balcony. I looked at Shoshana and said, Go. She grabbed the rope, swung over, and began clambering down. I turned to Jennifer and said, Don't wait for me to get to the bottom. Give me about 10 feet, release that thing, and come down. Her eyes wide, panting through an open mouth, she nodded. I grabbed the rope and began going down it as fast as possible, hand over hand on the knots. 20 feet above the ground, Jennifer cut the slip knot, and I went weightless. Oh, shit. I hit the ground hard, rolling over with the rope landing on top of me. Shoshana ran to me and said,
Are you all right? Did the rope break?
I groaned just as Jennifer landed next to me, leaping off the wall like a lizard escaping a cat. I stood up and said, 10 feet? 10 feet! She looked chagrined and said, I can't judge the damn distance in the dark. Anyway, you're still walking. I shook my head, hearing sirens closing in. I said, Let's get the hell out of here. Chapter 58. Raphael twirled his cup on the table and said, So how long do we wait? It's been 4 hours and the sun is now going down. Tariq said, Not much longer, trust me, I know the time. Leonardo said, It's not like we're pushing, but clearly we aren't wanted here. Unlike Beirut, the people here did indeed stare at the two Caucasians drinking tea, wondering why they'd arrived. No one said anything, assuming they were in some way connected to Hezbollah, but it made Leonardo nervous all the same. Tariq said, Here's the deal. We're going to go just north of Mount Hermon, through some of the roughest terrain in Lebanon or Syria. Mount Hermon has the highest United Nations outpost in the world. They call it Hotel Hermon. It's the last checkpoint for the United Nations buffer zone between Syria and Israel along the Golan Heights. Because of it, we can't just blaze our way through. Rav said, And you're the smuggler? Why on earth would you choose this route? This is the way to your contacts. If you wanted to go to Damascus, it would have been much easier. You wanted to go to Daraa, which, as you Christians say, is a whole nother kettle of fish. He assumed a southern United States accent for the last piece, causing Rav to finally smile. Rav said, So we're not going to have any issues with some border patrol from the United Nations? Tariq said, No, not at all. The road we use is not even a road, and they'll be to our south, on the tip of the mountain, but very close. I use it specifically because it creates a seam. Nobody in the civil war in Syria wants to cause a problem with the UN mission along the Golan Heights because it will finally cause someone in this godforsaken world to actually take a stand. It's a narrow bit of no man's land that I use to get through. Rav said, I'm fine with that, and I'm fine with taking a stand. Tariq smiled, looked at his watch and said, Then let's load up. No hoods this time. Leonardo moved to enter the vehicle, and Raphael said, Before we go, are you sure you're getting us to the men we need to meet? Tariq said, Yes, I am Hezbollah as far as you're concerned. Trust me on this. If you want to talk to the devil, I'm the man who will lead the way. Raphael went to the Land Cruiser and said, Okay, but understand, I'm keeping my pistol out for the rest of the trip. They began driving out of the Bekaa Valley, crossing a half-hour of flat terrain, and then began climbing the hills, using a dirt road that barely existed. The engine groaned each time the vehicle slammed over a piece of rock, but it kept moving forward. Leonardo looked at Raphael.
amazed they were taking such a path. Raphael caught the glance and, in Croatian, said, "He's getting us there." Leonardo replied, "Right until we fall off a cliff." The road wound around the ridges like a snake, a rough trail better suited to mountain goats, climbing ever higher, but the land cruisers seemed to eat it up, having no trouble. Eventually the sun set, and they were cloaked in darkness, scaring the hell out of both Raphael and Leonardo. Looking over a sheer cliff to his left, Raphael said, "We should wait until tomorrow to continue. It's getting too dark." Tariq laughed, pulling out a pair of PVS-5 night vision goggles, something that the United States military hadn't used since the 1980s. The driver pulled his own out, putting them on. Tariq said, "We do this every day, trust us." The sun dropped behind the mountains, and they began driving in the dark, the only light coming from the dashboard and the feeble glow from the parking lights. Raphael looked to his left, saw a drop-off of about 100 meters in the starlight, and said, "You're not going to try to traverse this range without lights, are you? Those goggles you have weren't even good when the U.S. went into Granada." Tariq said, "The driver knows this terrain, just as a horse does. He could do it without these shitty goggles." They kept climbing higher and higher, winding around one switchback after another, the road growing more and more rough until it became impossible to see it against the mountain itself, becoming something only animals would use. Looking at the cliff to his left in the dim moonlight, Raphael finally said he'd had enough. He said, "Stop! Stop right now! This is insane! This isn't even a road!" The driver stopped and Tariq said, "The top is about 100 meters ahead. From there it's all downhill, but just as dangerous. You want to quit now?" Raphael considered for a moment, then said, 100 meters ahead? "Yes. You paid me for a reason. I'll get you to Syria without anyone knowing you arrived. But I told you it wouldn't be easy." Raphael looked at Leonardo, who nodded. He said, "Okay, let's go." They reached the top of the mountain pass, Mount Hermon rising to the right of them, and the driver stopped. Raphael said, "What's happening?" "There is a checkpoint ahead." "A checkpoint here, on top of the ridge?" "Yes. It's never happened before." "They've seen us?" "I don't know if they've seen us, but they've heard us coming for 30 minutes. What do you want to do?" Raphael considered, then said, "Keep going. Put the lights on. Let's see if we can get past them." The driver did so, illuminating the small goat track and amazing Raphael that anyone would actually dare to drive on it. They went forward, the lights illuminating a checkpoint with a small pickup truck blocking the road, the truck itself painted in United Nations colors. Two men appeared out of the darkness, and both were wearing United Nations uniforms. Raphael said, "What the hell is this? I thought you said they were to the south." Tariq pulled out his pistol and said, "They are. These are not United Nations." The driver pulled up next to them, and Raphael saw both men were armed with AK-47s, and both were wearing the blue beret of the United Nations. The driver talked to them in Arabic, the conversation going back and forth. Eventually, he rolled up the window and conducted a three-point turn, then headed back the way they'd come. Raphael said, "What are we doing?" Tariq said, "Going back to the valley. We can't continue here. Our path is blocked." "What does that mean?" "It means your mission is done. We can't continue on. I'm sorry. But those men are not with me. I can't pay them off, and I can't call someone to let us through." Raphael said, "Stop the car." "What?" "Stop the car. Now. We're out of view of the checkpoint." The driver did, and Raphael said, "We need to be in Syria tomorrow. Can you do that now, from a different crossing?" "Tomorrow? No way." Raphael said, "Then we go tonight." "How do you propose we do that?" He reached for his backpack, pulling it forward, saying, "Are you sure those guys aren't United Nations personnel?" "Yes. This location is run by the battalion from Nepal. They even make a joke about being the ones that have to work here because they're from the land of Everest. The people we talked to at that checkpoint spoke Arabic. Nobody in Nepal speaks Arabic. They're fake. And I don't know who they are, but I'm not going to cross them until I talk to my bosses." Meaning Hezbollah.
Raphael said, "We are going through." Tariq said, "You can't shoot those guys. The real UN post is right up the hill, on top of the peak. They'll react before we can get away." Raphael said, "Unless I use my worthless airgun." Leonardo helped him unpack the weapon, which wasn't an airgun at all, but an Umarex Air Saber arrow rifle. With a folding stock and a cylinder below that held the compressed air, it could fire an arrow faster than any compound bow, and just as silently. Tariq said, "What are you going to do?" "Get back up there and eliminate the threat. Those guys are working for someone else. And if it's not the UN and not Hezbollah, it's not our problem, right?" Tariq nodded, and Raphael pulled out a quiver of 4 small carbon fiber arrows, with wickedly sharp broad heads. He said, "I'll be right back." He went out on foot, circling around the dirt track they'd used, seeing the high ground illuminated by the stars. He crept up the crest of the ridge, then saw the truck to his front. He advanced slowly, identifying the 2 men by the light of the cigarettes in their mouths. He took a knee and loaded an arrow. The best part about the Air Saber was its lack of signature when used. It was as quiet as a person exhaling, making it much more silent than any suppressed weapon. The worst part was he had to reload it like an old-fashioned muzzle-loader from the Civil War, cramming in a new arrow for the next shot, meaning it wasn't quick. Because of that, he was forced to wait until the 2 were separated, giving him the ability to take them down individually. He kept the scope of the rifle centered on the chest of the first man, waiting. After 7 minutes, the second man turned away, walking to the tailgate of the truck and dropping his pants to urinate. Raphael didn't hesitate. He broke the trigger, hearing nothing but a woof of air. The small arrow hit the man in the throat. He looked confused for a moment, grabbed the fletching protruding from his neck, then fell over. Raphael didn't even wait to see the results, bending over and loading another arrow. If his shot didn't work, it was irrelevant. Either they both died, or he'd be on the run. He raised back up, saw the urinating man zip up his pants, then circle back around the truck, confused about the disappearance of his partner. He said something in Arabic, looking left and right, and Raphael squeezed the trigger again. And missed. The arrow clipped his neck at the jugular, causing him to spin, but didn't bring him down. He screamed and Raphael jumped up, racing toward him. The man had a hand to his throat, shocked at what was happening, but was willing to fight. He saw Raphael and let go of his throat, releasing a torrent of blood as he snatched a knife from his belt. He snarled and raised it in a saber grip. Raphael blocked the arm, tackling him and pinning the hand with the weapon to the ground. The man thrashed below him, but Raphael knew the massive amount of blood spraying from the wound would be the difference between victory and death. He made no attempt at further damage, just holding the man on the ground. Eventually, the loss of blood took its toll, and the man quit struggling, a slow-motion affair, where his instincts wanted to continue the fight for survival, but his brain gave up. Raphael waited for a moment, then stood up. He went to the truck, found the keys, and backed it out of the way, then returned to the Land Cruiser down the slope. He surprised Tariq and the driver outside the vehicle, causing Tariq to literally jump when he appeared. He said, "Let's go, it's open." The driver got behind the wheel of the SUV, and the headlights illuminated Raphael's body. Tariq saw the blood coating his arms and took a step back. Raphael said, "What? It's open, let's go." Tariq slid into the passenger's seat, saying, Okay, we'll go." Raphael got in the back seat, seeing Leonardo grinning. He said, "Just like old times, huh?" Raphael opened a pack of wet wipes and began cleaning off the blood, saying, "Almost. I never got this much blood on me." Tariq said, "Are you sure we can pass?" Raphael held up a wet wipe coated in red. He said, "Yes, let's go." Chapter 59. Inside our hotel room talk, I watched George Wolfe pace about through my screen. He should have been sitting in front of the camera, but he was not. He advanced to his computer and said, "That's all you got." You penetrated an embassy for a sovereign state, and that's all you got. I said, hey, sir, let's be honest here. They're just pretending. They aren't a real sovereign state. It's like someone saying they're a member of special operations, and then you find out the guy is just an interpreter. My joke went over like a lead balloon. His eyes bulged, and he said, You took out 3 men! 3 men! And this is all you got out of it? How am I supposed to take this back to the president? Sir, this is enough to find a thread. We know 2 of the turtles went to Lebanon, and we have a name. We also know the serial killer in charge of them is in Israel for an important speech from Israel's prime minister at Megiddo, otherwise known as Armageddon, as in the final battle between good and evil in the Bible. And he's got some crazy theory about starting the end of days. That's enough to start the hunt. What do you propose? What do you think you can do with this? Well, first of all, I have 2 Israeli assassins with me who are being paid by the Mossad. Israel isn't going to be an issue, because that Megiddo speech isn't for a couple of days. Plenty of time. Secondly, I have the name of a Hezbollah smuggler, a guy called Tariq, and a man who can find him. I contacted Samir Alatrash, the man I told you about earlier. He's willing to help and is doing research on the name as we speak. He shook his head and said, I don't have authorization for the Hezbollah contact just yet. You can't use him. I balled my fists and said, Can you guys pull your head out of your ass at least once? The guy isn't Hezbollah. He's Druze. I mean, really, I have a television here. I see the attacks coming from the Houthis in Yemen into Saudi Arabia and the rockets from the Gaza Strip. Iran is flexing its muscle, and it's only a matter of time until Hezbollah is ordered to do the same from Lebanon. When that happens, we won't be able to turn this off. Wolf glowered on the screen, saying, We work within a world of walls, a land of give and take. We get our authority from the duly constituted officials under the United States Constitution, and those walls have served our nation well. I need authority before continuing. I said, Sir, the entire task force is already outside our own Constitution. What are you talking about? Why are you waiting for permission? He said, I get that, which is precisely why I'm not breaking through more walls without authority. Do you understand? He thought I was going to completely ignore anything the Oversight Council told me, and because of it, he was warning me off. Which honestly was pretty smart, because that's what I was going to do. I said, Sir, I got it. You want me to stand down, and I will. Then I'll fly back home on the Rockstar Bird and get married. I'd ask you to attend the wedding, but I'm pretty sure you'll be sucked into defending America from Hezbollah hit teams blowing up our oil refineries as Israel launches nukes at Iran. He leaned back and said, What do you want to do? I want to fly to Lebanon and talk to Samir. Find out what this Hezbollah smuggler was doing with 2 Croatian Special Forces guys. When I find a fix, I'm going to launch Knuckles and Brett against that target for the finish. Meanwhile, I'm taking the rest of the wrecking crew to Israel to take out the serial killer. That's what I want to do. Wolf thought a moment, then nodded, saying, I think I can roll that up into the Omega we were given for the Knights of Malta headquarters. It's a stretch, but I can sell it after the fact. I couldn't believe what came out of his mouth. Incredulous, I said, Are you really authorizing me to cross international borders? Talk to a guy in Beirut tied to Hezbollah? Turn a team loose there? And then take the remainder of my team to Israel, all on that initial Omega authority? Wolf grinned and said, You know the charter. Omega is for the threat, not the geographic boundaries. It's exactly why the task force was created. No gaps between competing authorities and individual fiefdoms. I chuckled, knowing the jeopardy he'd just put himself in, and said, Didn't take long to ditch that wall speech you just gave. Yeah, I get it. But this is pushing that authority to the limit. But I get it. I'm not the one who's going to explain the fallout after I get this done. We'll fly tomorrow. I understand Israel. I have no questions about rolling up that guy inside the country. But what about Lebanon? You think you can find the guys loose there now? Honestly, sir, I don't know. We have a name and I have a contact. If this guy is as big a deal inside Hezbollah as he bragged about in the emails we found, My buddy will know him. If not, we're out of luck. But I'm thinking he will. These Ninja Turtles have a plan, and the contact is facilitating it for money. If I were to guess, they're going to launch another strike from inside Lebanon, using Iranian weapon systems to inflame the war, outside of Hezbollah control, and Hezbollah isn't going to like that. We'll find them. Wolf closed his eyes for a moment, and I realized he was as tired as I was. He returned to the screen, saying, "You need to stop them. I mean, really, stop them. I'm not going back for additional authorities on this. When you find them, kill them. A hit like that, from Lebanese territory, will be the final nail. We'll be at war." I was a little taken aback at the statement. We didn't ever kill on command, unless the target was designated DOA. Now growing serious, I said, "Are you telling me the Oversight Council has designated this target as DOA?" He looked away, thinking about his next words. He came back to the screen and said, "I don't have time to go back to the council on this. I'm telling you that they are designated DOA. Me alone." I nodded and said, "Good enough for me, sir. We'll get it done. I have to brief the team and get prepped for movement. Anything else?" "Yeah. What about that back channel to Iran? Is that real?" I was startled by the question. I was about to spread my team over 2 different countries, killing people wholesale while trying to keep myself out of jail, and he was asking me to conduct geopolitical diplomacy? I spread my hands and said, "Hey, sir, that's National Command Authority shit. I can't do both. If you want me to find the guys in Lebanon, I can't also start negotiating with Hezbollah." He said, "You just told me that Hezbollah wouldn't like what's going on. You can do both." I shook my head and said, "I'm going into a very, very dangerous situation just to find these guys. I might end up on a Hezbollah video trying to accomplish the first mission." Wolf leaned forward and said, "This is important, and it's also not part of my authority, but I think it matters. We're about to be at war, and I don't mean that in a small war sense like Afghanistan, where America has forgotten we're even there. I mean a full-on war, drawing in every damn Arab country there is, with suicide bombers detonating on U.S. playgrounds. Iran is serious. They think their back is to the wall, and if you're right, they don't even know why." I shook my head, thinking, why am I in this position? I'm the hammer looking for a nail. I could do what he wanted against the men attempting to light the fire, but I wasn't the man who did diplomacy. That was someone else's job. I sighed and said, "Sir, I might be able to do that. If you want it, I can try. But I can't do it on my own. I need some no-shit, real National Command Authority statements. I can try to get the message passed, but I'm not going to be the diplomat here. If President Hannister wants to talk to the theocracy, I think I can do it, but I'm not going to be the one debating with some Hezbollah terrorist." Wolf nodded and said, "That's the first mission, the primary one. We need to turn down the rhetoric on this. So Hannister is going to pass me a message that he wants passed to Iran." Wolf rubbed his face and said, "No, not yet, but he will."
Chapter 60. Raphael watched the cliffs to his right, the growing light of dawn finally giving him the ability to see how crazy the traverse had been. He white-knuckled the handle above the door, his foot reflexively hitting a brake pedal that didn't exist in the back of the vehicle. Eventually, they descended low enough into the Syrian desert plain that they picked up an actual honest-to-God road. Raphael breathed a sigh of relief and sagged back into his seat, the hills still around him, but no longer posing a threat. Tariq directed the vehicle to a village that looked like a cross between a Mad Max movie and a Disney set. The view around the village was spectacular, with the houses built into the side of the mountains like Swiss chalets. Only the structures were of a dismal cinderblock construction, with leftover debris and broken cars littered about. Tariq said, "This is Jandal. You're now in Syria. This is where we're going to meet your contacts." Raphael nodded, and they entered the town on a small 2-lane rutted asphalt road, threading through the concrete buildings. Eventually they stopped at an outdoor service station, that doubled as a coffee shop. Tariq said,
Go get a table on the patio. We're going to fill up.
Raphael looked at Leonardo, then exited the vehicle, taking a seat in a rusted iron chair. Leonardo sitting across from him. Leonardo said,
This is much harder than I thought it would be.
Raphael said, Tell me about it. You didn't do the killing last night. Leonardo said,
Who do you think those men were?
I don't know, but they weren't good men. They were trying to smuggle just like this asshole, and they paid the price. Leonardo nodded and said,
I'm not sure we can complete this mission. We're living one lie after another.
Raphael saw he was scared and said, This is no different than the last time we were here. The only difference is we were official then. These men aren't any more dangerous. Leonardo gave a half-hearted laugh and said,
Yeah, the last time we were here, they cut our boss's balls off. Looking forward to it.
Raphael said, Hang on for a day. You have the skill. You're just disoriented by the language and the culture. You remember what you told me before, about the Bosnian War? Leonardo looked at him, then slowly nodded. Raphael said, You wished you were old enough to make a difference, and now you are. Those savages then did more than just cut off balls. They raped our women and tortured our fathers for sport. These men are the same, just like the ones you wanted to fight, no different. Two men approached the table, asking in English if they could take a seat. Raphael said, There are other tables here. The first, dressed in a tracksuit and a 2-day stubble of beard, said,
We think we'd like to sit at this table.
He didn't say it as if he was asking permission. Raphael looked toward Tariq, filling up the tank of the Land Cruiser, and the second man, wearing camouflaged pants, boots, and a loose-fitting combat blouse, said,
Tariq knows us. And now, we want to know you.
Raphael pushed a chair out with his foot and said, Go ahead. They sat down, tracksuit guy saying,
So, you believe in the Prophet?
I don't know what you mean. He leaned forward and said,
Where are you from, you pasty monkeys?
Raphael said, Bosnia.
Did you fight there, against the Crusaders?
No, it was before my time. I was too young. But I saw the damage. It's why I'm here now. Tracksuit studied him, then said,
Because of the Ummah? Because of what was done to the faithful?
Raphael locked eyes with him and said, Yes, it's why I'm sitting in front of you. I told myself it would never happen again, and the only way to accomplish that is to fight. Satisfied, Tracksuit said,
So, you know about drones. Is that correct?
Raphael said, Yes, I wouldn't say I could build one, but I know how to make them work.
Good, because we have some that have been in storage, so to speak, and we're getting asked to prepare them for use, but don't know how to get them in the air. They're big.
The Kash and Dara? Is that the one? Surprised, the camouflage man said,
How do you know about the Kash?
Raphael said, We work in the same circles. I was in Dara once before, during the war against the rebels. I saw them then. Dara was a city in southern Syria, on the edge of the borders of the Golan Heights, Israel, and Jordan, and was the wellspring of the current civil war inside the country. In 2011, it was the first city to rise up against the Syrian regime as the Arab Spring was sweeping the Middle East, with students protesting peacefully against the government. As had happened all over the Middle East, that peace lasted only as long as the regime held patience. Dara was where the first slaughter occurred, and where the civil war began, the city itself now reduced to rubble, but the fight against the regime continued. In 2018, Russia engendered a ceasefire in the province, the crux of it being that Assad's men wouldn't come in, but the rebels had to leave. The Russians literally bussed the rebel fighters out of the city to other areas in the country, only to have them continue the fight. In the vacuum that was created, Hezbollah, a stalwart defender of Assad, took control. The land now belonged to Iran, even if it wasn't overtly said out loud. The Americans and the Russians just wanted the shooting to stop, and if that meant Hezbollah seizing terrain, then so be it. The immediate fighting inside the Dara province was done. The future fight against Israel didn't factor into the equation. Until now. Tracksuit said,
"Did you fight then?"
"Yes, I did. I killed many infidels, and I'm here to kill more. My guide Tariq can speak to that."
Tracksuit waved his hand and said,
"Originally, you were supposed to just train us on the drones. Things have changed. We have orders to prepare to strike the heart of the little Satan, and we don't know how to get them in the air."
Surprised, Leonardo said,
"Israel? Why? What's going on there?"
Tracksuit said,
"Haven't you seen the news? Israel and America are preparing for war against Iran. They've created a precondition to destroy the country, and we'll retaliate from here."
Leonardo looked at Raphael, who said,
"What precondition?"
"They're blaming our sister militia in Iraq of killing people. Diplomats and others affiliated with the Great Satan. We've talked to the men in charge, and they say it's all a lie. Basically, America and Israel have tried to eliminate the Islamic Republic of Iran for decades, and haven't been able to do so. So they're creating conditions to attack through force. We'll respond from here."
Raphael heard the words and thought, this is going to work. Chapter 61. We landed in Beirut, a place where being Israeli wasn't an asset. Lebanon gave a rat's ass about the virus, but took a dim view of anyone with an Israeli passport. They weren't the best-loved members of the neighborhood, COVID be damned. We taxied to the FBO hard stand, and I said, "Okay, sorry about this, but you're going to be flight crew here, staying with the plane." Shoshana said,
"Pike, I know what you said on the flight over, but you want me there. You need me there."
I looked at Aaron, who understood where I was coming from. He said, "Shoshana, let it go. Soon we'll be back in Israel, and it will be Pike asking to continue." Which wasn't what I wanted to hear, but he was speaking the truth. My being in charge of our little team had always been based on consensus, and that had been bent at every moment. Aaron and Shoshana followed me out of deference, not command. Israel, which is where we were going next, would break it. No way would I be able to claim team leader when we hit the ground in Israel, where the Mossad was paying for the hunt. I wasn't sure what to do about that yet, since I also answered to the task force. One bridge at a time. Right now I had to become the undercover diplomat for the United States of America, having received a back-channel message from the President of the United States. It was short and sweet, basically saying, "We don't think it's you. Don't cause a war." And now, I was supposed to pass that along. The pilot opened the door, letting the stairs down, and I leaned forward, pecking Shoshana on the cheek. I said, "If I could take you, I would, because I trust you." Her eyes went wide at the gesture. Aaron smiled, and she looked up at me in a new light, saying,
"Okay, Nephilim, I trust you. We'll see you soon."
Jennifer grinned at the exchange, and Shoshana flicked her head to Knuckles, saying,
"So you'll take him instead?"
I started walking to the front of the aircraft, saying, "Yeah, might be meeting a female. You never know." Jennifer, Brett, Knuckles, and I exited the aircraft, went through customs and immigration, and were let loose in the city. I gave instructions for the team to get some rental cars and dialed my phone, waiting with a little trepidation. Samir al-Atrash was a member of the Druze sect in Lebanon. I'd trained him and his men a long time ago as a member of the Lebanese Defense Force's Special Operations Component. Since then, he drifted a little bit, becoming bitter after the 2006 war with Israel, to the point that he'd become disillusioned with the LAF and had left the service. A few years ago, I'd contacted him for some help tracking down a terrorist threat, and he'd helped out. But not before I'd been captured by Hezbollah and had one of my fingers cut off. Jennifer had saved me from a much worse fate, using him and his men, and when I'd seen him, I was sure he'd set me up. I'd almost killed him then in a blind rage. At that moment in time, I wanted to beat him to death, but Jennifer had convinced me that it wasn't a betrayal from Samir. I'd spared his life, but it hadn't been pleasant. And now, I was going to ask for his help. The phone rang through, and I heard his voice. I said, "Samir? It's Pike Logan." He said,
The last time I heard from you, we almost had a civil war here in Lebanon. And now it looks like we're headed for the same thing. Only this time it's war with Israel. I chuckled and said, the last time I was here, I prevented a civil war. I'm trying to do the same now. Did you get the information I asked for? I did, but it's not as easy as you think. All I need to know is where that guy is. He's got some killers with him who are about to turn your world upside down. That's what I mean. The man you're after is one that the Hezbollah hierarchy cares about. He's very valuable. They don't want to turn him over to the Americans, even if it means what you say. I segued to my primary mission, one that he didn't know about yet. Do you have someone within the hierarchy with you? Because I have a message I want to pass. A message from whom? From the top of the United States. Look, Samir, this shit going on isn't what it seems. We're trying to unfold it, but right now we need to let Iran know that we know it isn't them. We need them to back down. Knuckles came to me holding a couple of key fobs, saying, "We've got vehicles waiting on you." I nodded, then heard Samir say, "You want to talk to Iran?" Off the phone, I said, "Bring them here. We're leaving now." On the phone, I said, "Yes, that's what I want. Do you have someone who can do that?" I heard nothing for a moment, then, "I do, Pike, but this is very dangerous, both for me and for you." I said, "Yeah, I get that. The last time I saw you, I lost my pinky finger to some pruning shears. We're outside the airport. Where do we go?" He gave me an address, and I said, "You're shitting me. You want to meet there?" He said, "I thought it appropriate." I turned to my group saying, "Jennifer and I are going in. Brett and Knuckles separate short of the location. Anything goes wrong, kill all of them. I mean every single one." Chapter 62. Raphael and Leonardo loaded back into the Land Cruiser, now following a Toyota Hilux pickup truck out of the village. They reached a real two-lane highway and picked up speed, driving south. Tariq said, "So I assume everything went well?" Raphael said, Yes, as far as I can tell.
"You know, all of this land is now owned by Hezbollah, right?"
That's what he said. Why?
"Just that you're now in a different world. This isn't Lebanon or Rome. You cross these people, and you're going to die."
Raphael smiled and said, "I've been here before. Trust me, I get it."
Tariq caught his eye in the rearview mirror, but said nothing else. After passing through several small villages, they reached the bombed-out outskirts of Dara, Leonardo saying,
"This looks like Sarajevo after the war."
Tariq said,
"The regime just pounds it with artillery, like it's target practice. Nobody wants to be anywhere near the city now."
They continued south, leaving behind the devastation. After another 40 minutes of driving, the Hilux left the paved road and headed out into the desert. Tariq followed. Raphael saw a small compound in the distance. Nothing around except for the rocks and small scrub trees. No orchards or other agriculture. The buildings were clearly here for something other than farming. The pickup truck circled the compound, then pulled up short next to an overhang built of tin. Underneath were 4 Samad 3 UAVs. Built in Iran and used to great effect in Yemen against Saudi Arabia, they were basically suicide drones. With a wingspan of nearly 15 feet and a payload of 40 pounds of explosives and ball bearings, it was like a small airplane. Not controlled by an operator using a tablet or other device, it was fire and forget, with a range of more than 1,500 kilometers. All that was needed was to load the coordinates to the attack point, release it, and it was on its way, like a slow-motion bullet fired from a gun. Developed and perfected in Iran, it was named after a leader of the Houthis, Saleh al-Samad, who was assassinated by the United Arab Emirates in 2018. It was used almost daily by the rebel movement in Yemen, the most famous being an attack on a Saudi refinery in 2019 that caused reverberations throughout the oil industry and by extension, the world. It was a crude cruise missile that Raphael intended to use not as a signal of deterrence against a target with little meaning, like Hezbollah wanted, but as a spark against a lake of gasoline. Tariq saw the Hilux doors open, and the two men exit. He said,
"Okay, this is your show now."
Raphael slowly nodded and left the vehicle. He went to the two men and said,
"So you've got the Samad 3. Good drone."
"Yes, but our problem is we can't launch it from here. We don't know how. It's too big to simply toss in the air, and its push motor doesn't work on the ground. You see 4 of them here, but there used to be 6. We wrecked them trying to get them in the air."
Raphael said, "I know. It requires a rack to launch from. Did you not get any instructions with them?"
Embarrassed, Tracksuit said,
"No, they just gave them to us. It's why you're here. We know how to put in the coordinates and the weapon payload, but don't know how to get it off the ground."
Raphael laughed and said, "I understand. It has to have speed to gain altitude, but once it does, it'll fly. That's the easy part."
He glanced around the stall, seeing several steel latticework frames against the wall, lined up one after the other. He counted 6, then said,
"Did those come with the drones?"
"Yes, it was the scaffolding surrounding the frames for protection."
Raphael couldn't believe what he was hearing. These men were as dumb as a box of rocks. He said,
"That's not for protection of the drone. That's the launch platform. You mount it in the bed of a truck, fire up the engine, then begin driving. Once you've built speed over the wings, you launch it in the air."
Inside the vehicle, Tariq said to Leonardo,
"We've done our duty. Pay us the rest of the money and we'll be on our way. I don't want to know what's going on here."
Leonardo said,
"You're not going anywhere."
Tariq pulled out his sat phone, raised the antennae, and dialed a number, saying,
"Yes, I am. I got you here, and that was the deal. I'll need the rest of the cards now."
Leonardo said,
"We're going to need help getting back to Beirut."
"That wasn't the agreement. I get you here, and I'm done."
"Well, it's the agreement now. If you want those other debit cards, you'll wait."
Tariq gave a sour look, and the phone connected. He said,
"Package is delivered. I'm coming home."
The man on the other end of the line said something, and Leonardo saw Tariq's eyes squint. He said,
"What do you mean?"
The man on the other end of the line said something else, and Tariq said,
"I'll be coming back soon."
Leonardo waited for him to hang up, then said,
"We can't get out of here by ourselves. The agreement was here and back."
Tariq laid the sat phone on the dash, the antennae still out and connected. He said,
"That is not what we agreed to. I have other endeavors in the works. I don't have time to wait for you to play with these guys. You do what you want to do, but we're leaving."
Leonardo pulled up his pistol and said,
"You'll wait, at least for a little bit."
The driver saw the pistol and reacted violently, turning around and attempting to grab it out of Leonardo's hands. Leonardo broke the trigger, splattering the driver's brain matter against the windshield. The two men near the Hilux ducked, looking at the Land Cruiser. Tariq slammed his back against the door, holding his hands out, shouting,
"No, no, no!"
Tracksuit whipped out a pistol, aiming it at Raphael's head.
"What was that?"
Raphael spread his hands wide, showing he had no weapon. He said,
"I don't know."
Tracksuit said,
"Tariq is valuable to us. He is a friend. You are not. Raise your hands."
Raphael did so, saying,
"I'm only here to help with the drones."
Camouflage Guy came to him, searching up and down his body. He pulled out a Glock 19, tossed it in the dirt, then nodded to Tracksuit, who said,
"Tell your partner to come out without a weapon, and to release Tariq."
Raphael shouted at the SUV, and Tariq exited, his hands in the air. Tracksuit said,
"What's going on?"
Tariq said,
"Nothing. Everything is fine."
Tracksuit said,
"Where is your driver?"
Panting, Tariq said,
In the car! In the car!"
Tracksuit looked at Raphael, pointed his pistol, and said,
"Get your other man out here, or I'll kill you where you stand."
The words were still hanging in the air when his head exploded like a watermelon thrown off a roof. Camouflage Man whirled, and he met the same fate, his head absorbing 2 rounds from a Glock 19. He dropped, and Leonardo appeared from the other side of the Land Cruiser. Raphael sagged a bit, then said, "Good shooting." Tariq said,
"What have you done? They're Hezbollah! We're all dead now!"
Raphael went back to the Land Cruiser, saying, "You were dead the minute you got in the vehicle with me." He dug around the back seat, came back out, and tossed the hood he'd been forced to wear earlier. He said, "Put that on. Don't worry, I'm not kidnapping you." Chapter 63. Garrett heard the alarm go off and rolled over, the jet lag still kicking him in the butt. He sat up, put his feet on the floor, then thought about just getting back in bed. Today was nothing more than an orientation day, with the Knights members meeting the other church groups who had gathered for the trip to Megiddo. The day was beginning with breakfast, and then would include scripted tourist events designed to inculcate in the group of visitors an undying support for the State of Israel. He showered, dressed, then took his Thuraya sat phone and went to the window to let it find a satellite. It connected, but he had no messages. He was beginning to worry about the mission in Syria. The last he'd heard, they had landed in Lebanon, but that had been over 24 hours ago. If they had failed, the only thing left was Michelangelo, and Garrett wasn't sure his attack would be enough. It was a fail-safe, last-chance attempt. He thought about calling them, but understood the risks involved. Satellite phones in Syria were routinely monitored by a plethora of intelligence agencies, both from the West and the East, not to mention the Assad regime itself. He decided to leave the phone on the windowsill and see if he had a message when he returned. He went downstairs to the breakfast event, meeting the Grand Master and the other men of the Knights of Malta entourage, then met the other organizations who had traveled for the event, most evangelical megachurches based in the United States, all incredibly happy to be invited. He did his best to keep up appearances, and honestly didn't have much trouble doing so, as the true anointed knights of his group were the ones people wanted to meet, not some nobody on the edges. He heard plenty of people talking about the prophecies of the Bible, but none who would actually bring it about, and felt a calm by the words. Toward the end of the breakfast, the Grand Master pulled him aside and said,
"Spend today doing whatever security preparations you must, because tomorrow I don't want you to be a single blip on anyone's radar."
"Okay, sir. That's my mission for today, and thank you for keeping me out of the mess of politics of this trip. You guys can enjoy the trip to Jerusalem. I'll prepare the protection." Grand Master Chaucer said,
"I can't afford you to interrupt anything tomorrow. If it's not settled today, it's not getting settled. I'll trust the Israelis for my protection."
Garrett smiled and said, "It will be fine, sir. As we both know, the Lord will protect us." He left the breakfast and went to find Michelangelo. Going to his room, he pounded on the door. Michelangelo opened it, clearly hungover from the night before. Garrett barged in and said, "Can you not spend one night focused on the mission?" Michelangelo rubbed his eyes and said, "What the hell? What time is it?" Garrett said, "Close to 10 in the morning. Is that too early for you?" Now aggravated, Michelangelo said, "I am focused on the mission, but it's not for 2 days." Garrett opened the drapes to his hotel room, the light spilling in and causing Michelangelo to wince. He said, "The tour today goes to the old city of Jerusalem. You're going to be on it. I need you to find out how you can get into the Dome of the Rock. There are apparently specific entrance requirements, and you need to find out how to get your backpack inside." He said, "I'm going as a Muslim, not a Christian." "Reconnaissance is reconnaissance. Pack your shit. Leave the explosives here, but take the backpack. Find out the security limits, and stay away from the cameras. When you go back, I don't want them to make a connection with this visit." Michelangelo bobbed his head up and down, moving to the bathroom to clean up. He said, "What are you going to do?" Find out what the hell happened to Raphael and Leonardo. Garrett turned to leave the room, saying, "You're good, right? You know what you have to do?"
Michelangelo said, "I'm good. I got it. I know what I need to do."
Garrett nodded and exited. He used the stairs to get back to his own room, checked the phone, and saw no messages. He held the phone in his hand, knowing he shouldn't call, but also knew the rest of the mission was a waste of time if they were dead. He dialed, waiting on the satellites to pick up the signal and transfer it back to Earth. It connected, and he heard,
Is this it?
"No, not yet." He heard exasperation.
Why the fuck are you calling? Every time this phone touches a satellite, it's a potential compromise.
Garrett exhaled a sigh of relief and said, "I know, but I had to know. You're good to go? You got what you needed?"
We are. We have the drones and means to launch them. It's going to take about 40 minutes for the birds to get to you, so we're going to need a little advance warning.
I got it. Don't worry about that. I'll give you the trigger. Just keep this phone operational.
There's one other thing. We've killed some of Hezbollah's men here. It's no big deal right now, but it will be in a day or two. Somebody's going to come looking, and we have no security to defend ourselves.
Garrett said, "Can you hold on for a day, until tomorrow?"
I think so, but it might be close.
Do so. Tomorrow is the attack, and it's going to be early. Wait for my call. When it comes, launch them all. Chapter 64. We took the rentals to the town of Sidon, about 40 minutes outside of Beirut, to a cafe that was the same place I'd been captured years before. Jennifer saw the location and said, "I don't think we should go in there." I said, "Well, we don't have a lot of choices here." I clicked on the net and said, "Knuckles, Blood, you staged?" Knuckles came back and said, "Yeah, we're staged. But if I were you, I wouldn't enter that damn place. Bad juju." I said, "Yeah, maybe." Sidon was a coastal city full of backpackers and foreign tourists, the promenade next to the water dotted with restaurants and nightclubs, and this cafe was a place that anyone would feel safe. Unless a bomb had gone off inside it years before, and you were captured by a bunch of terrorists. The sun beginning to set, it was becoming crowded on the promenade next to the cafe, making it hard to see a threat. Walking to the door, I felt a little post-traumatic stress, but suppressed the feeling, holding Jennifer's hand. Before, she'd been on the outside. Now, I had her with me. I wasn't sure if that was good or bad. I walked into the interior, surveyed the room, and saw Samir in the back, sitting with an older guy dressed like a local, wearing a tweed jacket and a white skullcap. Samir waved, and I waved back, telling the hostess I was with him. I went to the table, glancing around me as I did. I saw 2 men to my left at a table, and 2 men to my front against the wall. They were all young, mid-20s, and were dressed in a more Western style, with 2 of them wearing ball caps, but they had a hard air about them. Security. At least, that's what I hoped. If they were simply protection, I had no issue with it. If they were trying to roll me up, like it happened the last time I was here, they would all die. Samir stood up and hugged me, and I returned the embrace. He turned to Jennifer and did the same, truly seeming to mean it. He held her shoulders and said, "It's good to see you, Coco. Climbed any walls recently?" She smiled and said, "More than I care to admit." He said, "Sit. Both of you, sit. It's really good to see you." We did, and I said, "Who's your friend?" The man was glowering at me like he wanted to set my balls on fire. Not exactly a good start to negotiations. The man said, "You can call me Mohammed." I laughed and said, "Sort of like John Smith, is that it?" He didn't get the joke. Looking at Samir, I said, "Sorry, I'm not trying to cause a fight here." Mohammed said, "What do you want? Why did you come here?" I said, "I need the phone number for one of your men. He's with some people who are trying to start a war. I want to stop them." He said, "It is you people who are starting a war. You people who are looking for a pretext to cause a fight." I looked at Samir and said, "Is this the guy?"
Can he talk to the leadership? Samir glanced at Mohammed and said,
He can talk to the leadership of Hezbollah. I can't promise they'll do the same with Iran.
I turned to Mohammed and said, We're about to be at war. If we do that, it'll be the end of your existence. It'll be total. Iran will be gone, and so will Hezbollah. You understand that, right?
I understand that you will pay a heavy price for such a thing. Afghanistan and Iraq rolled up times 10.
I said, exactly. We don't want that. We really, really don't, no matter what you guys think. We do not want a war. You think we're making up the killings around the world to give us an excuse, but the killings are real. He hissed,
The killings are from someone else. You're just using them as a punching bag. We have nothing to do with them.
I leaned back and said, Yes, we know that. You are not responsible for them. Someone else is causing it, and they're blaming you to cause us to go to war. You people are playing into their hands. Every strike you do, every show of force, is backing us up against a wall. We need you to stop. He looked at Samir, then said,
How do I know this is true? How do I know you aren't just trying to gain an edge on the fight?
I said, Honestly, you don't. But do you have a smartphone? He looked confused for a moment, then said,
Yes.
Is it an iPhone?
Yes.
I'm going to airdrop you a message from the President of the United States. It's a message from my Commander-in-Chief. It's real. Surprised, he said,
I can't trust that.
I said, I know. There's no way to prove it's a true message, except for one thing. I traveled here to Lebanon to give it to you. I pointed at his 2 security teams and said, At great personal risk, I might add. My National Command Authority wants to head off a war, and they asked me to do this. I kept my eyes on him, and an attractive woman approached our table. About 25 years old, she had that sultry look that seemed to be inherent in Lebanese women. I glanced at her, did a double-take at her beauty, and saw Jennifer smile at my reaction. I waited on her to say something, but she went to Samir and hugged him. I looked at Jennifer and she said, Don't tell me you thought she was coming over here for you. I blustered something and she said, You don't recognize her? And I finally did. She was Samir's niece, someone who'd been kidnapped on the same mission where I'd lost a finger. I'd slaughtered quite a few people to save her. She was older now, and it showed in all the right ways. Samir returned her embrace and said,
We have some business to conduct, if you don't mind.
She ignored him, coming over to Jennifer and giving her a hug. She then looked at me and with a bubbly smile said, I still owe you. Like she'd lost a game of beer pong instead of being captured and almost killed. Her resilience was the essence of the entire country. I said, Yes, if I remember, it was a beer. She laughed and said, One day I'll pay. She kissed me on the forehead and left. Mohammed watched the entire exchange, finally saying,
What was that?
I said, Nothing. Pastimes. Your phone? I could tell the encounter had worked in our favor. I wasn't the infidel from the great Satan. I was something different. Mohammed pulled out his cell. I opened my airdrop application, seeing Dora the Explorer as the only available destination. I said, I don't see your phone. He said, Look for Dora. I looked up from my iPhone and said, You're shitting me. He smiled for the first time and said,
I have a daughter. She named my phone.
I laughed and said, I have my own daughter, adopted from Syria. I get it. It's on the way. And we finally bonded. He relaxed in the chair, retrieved the message, and said,
I will take this to my command. I can't promise anything.
I said, That's all I ask. Just do what we both want here. Nobody wants a war. Well, almost nobody. I looked at Samir and said, Which is why I need that number for the smuggler. Mohammed said,
You don't need to worry about that number. We've talked to him and he's okay. We'll be taking care of him.
No offense, but I don't think he will be. He's in danger, if he's not already dead. Do you know where he is here in Lebanon? Can you get to him? Mohammed glanced at Samir, and Samir nodded, encouraging him to talk. He came back to me and said,
He's not in Lebanon. He's in Syria.
Syria? What the hell for? How did he get there?
He's helping us with some things.
I said, Mohammed, give me the number. He may have thought he was helping, but he's with the men who are trying to get us into a fight. They want us at each other's throats. Give me the number, and if he's fine, he's fine. If not, I'll handle the problem.
We can deal with this.
I rolled my eyes and said, okay, then do it. In the meantime, give me the number. It's just a sat phone. It's not like I can use it to break apart your security systems here in Lebanon. Just give it to me.
What will you do with it?
Stop a damn war. Chapter 65. The Rockstar bird took off, circled the coast of Lebanon, and then began crossing back into the country. The city of Beirut lit up in the nighttime sky. We'd left so quickly I hadn't had time to tell anyone what was going on, just instructing Knuckles and Brett to show back up at the aircraft for immediate exfiltration. They'd turned in our rental vehicles and had met us plainside. Jennifer and I had run up the stairs behind them, closing the door with me still on the phone. 5 minutes later, we were airborne. After we broke the 10,000-foot mark, Shoshana came forward and asked,
"What are we doing? Why are we leaving?"
Still on the phone with George Wolf, I held up my hand, waving her off. Truthfully, I was glad I had an excuse not to answer, because I wasn't really sure what the hell we were going to do. But I knew that staying in Lebanon wasn't the answer. Mohammed had finally given me the number, and I'd had Jennifer inject it into our system through the task force after leaving the meeting. It was a long process, because Project Prometheus requests had to be washed of fingerprints before entering the intelligence community. But it was what I had to deal with. The NSA could find that phone if it had contacted a satellite, and because of the way sat phones worked, it would have a geolocation assigned to it. The problem was that the tale of getting that information back to me could take hours. We'd left the cafe in one piece, with Samir satisfied that I hadn't done anything to put him in danger. Honestly, I would have liked to spend a few days on the coast with him and his niece, just drinking beer, but that wasn't going to happen anytime soon. Mohammed had actually become almost human. I knew he was a Hezbollah killer, but we were working for the same solution on this problem set, so I would respect his position. Someday, I might be hunting his ass, but not today. In the rush to get the number in the system, and the team into the aircraft, I hadn't had the time to tell anyone what we were doing, spending it all talking to George Wolf on my secure phone. I'd kept arguing with Wolf all the way through takeoff, the sticking point being that we were now going into Syria. Lebanon was okay, and Israel was even better, given we had Aaron and Shoshana, but Syria was an entirely different basket of shit. He didn't want to do anything there without consulting the Oversight Council, but I told him we didn't have the time for a debate, using his own words against him about the original Omega Authority. We'd thought it would be in Lebanon, but that didn't alter the facts of the matter. Terrorists don't care about state boundaries, and that's why we existed. Syria was no different than Lebanon as far as the task force charter was concerned. Well, except that it was a hell of a lot more dangerous. I hung up the phone. Shoshana started to say something else, and I held up a hand saying, "Jennifer, any geolocation?" "Not yet." I said, "Brett and Knuckles, we need to talk." They came forward and I said, "Remember when I said I was going to target you against the so-called turtles in Lebanon?" Wary, Knuckles said, "Yeah." "Well, I'm still going to target you against them, but it's going to be in Syria." Brett said, "Syria? How are we going to get in there? You think you can just land in Damascus and have us rent some vehicles like we did in Beirut?" "No, I don't think that will work." Knuckles looked at Brett, then at me. He said, "So, what are we doing?" "We're waiting on the geolocation of the bad guys. When we get it, you're going to go find them." Brett said, "And how are we going to do that?" Knuckles was the first one to realize what I was saying. "You're shitting me. You want us to jump into an unknown drop zone inside a combat zone into Syria?" Jennifer came forward in a rush, saying, "I have the geolocation. It's right outside of Dara, Syria, out in the middle of the desert." I took the tablet, looked at the location, then told her to take it to the pilots. I said, "Yeah, that's what I'm saying. We're 30 minutes out right now. Get ready." Brett said, "You're shitting me." I said, I shit you not. You remember in Brazil, when you told me this bird was equipped for in extremis free-fall operations? And I was the one who had to exit the bird? Now it's your turn. He shook his head and said, This is borderline crazy. You want me and Knuckles to free-fall into Syria based on a grid from the NSA? I said, I do. The smuggler was taking them to meet Hezbollah members for some sort of attack in Israel. I thought it would be in Lebanon, but it's not. The Croatian guys are going to use whatever they find with the Hezbollah men to start a war. If they're Katyusha rockets targeted at an Israeli city, it'll be a bridge too far. I'm pretty sure they've already killed the Hezbollah contacts. We don't know the target, but we do know where they're being launched from. Stop them. Brett said, You're going to really owe me for this. I slapped his shoulder, and he went to the back of the plane. He unscrewed 2 panels in the wall of the aircraft and started pulling out the freefall rigs from their hiding place, Javelin parachutes that were extremely precise under canopy. Knuckles said, So we can get in, but what about exfiltration? How are we getting out? I said, I honestly don't know, but I'll figure it out. He grinned and said, You damn well better. I said, There's a lot of special mission unit activity in Syria now. Old friends, I'll leverage them. You get this done, and I'll get you a link up to exfiltrate to Jordan. Just get in, kill them, and start your escape and evasion. He went back to the rear of the aircraft saying, This is seriously seat-of-the-pants shit here. Unlike every other SEAL I knew, where a half of a plan was better than wasting time developing a whole one, Knuckles always preferred an operation to be wired tight before execution. This was probably driving him nuts. But I knew he was better than just about anyone in a fluid situation. Jennifer came back and said, 20 minutes out. The time was speeding up, like it always did before a mission, with the seconds seeming to fly by faster and faster. Aaron and Shoshana helped the 2 with their parachute containers and rucksacks, Knuckles and Brett cramming in anything they could think of for the mission. Knuckles loaded a GPS with the coordinates from the NSA phone track, then did the same for Brett's GPS, both of them mounted on a board affixed to their waists. Knuckles said, How high are we? I said 17,000 feet. We can't go any lower because of air defenses. Do you want O2? He said, No time for that. If we get out quickly, it won't be a problem. People go up Everest without oxygen, so I guess we can fall without it for a few seconds. At 8 minutes out, acting as a jump master, I helped them put on the harnesses, then cinched their SIG MCX weapons to their sides, finally clipping the small rucksacks between each of their legs. I said, Did you remember any food? Knuckles looked at Brett, and he shook his head. Knuckles said, We're going hungry if you don't get us out. Jennifer ripped open an overhead bin, grabbed a bunch of power bars, and shoved them into their blouses. First Knuckles, then Brett, saying, In case you have to eat on the run. I heard the pilot shout up front, and glanced that way. He had on an oxygen mask, telling me he was going to depressurize the aircraft. I gave him a thumbs up, felt my ears pop, and tapped Brett on the shoulder. He bent down and cranked a small handle at the back of the aircraft, retracting a plate on the floor, the wind racing through the cabin like a banshee, and starting to buffet inside the plane. The aircraft itself wasn't built for freefall operations, and only had a hatch for use in extreme conditions, which this qualified. Instead of leaping out in a grand exit like a regular airplane, the jumper had to inch himself into the hole, then fall forward into space. It wasn't elegant, as the jumper would basically squeeze himself into the hatch and then drop like he was doing a cannonball at a community swimming pool. But once in the wind, it would be like any other exit. I knew because I'd done it once. I sent Jennifer to the cockpit for the countdown, then positioned Knuckles in the hole, the wind whipping into the aircraft, the land a far, far distance away. At 17,000 feet, we couldn't do this for very long because of the lack of oxygen, but we could do it long enough. Knuckles clamped a pair of night vision goggles to his helmet, and I heard Jennifer shout. I slapped his shoulder. He gave me a thumbs up, then shouted at Brett saying, 10,000, open at 10. Brett nodded, and Knuckles disappeared like he'd been flushed down a toilet, disappearing into the blackness of the night. Brett snapped on his own NVGs, and then struggled to follow him, every second giving distance between the two of them. He flopped into the hole, wrapped his arms around his chest, and dropped out of the plane. I began cranking the hatch closed, screaming, "Jumpers away! Jumpers away! Pressure! Pressure! Pressure!" The air stilled in the plane, and I took a seat, exhaling. Shoshana sat next to me and said,
"When we get to Israel, can we just land?"
Chapter 66. Knuckles hit the aircraft's slipstream and began to tumble, the wind pulling him behind the plane as he fell. It wasn't a surprise. He expected the turbulence, knowing it was going to happen, and rode it out until he was in clean air, the aircraft disappearing in the distance. On his back, falling to earth, he threw out his arms and legs, then twisted until he was flat and stable, facing the ground. It didn't feel like falling. There was no sense of gravity, like he'd jumped off a high diving board or a cliff. Honestly, it felt more like standing up in the bed of a pickup truck speeding down the road, the wind trying to knock him over. He gained control of his body, his hands and legs now acting like little stabilizers, each flick of his palm working unconsciously, just knowing what to do, like a person riding a bike, the shifting of weight without conscious thought coming naturally from many previous rides. He glanced at his altimeter, saw he was passing through 15,000 feet, and rotated, doing a circle in the air looking for Brett. He saw nothing in the darkness, but that also wasn't unexpected. He glanced at his altimeter again, saw he was passing through 10,000 feet, and reached for the ball at the base of his parachute container. He pulled it out, felt the satisfying, life-saving blossom of his canopy, and he was suddenly in a quiet place, the wind gone, the adrenaline retreating. He pulled down the handles to his risers, took a look at the GPS on his waist, and turned the canopy, aiming toward the location it highlighted. In that moment, Knuckles felt free, floating to earth, high above the land. He was doing what he loved. He lowered his night vision goggles over his eyes and scanned the horizon for Brett, knowing he could be up to a mile away. He saw a blip in the distance, a blinking on and off. He raised his NVGs, and the blip of light was gone, telling him it was infrared. He pulled the NVGs down again, and definitely saw the light. It was Brett, but he was a long way off. He didn't think that would be a problem, simply happy his teammate was under canopy. Brett would do the same thing he was, flying to the grid on the GPS. They'd eventually link up, either in the air or on the ground. He passed through 5,000 feet, still steering the parachute toward the grid on his waist, and felt the speed of his parachute pick up. The Javelin wasn't something he'd typically want on an infiltration of this type, because it was built for sport jumping, with an aspect ratio that required skill to land, something made more complicated in a night landing. The parachute itself had a forward thrust of nearly 30 miles an hour in zero wind, meaning if he did nothing at all, he'd hit the ground as fast as if he jumped out of a car doing that same speed. Flying with the wind would exponentially increase his velocity. If he wasn't careful, he'd slam into the earth at 60 miles an hour. He could, of course, control that speed right before he touched down, and if he did it right, facing the wind to counteract the forward thrust and stalling the chute, he'd touch down like a feather. The problem was, he had no idea how the winds were flowing at ground level, and didn't even know what the ground looked like. Controlled correctly, the parachute could land on a dime. But at night, flying blind, with no idea which way the wind was blowing, it was decidedly dangerous. The Javelin worked well in daylight, when one was landing on a football field full of cheering fans, but at night with uneven terrain, it was dangerous as hell. The only good thing was that the aspect ratio of the parachute was one of the best in the world. For every foot he went down, he would go 3 feet forward, getting closer to the target. He reached 4,000 feet, the usual opening altitude for a halo jump, and could dimly see the ground below him in his NVGs. He continued forward, letting the canopy fly, wanting to get as close as possible to the grid on the GPS. He reached 2,000 feet and began searching the ground for a landing spot. There were no lights at all, the earth completely dark. He passed 1,000, still letting the canopy do its work. At 500 feet, he slowed the canopy down, trying to judge the wind. He felt nothing. He continued to fly, still holding at half speed, and abruptly saw the ground directly beneath him, a hill rising up out of nowhere. He had a split-second decision of lifting his legs and trying to clear the hilltop at speed, or jerking his risers down and stalling the parachute. He opted for the latter, having no idea what was beyond the rise of earth. He slammed his handles down, tucked his legs for a landing fall, and met the hill. The parachute slowed, but not nearly enough for a championship landing on a football field. He slammed into the earth, his body pounding into the side of the hill. He flipped over, landing on his back with the parachute settling behind him. He sat up, took stock of his body, and saw he was okay. The parachute caught the wind, billowing out behind him and trying to jerk him backward. He pulled his cutaway pillow, releasing it to blow away down the hill. He stood up, checked the grid to the location of the sat phone, and saw it was about 10 kilometers away. He thought, great spot on that one, Pike. He pulled off the parachute harness, released his MCX rifle, and shouldered his pack, starting to move to the GPS location, his night vision goggles still over his eyes. He crested the hill and kept walking, moving slowly, looking left and right for any threat that might appear. He had no idea about any Russian regime or Hezbollah patrols, and didn't want to be surprised. He went down and up one draw after another, resting at the top of each one to see if anyone was close. An hour later, he crested another hill, seeing the land flatten out ahead of him, and also saw movement. He crouched down, brought up his weapon, and waited. The person was walking across from him, following the small ridgeline of the wadi, and if he continued to do so, he would pass right in front of Knuckles. Through his NVGs, Knuckles drew a bead on the body, seeing a rifle in the man's hands, and knew who it was. He let the body come closer, and then said, "Flash!" The man dropped to the ground, rotating his weapon toward the noise, but did not fire. He said, "Thunder!" Knuckles stood up and said, "That was the most fucked up parachute insertion I've ever been on. Did you see our spot? We're miles away." Brett came up to him and said, "I'm going to kick Pike's ass for this. How do you let us jump out of a plane with no drop zone and no way to get out after the mission?" Knuckles chuckled and said, "He'll get us out. If there's anything Pike believes in, it's his family, and that's us." Brett said, "So what now?" Knuckles looked at his GPS and said, "Looks like 7 clicks that way, but we're closing in on dawn. We need to get there before first light." Brett looked at the terrain around them and said, "That's going to be hard to do." Chapter 67. The rising sun began cresting the mountains to the east, the long shadows finally disappearing from the Syrian desert plain. Raphael struggled with the nose of the first drone, while Leonardo lifted the tail section into the back of the pickup truck. They'd positioned the launch platform in the bed of the truck before the sun hit them, then had taken a break eating breakfast. In the small building adjacent to the drone storage area, Raphael had pulled the hood off Tariq's head, saying, "Time to eat." Tariq was understandably scared, but he ate what Raphael cooked on a hot plate, scarfing down the food. He said, "What are you going to do?" "The same thing Hezbollah wanted. Afterward, I'm going to need you to guide us out of the valley and back into Lebanon." "When will that be?" Raphael looked at his watch and said, "About 3 hours from now." "What are you going to do? What crazy thing do you have planned?" Leonardo said, "Not your concern." Raphael wiped his mouth with a napkin and said, "Put the hood back on." Tariq did so, and Raphael cinched his ankles and wrists with zip ties, saying, "We have to go to work. If you try to escape, you'll die. Understand?" Tariq had nodded, the hood jerking up and down. Raphael had backed the truck up to the drone shed, Then he and Leonardo had manhandled one of the drones onto the rack in the bed. Once it was settled in place, Raphael said,
"Put in the grid to the building here. All we want to see is if they work. We'll be wasting one of the drones. We have 4. 2 will be plenty. And if we don't know they work, we can't be sure they'll accomplish the mission."
Leonardo jogged to the front door of the building they'd slept in, retrieved a grid from his GPS, then scrambled back into the bed, loading the grid reference into the computer of the drone, including a single waypoint to the east. If the machine worked, it would fly to the waypoint, then turn around and fly home. Leonardo said,
"It's loaded. Should I start the motor now?"
The Samad 3 drone had a push-piston engine, with the propeller located at the back of the tail, and Leonardo wasn't sure when to engage it. Raphael said,
"Let me get the truck going, then fire it up."
Leonardo nodded and sat in the back, scrunched by the rack next to the tail, the wings extending out over the bed of the pickup, the nose above the cab. Raphael got behind the wheel, started the truck up, and drove out of the compound. He leaned out the window and said,
"I'm going to get it to 30 miles an hour. Start the engine as soon as I gain some speed. I'll stick my hand out when to release."
Leonardo nodded and said,
"What if this doesn't work?" "We load another one until we figure it out. It can't be that hard. Those savages in Yemen are blowing up Saudi Arabian oil refineries with these things."
He pulled his head back inside the cab and bounced along the rock-strewn terrain, then entered the rutted road. He glanced back at Leonardo, got a thumbs up, and goosed the engine. Leonardo pressed the ignition for the drone, and the 2-foot wooden propeller began spinning, barely clearing the bed of the pickup in the rack and threatening to chop off Leonardo's arm. The vehicle gained speed, the air beginning to rush over the wings, providing lift for the aircraft in the back of the truck. Leonardo grabbed the release rope beneath the rack and waited, squinting his eyes against the dust and avoiding the propeller. He saw Raphael stick his hand out the window and jerk the cord, releasing the drone. It raced off the rack, floating above the cab of the truck, and began climbing higher and higher, the propeller pushing it forward with greater and greater speed. Raphael stopped the truck, and soon enough, the drone was lost from sight. They sat, the engine of the truck ticking. Leonardo said, "The waypoint is like 2 minutes out. It should be back in 4 minutes." They waited, hoping it would work. At 3 minutes, Leonardo pointed and said, "There it is." The drone came screaming back at them, now at full speed of 120 miles an hour, coming lower and lower until it went over the top of the vehicle. They both ducked, watching it slam into the front of the building, right on target, shattering the walls from the impact. Leonardo said, "Looks like it works. Hope it didn't kill Tariq." Raphael laughed and said, "Let's get the next one loaded. Only this time with the explosive payload. Garrett should be calling soon." Driving the up-armored SUV, Garrett heard the Grand Master from the rear say, "Garrett, if you don't mind, can you pull into a convenience store for a spot of coffee?" Garrett looked in the rearview mirror and said, "Yes, sir, as soon as one appears. But this road doesn't look very conducive to finding one." Garrett had found out the night before that the grand speech by the Israeli Prime Minister was going to happen at 9 in the morning, which had required them to wake up before the sun had even risen. It was only a little more than an hour's drive to Megiddo from Tel Aviv, but with the security protocols in place, they would have to arrive at least 2 hours early. Garrett had assumed that the various organizations who had traveled here would all convoy together, but that wasn't the case. The U.S. State Department was coming from the new embassy in Jerusalem, and the other church groups were all staying near the old city, wanting to get in a bit of biblical tourism while they were here. That left the Knights of Malta entourage on its own, with nothing more than a location and a time to arrive. The Grand Master had been a little miffed at the arrangements, having expected an escort or other official trappings. Having not done any driving in Israel, and not wanting to be late, Garrett had insisted they be on the road by 05:30, much earlier than needed. But if anything happened en route, it gave him plenty of time to flex his mission. He'd called Raphael before getting on the road, telling him the schedule for the event, then had gone to Michelangelo's room, banging on the door until he woke up. Bleary-eyed, Garrett saw that he'd been out again last night. He'd said, "The Jerusalem trip? How did that go?"
"Okay. There are 11 gates to get to the Temple Mount, but only one for infidels like us."
"And the other gates? Will that Palestinian ID card work to get you through them?" While operating in Syria, they'd come across multiple Palestinian refugees who'd given up their dismal life in the camps of Lebanon, Gaza, or the West Bank and had picked up a gun for the pay from various militias. The men had no passport to travel anywhere in the civilized world, but there wasn't any immigration control for the militias in Syria. The only thing they owned was identification issued by the Palestinian Authority and Israel. Several of them had crossed Garrett and the Turtles, seeking to harm the Knights' work in Syria. After they'd died, Garrett had saved the cards. He'd then manipulated one from Michelangelo, the only man they had who could pass as a Palestinian.
"Yes, all I need is proof that I'm a Muslim, and I can use it. But believe it or not, there are multiple different types of Palestinian identification cards. We lucked out. I had to get a certificate to enter, proving I was a Muslim, and the identification worked fine. But only because the man we killed was from Jerusalem. If we'd have used a different one, from someone in the West Bank or Gaza, I would have been questioned about how I was even on Israeli terrain."
Garrett nodded, once again realizing how many single points of failure there were in this mission. In the past, his motto had been, "Two is one, one is none." And this near miss was exactly why. He said, "You have the certificate now?"
"Yeah. They all went to the Wailing Wall to shove a note in, and I went to get my certificate. I'm set for tomorrow. I'm going through the Gate of the Tribes inside the Muslim quarter."
"And the security?"
"It's tight. I mean really tight. Metal detectors and X-ray machines at every entrance. Security guards wandering around. They don't want any trouble."
"So how will you do this?"
"The guards are there to prevent a clash from the Muslim people praying and the Jewish and Christian visitors. People like us aren't allowed to pray. We're only allowed to visit. In fact, we can't even get into the Al-Aqsa Mosque or the Dome of the Rock. But the certificate beats that, because they'll think I'm a Muslim."
"And the metal detectors and X-ray machines? How will you get in the charges?"
"They're built into soda cans. It looks like a six-pack of soda. Muslims are allowed to bring all sorts of things into the compound, and they have picnics there all the time. I've packed my bag to look like a picnic. Six-pack of soda, sandwiches, blanket, chips. It'll work. I promise. The only thing that will stop me is that sometimes the Israeli security perimeter only lets in men above a certain age. Guys that won't start throwing rocks. I don't know the cutoff, but think it's 45 years old or so. If that's the case, I'm done."
"We can only do what we can do. I have to meet the Grand Master downstairs in a few minutes. We're heading to Megiddo."
"What about Raphael and Leonardo?"
"They're set. They have the weapons. It's coming soon. You don't need to do anything unless I call. Get to Jerusalem in the next hour, and keep your Zello app open. I'll either tell you to attack, or tell you to fly back to Rome to get out of the blast radius of the war. If it's to attack, do so. Then meet me here, back in Tel Aviv. Either way, we're flying out of here today." After that, Garrett had gone down to the lobby, met the Knights' leadership, and then retrieved their SUV. Finding an armored vehicle for rent had been a chore, but not nearly as hard as it would have been in the United States. It was exorbitantly expensive, but gave the Grand Master the flair he always strived to achieve, since he was missing his Israeli pageantry of an escort. Now driving to Megiddo, he was being asked to stop for a cappuccino in the heart of the Israeli desert on a 2-lane road that was much like a highway in Arizona, which is to say, there wasn't going to be a gas station anytime soon. Chapter 68. At 7:45 in the morning, I heard my computer ding. The task force Inmarsat phone hooked to it, and raced over, seeing a message from Knuckles. In position. 2 men so far. but can't judge total force. I typed, "Call me now." The Inmarsat buzzed, and I routed it through the computer. Jennifer strolling out of the bathroom wearing a robe, her head in a towel. She said, "What's going on?" "They found the possible target." I clicked the accept button and said, "This is Pike. Go ahead." "We've got 2 men at a compound loading what looks like a drone on the back of a pickup truck, and I don't think it's the first one. Either they're mentally deficient at operating them, or the drones aren't working, because the front of the building is caved in and I can see the wreckage of another drone." "What kind of drone? Like a quadcopter?" "No, like a mini Predator. Looks to be about 20 feet long with a wingspan of about 15. They're mounting it in the back of a pickup truck." "Send me a picture. Stand by." The computer dinged, and I pulled it up, seeing what looked like a miniature airplane with a push propeller in the back. But it was not anything I recognized. I said, "Got it." I glanced at Jennifer, saying, "Sending it to the task force now." She slid behind the computer in her robe and began typing a message. I said, "So what are we looking at? Is this them?" "Pike, I don't honestly know. The grid from the NSA intercept is here, but I don't see any Hezbollah-looking dudes. Just these 2, and interdicting them is going to be very hard. We're in an overwatch position about 300 meters away, and getting to them without being seen is asking for an ass-kicking. We're in the hills, but they're in flat terrain with zero cover. I can wait until they're done, and they return to the compound, but attacking them out in the open here isn't ideal." "Do you think they're the Turtles?" "Could be. They're not Arab, if that's what you mean. But they could also be Chechens working for Hezbollah. I don't know." "What did you get from Shoshana and Aaron?" Both of our Israelis had left at the crack of dawn to go meet their Mossad contact somewhere. We weren't read on to the meeting, and I had no idea when they'd return. I said, "Nothing yet. They're doing their top-secret meeting, but haven't come back. I don't know what they're going to find out." Jennifer waved at me, and I said, "Hang on." I looked at the screen, reading off a task force report. I said, "The UAV is a Samad 3 built in Iran and used primarily by the Houthis to attack Saudi Arabia, but it's also been passed to Hezbollah. It's basically a suicide drone, a slow-flying cruise missile. You're definitely looking at Iranian armament, and if those guys are loading it up, it means they're going to use it for an attack. What do you want me to do?" "I don't want you to endanger yourself, but don't let them launch." He laughed and said, "Wow, so endanger myself or let them launch." I didn't say anything for a second, and he came back saying, "Brett thinks he's found a way. They're loading it on the back of that truck for a reason, which means they're going to drive it for a launch platform. There's only one road going in and out of this place. We can position for an ambush along the road about 100 meters from the compound. We won't have to do a frontal assault." I said, "Perfect." He said, "Maybe, maybe not. If we're wrong, the drone is on the way." I heard a knock on my door. Jennifer opened it, and I saw our Israelis. I said, "Execute that plan. Carrie just came back. Let me see what I can find out, and I'll call you back if something changes." Knuckles said, "Roger that. Any word on exfil?" I looked at Aaron and pointed at a chair, saying into the Inmarsat, "Yes, Wolf has the message. He's working it." He said, "Small comforts. We do a shootout here, and we're going to be on the run." "I know. Worst case, head to the UN buffer group along the Golan Heights." He laughed and said, "That would definitely be the worst case. Call me when you figure something out. I'd rather sneak out of here because the Israelis have solved the problem than run out of here like Butch Cassidy and the Sundance Kid with the entire Bolivian army on my ass." I said, "You got it. Hang in there." I disconnected and said, "Well, what did you guys figure out?"
"They're here, and the serial killer is with them. We matched all the pictures from immigration, and his name is Garrett. He's acting as their head of security. We have identification for most of the diplomatic group, except for one guy. Garrett and the rest are driving to Megiddo. They left early this morning, but one named Michelangelo is not. He arrived with them, but isn't listed as attending the speech. We don't know where he is."
"Okay. So they're calling off the speech?"
"Unfortunately, no."
She saw the look on my face, and held up her hand, saying,
"We have elections coming up, and the Prime Minister isn't going to miss this opportunity. There are delegations from 4 countries, to include the United States. Do you think he's going to call off this event in our own country? In effect, say he can't protect them in our own land? He'll look like a coward."
Incredulous, I said, "You guys realize the best case is he just ends up dead? Worst case, he gets his entire country in a war with Iran?"
Shoshana said, "Pike, trust me, I get it. But it's out of our hands. The Prime Minister is surrounded by Shin Bet. This Garrett guy can't do anything to harm him. He's one man."
Chapter 69. Garrett finally saw the turnoff for the Megiddo National Monument, having stopped some 20 minutes before at a coffee shop just off the Iron Interchange, a spaghetti-like mess of roads where 4 highways converged. He left Highway 6, joined Highway 65 to the east, and saw a truck stop advertising a coffee shop. He pulled into the parking lot, reminding the men they were on a time schedule. The night's entourage took another 20 minutes at the stop milling about, deciding on what to purchase and talking to the locals gathered there. He knew the Grand Master enjoyed such settings, but felt the press of time. Eventually they'd returned to the highway, and 20 minutes later, Garrett found the turn for the monument. It was another 10 minutes down a small blacktop before he saw the parking area. Pulling into the tourist compound, he saw a security checkpoint and a modern building at the back, the Megiddo hill and excavation rising behind it. He stopped at the checkpoint, noticing that the entire car park had been closed to the public. He rolled down the window and passed across the diplomatic passports of the knights in the vehicle. The names were checked off a list, and he was waved forward, a police officer showing him where to park. He did so, then exited, saying, "I'm the head of security for this group. Is there a way I can take a look at the setup before we begin?" The uniformed Israeli passed him off to a man wearing a suit, who said, "I'm with the security team for the Prime Minister," meaning Shin Bet. "What can I help you with?" "I just want to see the setup. I'm the security man for this group." He sized Garrett for a moment, then said, "That's not necessary. We control the entire venue." Garrett smiled and said, "I'm sure you're correct, but I do get paid for this. All I want is a walkthrough." The agent considered for a moment, then said, "Tell your group to head into the visitor center for their security passes." Garrett leaned into the vehicle and relayed the instructions, then stood up. The agent said, "Do you have any weapons?" Garrett raised his arms and said, "No firearms, but I do have a knife. Other than that, just an iPhone, a Thuraya sat phone, and a GPS." He said, "Leave the knife in the vehicle." Garrett did so, placing a folding blade on the driver's seat, then turned back around. The man said, "Raise your arms, please." Garrett did so, and the agent gave him a pat-down, then said, "Follow me." He led Garrett past the visitor's center to the hill that housed the remnants of Megiddo. An ancient city built on a hill that protected the Aruna Pass through the Carmel Mountains. It had been inhabited thousands of years before Christ was born, with more than 26 civilizations having been uncovered, the earliest from 7000 BC. The hill had become a layer cake of archaeological digging, with one conquest after another taking the city and then leaving their mark on the earth. It was reputed to house the stables of King Solomon, and was said to be the most fought-over piece of terrain in the history of human conflict. But Garrett only cared about the final one, prophesied by the Bible, the one he planned to engender today. They climbed the steps to the archaeological digs, past the museum and visitor center, until Garrett saw a shaded overhang with a podium. In front of it, several stands of temporary metal stadium seating, also shaded. He said, "Is that where the speech will be given?" "Yes." "May I go look?" Aggravated, the agent said, "All of this has been cleared before we even arrived. After that, it was cleared again personally by my detail. Please humor me. I have to report back to a boss just like you." The man grimaced but said, "Follow me." They went to the stands, and Garrett pretended to look at the structures, as if he were searching for potential threats. He went to the podium and pretended to examine underneath it, but in reality pinpointed the actual grid in his GPS. He stood up, looked around in a 360-degree circle, and said, "I guess there won't be any snipers. This is the highest point around?" The agent scoffed and said,
"You Americans, always with the conspiracy theories. Do you think this is the first speech the Prime Minister has given? We protect him each time."
"What about a rocket attack? This is sort of open ground, and it's an easy location to find even if you're just using Google Earth."
"We have the Iron Dome. It's 90% effective against missiles from Gaza or Lebanon, and those missiles aren't even accurate enough to hit this place. More than likely, if they tried, and the Iron Dome didn't kill the missiles outright, they'd land 10 kilometers away."
They started walking back down the stairs, Garrett saying,
"But all it would take is one lucky shot." "Yes, if either Hamas or Hezbollah were dumb enough to try. If that happened, they would be wiped from the earth."
Garrett thought, one can hope. Reaching the visitors' center, Garrett shook the agent's hand, saying, "Thank you for your patience." The agent said,
"Enjoy the show,"
then walked away. Garrett chuckled, realizing he had no idea how true his words would be. He went back to the SUV and called Raphael on the sat phone. When he answered, Garrett said, "I have the grid. Prepare to copy." He relayed it, then said, "We're within the hour. Are you ready?"
"Yes. We've done one test. We're ready."
"Okay, stand by. I'll call when the audience enters the stands. Is the weapon set with a proximity fuse?"
"Yes. It'll close in to about 20 meters of the grid, then explode, throwing out ball bearings as it continues forward. The death radius should be 30 meters or greater."
"Perfect. I'll need to contact you before he takes the stage because of their flight time. I have no idea how long his speech is going to be. Stand by." He disconnected and saw a caravan of cars enter the parking lot, the middle one flying the flags of Israel on the bumpers. He knew who it was and felt his adrenaline rise. They parked, the security men spilling out, searching for a threat, and then the primary phalanx of men entered the museum visitor center. He followed behind, entering the building to find a buffet of food, and all present enraptured by the presence of the Prime Minister of Israel. He sought out the Grand Master and said, "I've checked the area and it's secure. I'm going to hang back at the SUV, letting the Shin Bet handle the security."
Chaucer said, "Thank you. I think that would be best. Now, if you'll excuse me, I would like to talk to the Prime Minister."
Garrett went back to the SUV, hoping the grin and grip wouldn't take too long. He opened the door, sat behind the wheel, and turned on the ignition, engaging the air conditioning, waiting. Eventually, he saw the mass of people exit the visitor center and head up the same stairs he had earlier. He waited until they were at the top, lost from view, and pulled out the Thuraya, dialing Raphael. The phone connected and he said, 40-minute flight, is that right?
"Yes, from our calculations, that's how long it's going to take to reach your location. We had to program some waypoints in to fly around the Golan Heights. It'll be coming in from the West Bank."
"Launch it now. Call me as soon as it's in the air." He hung up, then played with the radio, trying to find a station that actually spoke English, but failed. He waited 7 minutes, growing more concerned with each passing second. He looked at his phone, willing it to ring. He didn't want to initiate a call and possibly interrupt the launch. Maybe they just had a small problem and were working to resolve it. He knew from his past Special Forces experience that a headquarters interrupting a mission because of a simple lack of contact was the last thing he should do. Trust the man on the ground. He waited another 5 minutes and couldn't contain himself. He dialed the phone. He heard, "Hello? Raphael, what's the holdup? Is it on the way?" "This isn't Raphael. He can't talk right now because he took a bullet through the head. Who's this?" Garrett disconnected the phone, incredulous. He sat for 8 minutes contemplating his options, somewhat in shock. The voice on the phone was distinctly American. Somehow, the United States had managed to locate his men inside Syria. It was unfathomable. He'd conducted plenty of counter-terrorist operations in U.S. Special Forces, and they were lucky to find the man they were looking for 1 out of 10 times, with the entire intelligence apparatus of the United States on their side. And these men had found his like a laser beam. How? How had they done that? Breathing heavily, his anger building, he glanced out the window to a car approaching the security checkpoint. It prevented the vehicle from entering, and a man leaned out, clearly arguing with the uniformed officer. The passenger door opened, and a woman stood on the footwell, shouting over the cab of the vehicle. And he recognized who they were. The predators from Rome. They'd found him here, in Israel. He snarled, put the SUV in gear, and began racing across the parking lot. Chapter 70. Knuckles slithered through the folds of the earth, scraping across the rocks and following behind Brett in a low crawl, his head in the earth, his weapon dragging behind him. He saw Brett stop moving and waited. Brett turned and pointed to the top of a hillock, then inched his way up. He reached the crest, glanced over, then pushed himself back down. He whispered, "This is the best spot. The road comes in at an angle, then veers away at this point. The shot will be less than 70 meters. Can they see us? Do we have defilade? Not really, but the scrub growth up top will give us concealment. They won't see us until we start shooting. Did you get eyes on them?" "Yeah, they're loaded and ready to go." Knuckles crawled up the side of the hill himself, slowly moved to the crest between the scrub brush, and used the scope on his weapon to survey. He saw a truck about 200 meters away, a man in the cab waiting. Another man was in the bed of the pickup, crammed in between the steel of the truck and the rack holding the UAV. In his hand was a rope. Knuckles surveyed the road and saw Brett was correct. This was the best place to engage. He glanced back down to Brett and whispered, "Come on up. Get ready." Brett slithered up next to him and pulled his rifle forward. Knuckles dialed the scope to its highest magnification of 6 power and scanned the road to their location. He said, "I'll take the cab. You take the man in the back, Roger?" Already in the prone, building a firing position, Brett said, "Roger." Knuckles saw the man in the cab talking on a satellite phone, then holler at the man in the back. The man in the bed pulled out a GPS, loaded something in it, then connected the GPS to the UAV. Knuckles said, "They're prepping, get ready." Brett said, "I'm on it." "Wait until you can call your shot. We don't take them out quickly, and they'll be by us and gone." The truck started moving down the road, coming closer and closer. It gained speed until it was doing nearly 30 miles an hour. The man in the cab held his hand out the window, and Knuckles shouted, "That's it, start shooting!" He broke the trigger, the first round penetrating the windshield, followed by 3 more. The truck veered off the road, and he knew he'd struck the driver. He went to the bed, saw the man hit by Brett's rounds, but he was still moving. He fired as well, and the man jerked upright, then tumbled out of the bed. The rope wrapped around his arm. The drone released, launching into the air. They watched it fly over their heads and disappear. The truck kept going, slamming into the hill they were on, coming up the slope before the angle became too much. It tumbled back down, flipping over and over, finally stopping on its side. Knuckles said, "On the truck, let's go." They raced down the side of the hill, slipping in the loose gravel, their weapons at the ready. They reached the truck and Knuckles said, "Check the guy who fell out." Brett ran to the body, his weapon leading the way. Knuckles circled the cab, aiming through the spider-webbed windshield. He saw a body in the cab, eyes open, the skull with a split in it creating a trench through the forehead. He heard a ringing on the floorboard and saw a Thuraya satellite phone. He reached through the broken glass and pulled it out. He glanced back to Brett and saw him running back to the truck with the GPS in his hand. He answered the phone and heard, "Raphael, what's the holdup? Is it on the way?" Brett reached him, and he held up a finger saying, "This isn't Raphael. He can't talk right now because he took a bullet through the head. Who's this?" The phone disconnected. Knuckles said, "Guess he didn't want to talk. What do you have?" "I've got the GPS with the grid to the terminal point for the UAV." Knuckles pulled out his Inmarsat phone, dialing it and saying, "What is it?" "I don't know the exact location by reference, only by the grid numbers.
This GPS's map isn't that good, but it's in Israel, and the closest thing on this graphic is the Megiddo National Forest. The phone connected, and Knuckles said, "We took out the targets, but they managed to get the UAV in the air. It's on the way, and it's headed to Megiddo." Pike said, "Shit, that's not good. We're driving there right now, about 10 minutes out. How much time do we have?" "Just a guess, but I'd say 30 or 40 minutes. I go with 30. "Send me the grid to be sure, and the exact time of launch." "Will do. I've also got a Thorian number from someone who called asking about the status of the drone." "Someone called the men there?" "Yep, I answered, and he didn't want to talk to me." "Send that as well. What's your status right now?" "There are 2 other UAVs in the shed and a Toyota Land Cruiser. I figured I'd blow them up, then start hauling ass in the Toyota. I don't suppose you have a direction we should go yet?" "Not yet, sorry. I'm going to have my hands full for a little bit. Besides that flying bomb, we have one other turtle on the loose and no idea what he's trying to do." "Yeah, I figured that's what I would hear. I gotta go, sorry. I need this phone." Knuckles said, "See you at the wedding. Maybe." He lowered the phone, and Brett said, "Let me guess. We're on our own. At least for a little while. Let's check out that building." They approached at an angle, using whatever cover they could find, entering through the wreckage the drone had caused. It was a simple 3-room structure, the main room destroyed by the UAV. They silently went forward to the room on the right, clearing it rapidly, and finding 3 dead men, all apparently killed somewhere else and dragged here, judging by the scuff marks and blood trails. Brett whispered, "My bet is we found our Hezbollah dudes." Knuckles nodded and went to the next door, waiting on Brett to get his muzzle on it. Knuckles swung it open. Brett entered, and Knuckles flowed in behind him, Brett taking the right side, Knuckles the left. He saw another body on the ground, this one with a hood on. He went to it and checked for a pulse. As soon as he touched the neck, the body began thrashing about and screaming. Knuckles saw he was hogtied and said, "Calm down, calm down." The man did, and Knuckles pulled off the hood, seeing an older Arabic gentleman. He said, "Who might you be?" "I've been kidnapped. 2 men kidnapped me from Lebanon and brought me here." "You're from Lebanon?" "Yes, they killed my driver." "Your name?" "Tariq." Knuckles laughed and said, "As in Tariq, the smuggler for Hezbollah? That Tariq?" The man cowered back, wondering if he had gone from the frying pan into the fire. Knuckles said, "You came from Lebanon to here, in that Land Cruiser? And can get back to Lebanon the same way?" He slowly nodded. Knuckles bent down and cut the binds on his wrists and ankles, saying, "Well, Tariq, we might just want to hire you for your services." Chapter 71. I hung up the phone, turned to Shoshana, and said, "You've got to get those people out of the speech. I get it's important for the government, but they weren't able to stop the drone."
"How do they know it's headed here?"
"They have a rough location. It's coming somewhere around here." She didn't look convinced. I turned on my sarcastic voice and said, "Now, it could be headed to the city 12 miles away, or it could be going to blow up some hikers in the National Forest. But we both know that's not the plan. It's coming here, and we have less than 30 minutes to stop it. Get on the phone to your top-secret Mossad contact and get this event canceled." She picked up the phone, saying,
"I'll try, but I don't have contacts with Shin Bet. All I can do is call my contact in the Mossad, and I'm just a contractor. It's not like I have a direct line to the Prime Minister."
I said, "You'd better get something moving, because in 20 minutes, there's going to be a freight train full of explosives and ball bearings hitting this place." She dialed, got a beep, and said,
"No cell service."
I pointed to the Inmarsat on the seat and said, "Use the sat phone. Get someone." She picked it up, and while she dialed, I thought through the problem set, saying, "What about the Iron Dome you guys always brag about? When it crosses into Israeli territory, it'll get shot down, right?"
"No. That system is made for high-altitude rockets, not UAVs flying close to the Earth."
"But you guys have something to pick up incursions, right? I mean,
Surely you've seen the Houthi success in Saudi Arabia with these things, and thought about it here, right?
Truthfully, no, we don't. Not an automated system like the Iron Dome. We're still trying to figure that out. But if it crosses the Golan Heights, there will be an alert and someone will scramble. If it's programmed to fly around the Golan, that will be a problem. If they were smart, they'd cross to the south through Jordanian airspace, then enter through the West Bank. We don't have nearly the air defense architecture there. It'll be inside Israel and coming from south to north instead of from a threat country. But we do have alert aircraft.
I said, you guys are worse than we are at this shit. You need to get those alert birds in the air. She held up a finger and started talking.
Sir, this is Shoshana. Garrett, the guy we talked about at our meeting, is no longer the individual threat. He's managed to infiltrate some of his people into Syria and has launched a Hezbollah Samad 3 drone. I don't think he ever intended to conduct an overt operation on his own. He's just terminal guidance for the weapon system. He's no longer the threat, and Shin Bet can't protect the Prime Minister simply by keeping an eye on him. We need to tell them about the danger, and we need to stop the UAV.
She listened for a second, then said,
How do I know? I know because I know.
The phone spat out an argument that even I heard. Something about regretting hiring her, and how she was causing problems. I saw her face darken, and she said,
Listen to me, you shit. There is a missile headed to Megiddo, and it's going to evade our systems. When it hits, it's going to kill members of the Vatican, 13 different evangelical churches from the United States, the U.S. State Department delegation, and our own Prime Minister. Get off your ass and find that thing, or we're going into a war that will wipe out our country.
Shocked at her vehemence, I almost missed the exit to the Megiddo National Monument. I swerved at the last minute, taking the road and looking at her. She listened for a little more and said,
Sir, I apologize. Just find the UAV. It's small, but a lot bigger than what we usually see. It'll probably be coming from the West Bank.
The other end said something, and she said,
We're there now. I'll get the Shin Bet to evacuate.
She hung up, then looked at me, saying,
I don't think I'm going to get hired by them again.
I said, What happened?
They don't believe me, but they believe enough to not be the ones holding the bag if they're wrong. They're launching alert fighters from multiple bases. They'll find the drone, but I don't know if they'll kill it.
Why?
Too many layers. Too many people in the chain of command. I mean, if the CIA called an air base in the United States to find a threat, you'd get a response, but you wouldn't get cooperation. You'd have a bunch of people launching fighters in the air to protect their asses on the ground. The pilots wouldn't know why they were in the air, but the men on the ground would be protected because they issued the order.
Great. You are as dysfunctional as we are. She smiled and said,
We aren't dysfunctional. You and me. It's why we're here, right now.
And I realized she was right. The dysfunction she was talking about was the reason the task force was created. It was the reason Knuckles and Brett had eliminated the threat in Syria, and the result of that mission was why she'd made the call. So what now?
We get to tell the Shin Bet to call off the speech.
She grimaced, hating her role. She wanted to be the killer, not the diplomat, and I understood that. She said,
This should be great fun.
I turned to the road leading to the Megiddo Monument and looked at the time, saying, If it was a straight line, we're too late. It's going to hit in seconds. We entered the small road to the parking area, and I saw a security checkpoint. I said, What do we do with that?
Just go forward.
Avril Sharon buckled the oxygen mask to his helmet, closed the canopy to his F-16 Fighting Falcon, gave a thumbs up to the ground crew, and taxied to the runway. He received clearance for takeoff and thundered into the sky, believing it was just one more chase against phantom ghosts stalking Israel. He attained cruising altitude and saw his wingman appear to his left. He said, Here we go again, probably chasing a damn balloon. His wingman laughed through the radio and said, Yeah, if these guys keep this up, they'll win by bankrupting us with 1 million alerts. They circled around, heading toward the Golan Heights, Avril saying, Never chased a phantom out of the West Bank, though. What do you suppose that's about?
No idea. Let's just clean our sector and go home.
They crossed into the West Bank, came within spitting distance of the border with Jordan, and banked away, not wanting to cause an international incident. Avril scanned the area and said,
I see nothing. You?
His wingman didn't respond. He called again.
Do you see anything? 9 o'clock low, 9 o'clock low. Looks like an aircraft flying low and slow.
Avril banked, focused on the area, and saw the target. It did look like an aircraft, but it had no canopy. He understood that distance was its own enemy, and that he could be thinking the plane was much farther away simply because of its size. He flew forward, the aircraft eating up the ground, got above it, and said,
That's not an aircraft. It's a UAV.
He called back to his headquarters even as the UAV broke the border between the West Bank and Israel, now 20 miles away from Megiddo. He couldn't be faulted for that. He had no clear idea why he was even up here, and didn't want to be a laughingstock by blowing out of the sky an Israeli UAV surveying the West Bank.
Got a bogey UAV headed north, just broke the border. Is that my target?
The man on the other end of the radio was just as mystified as he was. The orders that had filtered through their respective commands, simply telling them to search and report. He said, Stand by, stand by. Avril tracked the drone, seeing the distinctive white excavations of Megiddo against the green of the hills in the distance. It jerked to the right and lowered altitude, moving into what he recognized as an attack run. He called back, UAV is lowering altitude. I say again, UAV is lowering altitude. Headed to Megiddo Hill, right at Megiddo Hill. Is it ours? Is it our UAV? The man on the other end said, Waiting on an answer, stand by. And Avril thought, why on earth would anyone strike an archaeological site? That thing has to be Israeli. But the UAV was lowering into a strike run. Avril called his wingman and said, You seeing what I'm seeing? I see it, I see it. What's your call? Avril said nothing. The UAV was 20 seconds from Megiddo at an altitude of 100 feet, when he flicked the arming switch on his Sidewinder missiles. It reached 10 seconds out, flying at more than 100 miles an hour, and he achieved lock-on, pulling the trigger and whispering, Please don't be Israeli. Chapter 72. I rolled into the checkpoint, lowered my window, and the uniformed Israeli said something in Hebrew. I said, English? He said, How can I help you? I said, This is going to sound crazy, but there's a threat against this place right now. We need you to alert the Shin Bet and get everyone off that hill. He bristled, and I knew why, but the time was so close, I couldn't think of any way to soften the blow. Trying to get past the checkpoint with some social engineering wouldn't stop the drone. He said, What do you mean, what threat? There's an unmanned aerial vehicle flying here right now from Syria. It's got a warhead that's going to kill everyone on that hill. You need to evacuate them immediately. His face went slack in shock. He put his hand on his pistol, like I was the drone, and said, Sir, what are you talking about? Please step out of the car. Shoshana opened the passenger door, stood up, and began yelling in Hebrew across the top of the cab. He backed up, drew his weapon, and I said, Shoshana, that's not helping anything. She said, It'll get someone here besides this monkey in a uniform. I turned to him and saw his eyes focused on the parking lot, his gun out, now pointed away from me. I turned and saw an SUV racing straight toward us, like it was going to ram us head-on. I slammed our vehicle in reverse, hit the gas, and spun into the grass on the side of the road, Shoshana barely hanging on. The SUV kept coming. The guard jumped aside and it hammered the wooden drop bar, shattering it, and screamed away. I got a quick glimpse at the driver as he sped by, and couldn't believe it. I looked at Shoshana, wanting to make sure I wasn't projecting. I said, Did you see the man behind the wheel? I had my answer in her expression before she even spoke. She said, It's the Ramsad's killer. I put the car in drive and went back to the gate, finding the guard completely confused, shouting in the radio and waving his pistol at me. I saw a platoon of men rushing to us and said, This isn't going to end well. Shoshana said,
Let me handle this.
I said, "Do you have some secret Israeli code word for badass to stop the beatdown we're about to get? Because I've been trying to get one for the United States and have failed to do so." She smiled, and the men coalesced around our vehicle, with her shouting in Hebrew. They shouted back, and she pointed to the direction the SUV had gone, screaming at them. At that moment, I knew we were done. They didn't believe her, and had no inclination to stop the event on the top of the hill, thinking the threat had just left. I slapped my hands on the wheel in front of me, and the man outside my window waved his pistol about, which did nothing but aggravate the hell out of me. I said, "Do you hear what she's saying?" I had no idea what Shoshana was shouting, but was pretty sure it was along the lines of, "Get everyone out, or they're going to get killed." He brought his pistol up, pointing it at my head, and I raised my hand saying, "We're all about to be dead, you dumb fuck." At that moment, an enormous explosion split the sky to the south, at the edge of the mountain, loud enough to shake the vehicle. Everyone turned to the noise, seeing a fireball in the air, bits and parts of machinery falling to the ground, and an Israeli F-16 screaming straight up over the top of Mount Megiddo. I looked at Shoshana and said, "Points given here. You aren't that dysfunctional." She smiled and said,
"Let's go get Garrett. There's still one more on the loose."
I nodded, turned to the men with the weapon at my head and said, "We no longer want to enter. Sorry for being pushy." I put the SUV in reverse, and he shouted something. I hit the gas, flying backward at a high rate of speed. I did a J-turn, the front of the vehicle whipping around, and was headed back down the road away from the checkpoint, seeing a lot of men waving their arms in the air behind me. We reached the main highway, and I said, "Which way, north or south?" Garrett headed north on Highway 4, wanting to put distance between him and the predators, wondering how on earth they'd managed to track him and his team, not only here in Israel, but also in Syria. There had to be something connecting them together, and his eyes fell on the Thuraya phone next to him, the antennae still out and transmitting. He snarled, pulled over to the side of the road, and threw it in the footwell, crushing it with his boot. Breathing heavily, he went back onto the highway, planning his escape. There was no way he could travel back to Tel Aviv or any other port of entry. He needed to get to Lebanon, and the closest border crossing was at the tip of Israel. There was the Rosh Hanakra crossing, but it was reserved for UN members and official Israeli personnel. He couldn't use that. Sure, he'd be arrested if he tried. But he knew another way, an old railroad built through a tunnel that once connected the land of Israel with Lebanon, right under that crossing point. It was now a tourist site, closed to all traffic but visitors, but it was the border. If he could get there, he could get under the wall. If he could cross into Lebanon, he could escape, leaving behind the predators chasing him. And then he remembered the secondary mission with Michelangelo. Maybe all wasn't lost. Maybe they could still create the final crusade. He pulled out his cell phone, held it up, and saw he had no service. He glanced at the shell of his sat phone and beat the wheel in frustration. My Inmarsat phone connected with Task Force headquarters, and I heard the usual statement about Blaisdell Consulting, along with who I'd like to talk with. When using the VPN, I had a direct encrypted video chat to the heart of the task force. But when using the Inmarsat telephone, I did not. It was unencrypted, and prey to a multitude of different penetrations, and so I had to dance around the issue. I said, "George Wolf, please." I heard,
"Sir, there's no George Wolf that works here. You might have the wrong number."
The voice was from the same woman who'd worked the cover of the task force since it was created, a sweet old lady named Margaret. She'd given my daughter birthday cards year after year. Sitting on the side of the road, Shoshana looking at me like I was crazy, I said, "Marge, it's Pike Logan. I understand what you're doing, but I'm in a little bit of an emergency. Please put him on the line. Skip the subterfuge on this one. Anyone listening will not be worse than the threat I'm trying to stop."
"Sir, I'm sorry, but no one here works by that name."
I thought, okay, pull the trigger. I said, "I have a prairie fire emergency. I say again, prairie fire." Prairie fire was the code name for a team about to be overrun and in dire need of help. It could be called on any channel available, VPN, email, chat, telephone, smoke signals, whatever. And when it came in, the task force stopped everything to refocus. I knew I was pulling a card I shouldn't, because nobody was in dire trouble. Well, I hadn't heard from Knuckles yet, but I figured it was better than nothing.
Margaret said, "Please stand by,"
and put me on hold like I was trying to get a cable service outage resolved. Shoshana said,
"He's getting away. Let's just pick a direction."
I said, "Hold on. 5 minutes here could save us 15 if we're wrong." Wolf came on the line saying, "Can you go encrypted?" "No, sir, I can't. And I need a geolocation of a Theriah handset right fucking now." He heard, "Jesus, Pike, don't say that crap on an open line. Can you go secure? You're in the one country that sucks up more data than the old Soviet Union." "I can't, sir. I'm on a time crunch here, and I don't have cell coverage for the task force phone. I only have the satellite phone, and I also don't have patience for the bullshit. If it comes out in the leak, at least it'll be because we can still leak shit. We just stopped the UAV suicide attack from the Hezbollah drone here, but there's one more turtle on the loose, and we don't know where he is." I heard nothing for a second then. "You stopped the attack?" "Yeah, I did. Well, with the help of the IDF Air Force. But there's another guy on the loose, and we don't know what he's got planned. It could be a culmination point." Wolf said, "Maybe, maybe not. Your contact worked out. We now have a back channel with Iran. They're willing to listen, and they've stopped the rocket fire from Gaza and the Houthi attacks from Yemen. With your stopping the attack from Syria, we have some breathing room." I took that in and silently patted myself on the back, but knew it wasn't enough. I said, "That's great, sir. But there's a third player to this party, and it's Israel. I have no idea what that other turtle is doing, but it's not going to be good. We've tamped down the bonfire, but the logs are still burning. He's going to try to start it up again. I've left Jennifer and Aaron in Tel Aviv to find that guy, and they're chomping at the bit to prevent this war. And Garrett's sat phone number is the key. Give me his location." I heard a sigh then. "What's the number?" I read it off to him, heard him pass it to someone else, and while we waited, he said, "What's Knuckles' status?" And I was ashamed to realize I didn't even know. He was my second in command, and the commander of our entire unit was asking. I said, "Sir, honestly, I have no situational awareness of his status. I've been so wrapped in this firestorm in Israel, I haven't had time to contact him. He did his DOA action in Syria less than an hour ago, and he's now on the run. What can you give him?" Wolf heard the concern in my voice and said, "Don't beat yourself up. I get the pressure. I've got a line to a combat search and rescue package from Jordan, on standby from your old SMU. But I need to know where to send them." I gave him Knuckles' Inmarsat number and said, "That's good news. Have them make direct contact. I'm sure he's more than willing to accept the call." He said, "It won't be that easy. I still have to get the counter-ISIS guys to agree to launch. The Caesar package is on standby for those troops, and right now they're asking who the hell I am. They don't want to launch only to be unavailable if some of their guys get in trouble." I said, "Tell them he's a SEAL, and he's going to write a book if he has to escape and evade by himself. That should get those SOCOM guys moving." He chuckled and said, "Okay, Pike, we're on it." He paused a second, talked to someone else away from the handset, then said, "And I've got your grid. The phone is no longer on the network, but the last location was on Highway 4, outside of Acre, Israel. Does that help?" I looked at Shoshana, saying, "I have no idea." She said,
"He's north. He's headed to the border."
Chapter 73. Garrett continued driving faster than was necessary on the highway, looking above him every few minutes for a strike from a circling drone, a fear only someone who had engendered such death would wonder about. Eventually, he realized he was traveling faster than the speed limit and slowed down. The last thing he needed was to be pulled over by some roving police patrol. He kept checking his iPhone for a signal, and was routinely rebuffed. making him curse the fact that he had destroyed his satellite phone. Sooner or later, he would reach a town or city, as the highway was the main north-south road. He was sure that Israeli phones worked throughout the country, and regretted not spending the money on a local one. His cell was from Rome, and apparently his service didn't transfer, which had the potential to cause the death of the entire mission. One more single point of failure he should have seen. He'd avoided them one time after another, from the killings of the women to the Palestinian identification for Michelangelo. But now they were so close to success, so close. He began praying, begging God to help him on his quest, just like Abraham had when he'd traveled to sacrifice his son, just like Moses when he'd spent the time in the wilderness, just like he'd done in Syria when they'd mutilated him, and he'd come out pure. He was pure, and he knew it, felt it. He saw a signal on his phone, his prayers answered. He pulled the vehicle to the side of the road, not wanting to lose it. He checked the connection, saw he had enough for Zello, and initiated the application, saying, "Mikey, you there?" Michelangelo answered immediately, saying, "Yes, I'm here. What's happening?" "You need to initiate the attack. Do it now." There was a pause, then. "What happened to Raf and Leo?" "They're gone. Execute the attack, and I'll meet you back in Tel Aviv for the flight out." He heard a pause, then. "What happened?" "I don't know, but they were stopped. It's just you and me now. We're the only ones standing." Okay. I'm on the way." The manner in which he said it gave Garrett concern. He said, "What do you mean you're on the way? You mean you're on the way to the Temple Mount? Is that it?" "No, I mean I'm on the way to Jerusalem. I'm still at the hotel." Garrett wanted to throw the phone through the windshield. He said, "Are you still in Tel Aviv? I told you to go to Jerusalem this morning." Hearing the accusation in Garrett's voice, Michelangelo said, "Yeah, that was before the damn sun had risen. I had to shower, eat, and get packed. I'm going. I didn't know this was time-sensitive." Through gritted teeth, Garrett said, "Get your ass there, plant the explosives, and get out. There are people hunting us. You need to go now." He heard a scrambling of feet then. "Okay, sir, I'm on it. I'm on the way." Garrett pulled back onto the highway, knowing he was going to leave Michelangelo to his fate. He would not be meeting him in Tel Aviv. His only solution was to get to Lebanon, and he knew where to do that. At the very tip of this highway was a place called the Rosh Hanakra Grottos, a tourist site where people could go underground to see the sea wash inside. It also held an old railway system that connected Lebanon to Israel through the tunnels carved by the ocean, and the original British Mandate, built before Israel existed as a country. He'd visited it once, and seen how the tunnels worked, even walking down the railway of one tunnel through the splashing water until he was told to turn back by the tour guide. The connection between the two countries had been closed decades ago, but it existed. He didn't know how he would penetrate it, but it was the closest escape. The crossing to Lebanon on the above-ground section of Rosh Hanakra was a non-starter, as it was heavily fortified by the IDF, but the tunnels underneath weren't patrolled. If it didn't pan out, he'd reassess, maybe trying to go south, to the Eilat crossing point and into Egypt. He checked his watch, wanting to do a reconnaissance before he tried to penetrate in the night. I hit the gas on our vehicle, pulling out onto the highway at a rate of speed that was most definitely not allowed. I said, "Call Jennifer and Aaron. Tell them to get ready. I don't know where the lost turtle is going, but the guy we're chasing does." She nodded, staring at me intently. I said, "What?" She glanced away, embarrassed. She dialed the phone and said,
"You believe. You think he's bringing about Armageddon like I said all along. That's all."
I said, "I think he's a lunatic killer that almost started a war, and he's still on the loose. And he's got some other nut job out there. Is that good enough?" She patted my arm and said,
"Yes, Nephilim, that's good enough. You don't know what you see, but you see it, just like I do."
I turned to her, ready to shut down the crazy conversation, and she held up a finger, telling me to shut up, her phone to her ear. It was the second time she'd done it, and it aggravated me. I bit my tongue and excised my annoyance by increasing my speed. She looked at me and said,
"Don't kill us before we can kill him."
I said, "Don't hold your damn finger in my face." I saw her eyes open wide, and she said,
"Is that not something I should do with Aaron?"
I couldn't believe it. Even in the heat of this thing, she was still trying to learn how to be a human in a relationship. And I realized she had meant nothing by it. I laughed and said, "Carrie, you really need to spend more time with Jennifer." She held her finger up again, then started talking on the phone, saying,
"We're on the trail of Garrett. When we find him, we'll find the final turtle. Pike wants you guys ready to go, wherever that may be."
She listened, then looked at me, saying,
"Nephilim will tell you when to launch. I'll tell you when Garrett's dead."
She hung the phone up, and I said, "What does that mean?"
"It means this man is mine. I will get my vengeance."
I started to say something, and she gave me a look of pure venom, saying,
"Don't tell me to stop, Pike. I'll wait until we find out his plan. But when we do, I'm going to extract all the pain he gave my Ramsad."
I was taken aback at her rage. I'd seen it before, but not in such a controlled state, sitting right next to me. I said, "Okay, Carrie, we solved this problem, and he's all yours." She nodded, and we continued racing down the road, going twice as fast as the law allowed. Like magic, ahead of us, I saw an SUV. I said, "Is that him?" She said,
"I never got a license plate. I don't know."
The SUV was driving the speed limit, lazily heading down the road. I increased my own speed, came up behind it, and then attempted to pass just to see. I came abreast, and from the passenger seat, Shoshana said,
"That's him."
I sagged back into our lane behind him and said, "Disable the vehicle, right now." She reached behind the seat, pulled out an MCX rifle, and lowered the window, taking aim at the left rear tire. She pulled the trigger 3 times, and nothing happened. I said, "Are you even aiming?" She glared at me and said, "I hit the tire." The SUV sped up, racing ahead of us. I said, "I'm going to bring you up next to him. Put that fucker down." I floored the pedal, jumping into the next lane and getting abreast of the SUV. Shoshana leaned out of the window, the rifle stabbing out. I saw Garrett flinch, and she began firing, the bullets creating nothing more than small divots in the glass, like she'd hit a regular window with a pebble. And it hit home. It's armored. That's why the tires didn't go. He's driving with run flats. At that moment, he swerved into us, and his vehicle was much, much heavier than ours. It was like having an M1 Abrams tank pushing a golf cart at speed. He hit my rear quarter panel, punched his engine, and we spun off the road, colliding with the ditch on the far side hard enough to cause both of us to slam about like a couple of marbles tossed into a dryer. I shook my head, looked at Shoshana and said, "You okay?" She nodded and said,
"He's going to get away. I can't let him get away."
I said, "He's not going to get away. Sooner or later he's leaving that vehicle, and when he does, he'll be a turtle without a shell." Chapter 74. Garrett swerved back onto the road, seeing the car behind him spin out into the ditch. Breathing heavily, he wiped the sweat from his brow and continued on. He was committed now. Highway 4 was a one-way road to the end of Israel. He thought about circling back around and driving to Tel Aviv just to hide for a day, but then realized that if Michelangelo actually accomplished his mission, he'd never get out. The entire country would be locked down because of the coming war. He drove as fast as he could push the heavily armored vehicle, and eventually began passing settlements. He looked at his phone, saw he had a strong signal, and initiated the Zello app, saying into the speaker, "Mikey, what's your status?" "I'm halfway to Jerusalem. I'll be inside the old city in about 30 minutes. What about you?" "I'm driving back to Tel Aviv. I should be there in an hour." "And the Grand Master, is he with you?" "No, you idiot. Do you think I'd be calling if he was in my car?" He wanted to stay behind to talk to the Prime Minister. The Israeli security detail will bring him home. But we're going to be gone by then.
Okay, hey, look. I can't set these charges off inside by myself. I'm going to have to do it remotely. Is that okay? What do you mean? I mean, I'm not a suicide bomber. I'm not going to get blown up doing this. I'm going to emplace them and then leave, setting them off by cell phone. Confused, Garrett said, I'm fine with that. Why are you asking? Because I can't guarantee initiation. It's just a link I thought you should be aware of. Garrett thought a moment, then said, That won't work. We've had several single points of failure on this mission. One that Raff and Leo ran into. One that caught Donatello. I need you to execute. You're saying you want me to blow myself up? No. I'm saying you need to ensure the explosives go off. I don't care how you do it, but when you leave the charges, they need to be counting down. I don't care if it's a Wile E. Coyote thing, with a burning fuse taped to a black ball. We can't afford another point of failure. He heard nothing but breathing. He said, You can do that, right? Yes, sir, I can do that. I'm on the way right now. You're coming back to Tel Aviv? Garrett saw the end of the highway, the Rosh Hanakra grotto lookout ahead of him. He said, Yes, I'm about 40 minutes out. I'll call when I arrive. He parked the SUV in the lot, looked at the ticket counter for the cable cars going down, and thought about his options, which was to say he had very few. After the attempted vehicle interdiction, he was sure he was on every intelligence radar on the planet, not the least with one of the most effective on Earth, the Mossad, and if he used his credit card to buy a ticket on the cable car, it would register. He might get his reconnaissance, but the police would coalesce on this location. And he couldn't execute his plan without a reconnaissance. He wasn't sure it would even work, and if it was a dead end, he'd need to be able to escape. He leaned his head back, closed his eyes, and prayed to the God who wanted this to occur, searching for an answer as to what he should do. He saw the dead women he'd killed, taunting him, and he snapped his eyes open. Was God talking to him? And God spoke. A child pounded on his door, her mother behind her. He rolled down the window and said, Yes? She heard his accent and said, You're an American? Yes. Yes, I am. Clearly rehearsed for this eventuality. Having seen many American tourists, she said, I'm like the Girl Scouts here in Israel, and I'm selling cookies. If you buy 6 boxes, you get a free ticket for the cable car to the grotto. He smiled and said, I'll take 12 boxes, and only 1 ticket. I continued up Highway 4 saying, What are we doing now? We're chasing a ghost. He could be anywhere in this country. Getting antsy in the passenger seat, Shoshana said, I should have done this with Aaron. He'd find the man. Which sort of hurt. I said, We talked about this before we left. With a split team, we needed an Israeli on each one. It's why you're with me and Jennifer is with Aaron. And if you want to push it, I wish Jennifer was with me right now. She glared at me and I said, Hey, I didn't start this, you did. She said, He's trying to cross the border. He's going to Lebanon, where his men would have been if we hadn't killed them. I said, If he was trying to get out of the country, he'd have traveled to Jordan, or Eilat for crossing into Egypt. Going to Lebanon makes no sense. She said, Lebanon has diplomatic relations with the Knights of Malta. He's going to use that. I said, So do Egypt and Jordan. For that matter, Israel doesn't. But there's a Knights consulate in the West Bank that gives them the same rights as any other diplomat. He could be going to any of them. Miffed at my logic, she said, He's going to Lebanon. The grid we received was outside of Acre, on the road to the north. If he was going to Jordan, he'd have headed east, and he could have done that when he left Megiddo. Same for the West Bank. Megiddo is right next to it, but it has too many security checkpoints, and if he was trying to cross into Egypt, he'd have gone south, not north. I couldn't really argue with that logic. I said, So we'll just chase him down on this road? It ends at the border. Yes, but we need to get Aaron moving. We won't have time to stop what he has planned. I agree, but where? Jerusalem. They're going to target Jerusalem. Continuing down the road at a high rate of speed, I said, You know something I don't? Yes. Well, no, but yes. What the hell does that mean?
The Ramsad's killer is trying to start the end of days. With the miss on Megiddo, he's got one quiver left in his arrow, and he's going to use it carefully. He has no more drones or missiles. He has one last man, and Jerusalem is where I'd send him if it were me, to the Temple Mount.
Why would Israel care if he hit that place? You already told me that Israel hadn't taken control of it. An attack there wouldn't get Israel to do anything. It would just cause everyone to get mad at Iran, both Arabs and Israelis. She said,
True. An attack by supposed Iranian militia members wouldn't cause the fight, but one that was pinned on Israel would.
Chapter 75. Jennifer hung up the phone and said,
We need to go to Jerusalem.
Aaron said, Why? Did they find the lost turtle?
No, not yet, but Shoshana says we need to go there.
Aaron went to the window thinking. He turned back around saying, They've got nothing?
They're on the track of Garrett, but they don't have a location for him. Shoshana thinks we need to go there.
Why? Jennifer shrugged, not having an answer. Aaron said, Never mind. Pack a bag, and make sure it has a weapon. If she said go there, she's probably right.
Jennifer started shoving things into a backpack, saying, Can't you guys call your Mossad badasses and do this?
Packing his own bag, Aaron laughed, saying, I can barely get them to do anything even when I have concrete proof. There is only one person I could have called to get support, and he died in Switzerland. Trust me, the current leadership isn't going to listen to the ravings of a woman they tried to kill.
Jennifer stopped her work and said, What's that mean?
Aaron continued packing. He shoved in a magazine of ammunition and paused. Let's just say that Shoshana's ability to see things didn't work out well for the Mossad. They fear her, but don't trust her.
And that's how she ended up with you?
He started packing again, saying, Yes, because the Ramsad who was killed could see deeper than these people. Because I don't fear her, but I do trust her.
Michelangelo entered the outskirts of the concrete jungle of modern-day West Jerusalem and followed the signs to the old city. Driving through the city, following the route of the bus he'd taken a day before, he noticed an increased police presence, with cars and uniformed personnel on every corner, a different environment from even his visit yesterday. He wondered if they were looking for him. He ensured he followed all traffic laws, inching forward to the old city. He knew there was a parking deck next to the Jaffa Gate, and sought it out, his head on a swivel from the increased police presence. Eventually he found it, taking a ticket and pulling into an open space, the juxtaposition of the modern-day parking machine stark against the ancient walls he was about to penetrate. He exited the vehicle, putting on his backpack. He walked up the stairs from the parking garage and went toward the Jaffa Gate, seeing a Jewish community celebration, a crowd of people all chanting songs and walking toward the gate waving flags. Around them, uniformed police now wearing helmets. He fell in behind them and entered, then threaded his way through the Christian quarter and into the Jewish quarter. He checked his map, took a left, and began walking through the cloistered cobblestones to the Muslim quarter, ducking his head every time a patrol of riot police passed him. Garrett paid for his cookies and took the free ticket, telling the girl she was doing God's work. She smiled and nodded, not understanding that she'd just given him a way into the grotto that couldn't be tracked by the intelligence agencies of her own state. He walked to the cable car station and saw multiple people milling about, a tour bus belching exhaust adjacent to the building. He mingled in with them, walking to the platform like any other tourist. He passed his ticket to the person manning the entrance, and they boarded, the cable car beginning its descent at an incredibly sharp angle. It wasn't a long trip, but it was disconcerting, almost like they were sliding straight down. The tourists in the car busied themselves with pictures and chatter. Garrett simply waited on the car to dock. Once it reached the bottom, he exited, ignoring the tour guide, taking the rest of the patrons to see the crashing of the sea inside the tunnels. He wanted something else, the old railroad.
He split from them and went down the tunnel on his own, the walls carved out decades ago. He reached a narrow-gauge railroad track with a sign next to it explaining the history. He glanced behind him, saw no one, and began walking down the tracks, leaving behind the overhead lights of the tourist space. He continued until he couldn't see anymore, the blackness reminding him of the hood he'd been forced to wear in Syria, of the hole he'd been held in. The memory hit him like a sledgehammer, and he paused in the tunnel, not wanting to continue, not wanting to find out what was down the path. He shook his head, clearing the fear. He pulled out a small penlight and continued on, hearing the echoes of the tourists grow fainter behind him. Eventually, the only sound was the crunching of his boots in the gravel. 10 minutes later, he reached the end, his penlight illuminating a brick wall that spanned the entire width of the tunnel, the tracks continuing underneath. He slapped his hand against it, feeling it solid. He looked for a door, sure they wouldn't have simply blocked the entire tunnel, but found nothing, and realized he'd had more hope than fact with his plan. Of course they wouldn't leave open an infiltration route from Lebanon. What the hell were you thinking? He felt a little stupid, rushing here to escape from a tunnel that he himself, as a Special Forces commander, would have ordered blocked. He took a seat on a rock, just resting in the darkness. He pulled out his phone and was surprised to see a signal. He initiated the Zello app, pulled up the location for Michelangelo, and saw the icon in Jerusalem, just inside the old city. He smiled and initiated a call. Mikey answered, and Garrett said, "How's it going?" "I'm here, but there are police all over the place. I can't get into the Temple Mount." "Why not?" "Apparently, there's going to be some sort of Palestinian protest, and the Israelis have blocked the gates." Garrett almost took the Lord's name in vain at the news. He said, "So how long is this supposed to go on?" "The guards said they'll open the gates in an hour or so, if no protests materialize. Are you back in Tel Aviv?" "Not yet, but I will be soon." "Do you want me to stay here, or roll over a day?" "Stay there. If it opens back up, do the hit. If not, we'll roll over." He hung up, shaking his head at how hard this was becoming. It was almost as if God was thwarting his plans, placing trials in front of him to see if he was worthy. And then he remembered Abraham's story. That's exactly what this was. He needed to prove he was worthy. The thought gave him confidence. He stood up, moving quickly back down the tunnel. He'd leave here and travel to Eilat, coordinating with Michelangelo along the way. Mikey would be like the son of Abraham, sacrificed for the glory of God. He entered the primary cave, seeing the railing with tourists taking pictures of the sea spray crashing into the grotto. He went behind them, heading to the exit, and saw another crowd of tourists enter the grotto. Inside the group were two people he recognized, two people who struck the same unbridled fear in him that he'd felt in the tunnel.
Chapter 76. Highway 4 began winding up into the cliffs on the northern border of Israel, and then abruptly dead-ended, turning into a parking lot for an overlook, the place jam-packed with tour buses and other vehicles. The view out over the Mediterranean Sea incredible. I pulled into the lot, not caring about the scenery. I said, "So this is it? What do we do now?" Shoshana hissed and pointed. The up-armored SUV was in the parking lot, the distinctive gouges in the driver's window easy to see. And it was empty. She said, "He's here. He's trying to get to Lebanon." How? How on earth would he do that here? I pointed to a walkway along the shoreline leading to a cable car station, saying, "Is he going to take that into Lebanon? The crossing site above this is like Checkpoint Charlie in West Berlin. He'd have better luck sneaking out of a prison than trying to cross here." She said, "This grotto has an old railway from the British Mandate, before we even had a country. It connected Lebanon to Israel before the 1948 War of Independence." I rolled my eyes and said, "So you guys never closed that down? How come Hezbollah hasn't used it to flood Israel with weapons and men?" "Pike, I don't have that answer.
What I know is he's here, and I'm going to kill him.
I said, "Hang on there, gunslinger. We need to—" Before I could finish my sentence, a young girl knocked on our window. I lowered it and said, "Yes." She said,
"You're American too."
I looked at Shoshana and said, "Yes, have you seen another American here?" She pointed to Garrett's SUV and said,
"Yes, that man is also American. Are you together?"
I said, "We are, but we're late. Where did he go?" She became coy and said,
"I'll tell you the same thing I told him. If you buy 6 boxes of cookies, you get a free ticket on the cable car."
"Is that where he went?" She just looked at me. I would have made an evil joke about the Jewish propensity for a prophet, but Shoshana cut that short, handing over a wad of shekels and saying something in Hebrew. The girl took the money, nodded, and said something back, then handed Shoshana 12 boxes of cookies and a couple of tickets. The girl went back to her mother, and Shoshana said,
"He's in the grotto right now. Let's go find him."
I said, "Weapons? What's the security posture?"
"Leave them here. I can't remember the security, but we can't take a chance on getting stopped."
I didn't like hearing that, but pulled out my Glock from its belly holster and shoved it under the seat. She did the same. We went down the wooden walkway to the cable car station, joined the small queue behind a family of 4, and waited our turn. They boarded and began their descent. The next car arrived, and with nobody behind us, we had it all to ourselves. I waited until we'd cleared the station, then said, "So much for security." She said,
"Better safe than sorry."
"You have any idea what we're about to find here, given your incredible memory of the security posture?" She shot me a look and said,
"Yes, I have been here before. It's a grotto."
I gave her an expression of amazement and said, "Really? I wondered why it was called a grotto. So it's really a grotto?" She scowled and said,
"There's only one way in and out, but once inside there are tunnels that spread out all over the place, like an underground maze. The old train tracks will be to the left when we exit. Is that better?"
I chuckled and said, "Yes, Carrie, that's better. Just remember, when we find him, we need his answers before you go apeshit on his ass." Truthfully, I was hoping to stop her rage. I knew what killing for vengeance did, and it was just as hard on the killer as it was on the one killed. The car docked, and she said,
"I know."
But I could tell she wasn't listening. We exited the cable car, following the path to the entrance of a cave. We entered, the darkness of the space dramatically different from the daylight just outside, forcing our eyes to adjust to the gloom. I saw a cave that looked like something from the ending of Planet of the Apes, with lit walkways leading in multiple directions, and the sound of the ocean crashing about, the briny smell of the sea heavy in the air. Shoshana pulled my arm, and we went to the left, searching for the old railway line, dodging tourists who only wanted to see the ocean crash into the walls. We cleared a main group, saw a lit tunnel, and then the serial killer. He locked eyes with me. I saw the recognition, and then he took off running, straight down the tunnel. Shoshana grunted like an animal, sprinting right behind him. I shouted, Wait, don't follow him into a trap!" She ignored me. I started racing behind them, and we hit the railway tracks, the tunnel getting narrower, the light starting to fade as we went beyond the tourist area. I leapt over a chain, telling visitors not to continue, and the light disappeared, leaving me running blindly in the dark, following the sound of the footsteps in front of me like a bat in the night. I heard a noise that wasn't footsteps, sounding like something heavy sliding in the gravel. Then a scream. I ran forward, holding one hand out to prevent me from bashing into a wall, then was tripped up by a body on the ground. I rolled over, raising my fists to fight, saying, "Shoshana!" I heard a thrashing in the gravel and realized it was 2 bodies on the ground. Like every teenager on Earth, I whipped out my cell phone and turned on the flashlight, seeing Shoshana enveloped around Garrett's body, just like she'd done in Bahrain. Her behind him, his head cradled in her arms, her legs cinched around his waist. One of his arms stuck straight up in the air, trapped from when she'd wrapped him up. I saw her snarl and leapt up, saying, "Don't do it!" Garrett felt the death wrap around him as surely as if he was in the coils of an anaconda. He quit struggling. Shoshana had lost all semblance of reason, hissing into his ear,
"The man you killed in Switzerland saved my life, and now I'll take yours."
I said, "Shoshana, don't. He's defenseless. Let's get him out of here and to your people. Let's solve the problem." She seemed for the first time to realize I was there. She slowly shook her head, and I said, "Killing him won't bring back the Ramsad. It'll only corrupt you. Don't do it. I'm not ordering. I'm asking." Garrett said, "It won't matter what you do to me. I've been chosen by God for a mission, and killing me won't stop that." Disgusted, I said, "You sound like every terrorist I've ever heard." With a weird light in his eyes, he said, "You'll never hear it again, because I'm going to stop every future terrorist of the Islamic faith. I'm going to wipe out Islam as a religion." Keeping my light on him, knowing he couldn't see past the beam, I said, "What you're going to do is tell me where your last turtle went." He said, "Fuck you." Shoshana glared up at me and said, "Let me kill him, please." I squatted down, getting right in his face and saying, "I will let her do that if you don't answer." He said, "God has a plan for me, just as he did for Abraham, and God will protect me." He slid his free hand into his front pocket, pulled out a folding blade, flicked it open, and stabbed behind him, hitting Shoshana in the shoulder, causing her to release her hold. She screamed, and I leapt forward, trapping his hand with the blade still in her. The force of my move caused her to scream again. I dropped the phone, needing both hands, but I was more than willing to fight in the dark. I didn't need to see to destroy him, as this asshole was about to find out. I jerked his arm backward, pulling out the blade. I rotated against the joint in a tight, violent circle and heard it snap, eliciting a guttural shout. The knife bounced somewhere in the darkness, and I rolled backward, bringing him with me, him on top, and me on my back. I wrapped my legs around his waist, cinched my arms around his neck, then pulled his face into mine. I couldn't see it in the darkness, but I could smell the sweat of his fear. I hissed, "I would have let you live if you hadn't tried to kill her. Reap what you sow, asshole." Huffing above me, trying to get out of my guard mount, I ignored his thrashing, keeping him in place. Calmly I said, "Shoshana, do you hear my voice?" In the darkness I heard, "Yes." "Can you still fight?" "Yes." "Come to the sound of my voice. His neck is right there." And I heard Garrett scream, the noise abruptly cut off by the sound of something breaking, as if Shoshana had cracked a stick in two. His body collapsed on top of me, and I pushed it off, rolling over and finding my phone, the flashlight still on and shining in the darkness. I sat Shoshana down and said, "Let me take a look." She did so, saying, "I thought we weren't going to kill him until we had answers." I put the light on her wound, saying, "That was before he tried to murder a member of my family." She whipped her head to me and saw I was serious. She smiled and said, "I always knew you were sweet on me." I chuckled and said, "Hold still." The wound was a puncture, and it was deep, but it was all muscle and tendons. Nothing vital had been pierced. I ripped the shirt on Garrett's body, making some bandages. I patched her up as best I could, saying, "You'll need some stitches, but you'll be okay." She said, "What about the mission?" I turned my phone to the body, aiming the light. I dug around his pockets and found a cell phone. I opened the Zello app the same way I'd done from the phone we'd found in Bahrain, and saw a history of voice chats, all talking about the Temple Mount. I pulled up the geolocation function for the person on that chat, and saw it was inside the old city. I shook my head. She said, "What?" "I'll never question your visions again. That fucker is in Jerusalem, just outside the Al-Aqsa compound." Chapter 77. Racing down Highway 1, Aaron behind the wheel, Jennifer saw the interchange approach for the turn south to Jerusalem, along with a healthy blanket of police vehicles on the side of the road, like they were waiting on something. She said, "A lot more police on the road today. What's going on? Any idea?"
Aaron said, "Nope, but it's not good. The only time they do this is because of an indistinct threat. If it was something they've penetrated, the focus would be on that specific location."
He took the interchange to Highway 60, the road leading straight into Jerusalem, and she heard her task force phone ring. She answered it, Aaron glancing her way. She said, "Stand by," and initiated an encryption feature on the cell phone. She returned saying, "I'm secure, do you have me?" She heard Pike say, I've got you. Listen, the final turtle is outside the Temple Mount. We have no idea what he's planning, but it's not going to be good." "He's there now?"
"Yes."
"Pike, we're still at least 10 minutes out. If he's doing something soon, we can't stop him."
"He can't do anything right now. I've got the Zello chat logs. Apparently the place is blanketed with Israeli security, and they've closed the gates to the mosque compound. He's not in yet."
"We're seeing that here on the road as well. Police are everywhere. Why? What's going on?"
"I have no idea, but you need to get inside and find that guy before he's allowed to enter."
"What do you want us to do?"
"Take him off the board. I don't care how you do it, but don't let him enter the compound." She looked at Aaron and said,
"Can't Israel do this, if he's a known threat?"
"Fine by me. Like I said, I don't care how you do it. But they're not going to find him by his name. From the chat logs in Garrett's Zello app, he's operating as a Palestinian. He's not going to surface at any entry point as a Knights of Malta guy." She thought through the ramifications, then said,
"Which means he can get in through any gate to the Temple Mount. Muslims can go through them all. We can only enter through one, the Moors Gate. How am I going to find him?"
"I'm sending the grid to his last known location. If he moves, I'll let you know. I have Garrett's phone, and it's tracking him like Apple's Find My Friends. The phones are tied together. When he moves, I see it. Right now, he's in the Muslim quarter outside of the Temple Mount, next to the Tribes Gate."
She said, "Send me the grid location and send his passport information from immigration. I need a face."
Pike said, "Coming your way. Look, I'm at the Lebanese border and Shoshana's been wounded. We're leaving here, and when we do, I'm going to lose cell coverage. Get inside the old city and get it done." Shocked, she said,
"Wait, what? Shoshana's wounded?"
She saw Aaron's head snap to her at her words. Pike said, "She's okay. Tell Aaron she's okay. She just needs some stitches. She'll be fine."
"What happened?"
"Garrett tried to fight, and she eliminated him."
"Pike, we were supposed to bring him back to Leah, have him stand trial in Rome. You told me you wouldn't let her do this. You promised you'd not let that happen. It's going to hurt her. It's going to bleed in her soul."
She heard nothing for a moment then. She didn't kill him out of vengeance. She wanted to, but she stopped when I asked. I killed him.
"You?"
Pike said. "It was pure, Jennifer, I promise. He stabbed her, trying to murder her, after we told him to surrender. Shoshana wanted to kill him before, but she didn't. If she had, she wouldn't have a stab wound right now. When he attacked her, I got him off her and onto me, and yes, I had Shoshana kill him, but it was my call. She was just the tool. Now get your ass to the Temple Mount. Pictures and grids are on the way." He hung up before she could say anything else. Aaron said, "What was that about Shoshana?"
"Garrett stabbed her, but it's a clean wound. She's going to be fine. Pike is with her now."
He nodded, saying, "And Garrett?"
"He's dead."
She saw the smile trickle out and said,
"Pike says he fought back. Shoshana didn't execute him."
Aaron turned to her and said, "I don't care how he died, as long as he's dead." And Jennifer realized he was just like Shoshana, a man who took the biblical saying an eye for an eye to heart. She felt a chill, glad she wasn't on the bad side of either one of them. She changed the subject, saying, "The final turtle is outside the Al-Aqsa Mosque. Pike couldn't get any information about his mission, but we need to stop him." They entered the outskirts of Jerusalem, and he said, "We won't arrive to the old city for at least 5 minutes, and it'll be a 20-minute race on foot once we get there.
Pike said from the chats that the Temple Mount is closed right now. They won't let anyone in to pray because of some potential protests. We should have that time. She snapped her fingers and said, "That's it. Can you call your Mossad contacts and have them simply keep the place closed until we can locate him? Just don't let him in."
He grimaced, and she said,
"I know you said getting overt action from them was impossible, but can't they just delay the opening? Keep it closed for another hour?"
They reached the outskirts of the old city. He pulled off of the main road into a parking garage outside the Jaffa Gate. He said,
"I can try, but it's going to be nearly impossible. There are too many layers to wade through. The Mossad doesn't control the Islamic Waqf or the Israeli security of the Temple Mount."
He dialed his phone, spoke into it in Hebrew, then became aggravated, shouting. He hung up and said,
"There was a possible violent protest by the Palestinians. It didn't happen, and now the Palestinians are starting to protest about the gate closures. Not a coordinated thing. Spontaneous."
"And? What does that mean?"
"We went to war in Gaza last year because of our strong arming of the worshippers at the Al-Aqsa Mosque. Hamas rockets hit just about every city in Israel. They aren't willing to take that risk again. They're letting the Muslims inside in 10 minutes, and there's nothing I can do about it. We won't start launching tear gas and rubber bullets again to stop them."
She said, "Did you tell them that there's a terrorist posing as a Palestinian who's about to set off a bomb?"
He put the SUV in park, turned off the ignition, and said,
"I did. They don't believe the scope of the threat. In their mind, there is a greater problem set here, and it's all politics. Honestly, I'm not sure if some don't want the attack to occur."
Jennifer said, "Surely your government doesn't want an attack at the Al-Aqsa Mosque to be blamed on the Jewish faith."
He said, "No, we don't. But I also know that they don't see what's happening. They don't know how close we are to total war. Some in my government want it, just as some in yours do." He looked at her and said, "Politics have always been the death of people. We can stop that now. We have no help, and I can't ask you to do it, but we can prevent a war. I know America won't field the missiles, and I know that Pike would say to leave. But will you help me?"
She couldn't believe he'd even asked. She said,
"Aaron, just tell me what to do. This is your land, your terrain, and if Pike were here, he wouldn't be running away. He'd be asking for the kill zone."
He realized he'd insulted her. He said,
"Shoshana is rubbing off on you."
Still aggravated at his words, she said,
"Maybe I'm rubbing off on her. Now, what the hell are we doing?"
He nodded and said,
"We're going to roll that guy up before he gets inside the compound. But when we do, we're going to get attacked by the other Palestinians. There is no way to take him down without them seeing. They'll think we're doing something heinous. We're liable to get killed by the protesters, but we'll prevent him from completing his mission. Are you ready for that?"
She took a deep breath and said,
"I'm ready. Let's go."
They exited the vehicle at a run, threading their way through groups of police and tourists, showing trepidation at the show of force. They reached the Muslim quarter, heading down Via Dolorosa, the path of Christ's final walk. Mid-stride, Aaron turned around, saying, "Look familiar?"
Jennifer said, "Yes, but I don't want to repeat that episode."
He smiled and kept jogging. They penetrated the Muslim quarter, going to the tribe's gate, one of the 11 the Muslims could use, and the last known location for the final turtle. Except for a phalanx of police in riot gear, the entrance was empty. Chapter 78. Michelangelo almost didn't believe it when the gate opened, the security forces bending back to the pressure. There had been no organized protest, but there had been a groundswell of people coming out, aggravated at their inability to pray at the Al-Aqsa Mosque. Most of the protesters were older, with a significant number of women. They'd begun chanting, pressing forward, and the Israeli security pushed them back. Eventually, a news camera had shown up, focusing on the women. 10 minutes later, the Israeli forces faded away, leaving the security to the Islamic Waqf, the ones chartered for the sanctity of the compound. He went forward in a group, his rucksack on his back, wearing a takia skullcap, blending in because of his swarthy skin and dark hair. He reached the gate and showed the Islamic Waqf member his certificate, and was allowed to continue, bypassing all security, the chaos of the protest letting him slip through even a rudimentary search. He went inside, not sure where to go next. He'd been on the Temple Mount the day before, but hadn't been allowed to visit any of the Muslim areas, because yesterday he'd been an infidel, but not today. He saw the Dome of the Chain, a smaller structure that was adjacent to the Golden Dome of the Rock, and thought about just placing his explosives there. But he knew that wouldn't work. They needed a fight, needed the Muslim Ummah to rise up, and they were clearly primed to do just that thing. In order to ensure success, he needed something bigger. He stared at the Golden Dome ahead of him, the location of the Rock of Ascension, the place where the Islamic faith believed Muhammad ascended into heaven. Jennifer followed Aaron through the city, finally ending at the Gate of the Tribes, one of 11 that Muslims could use to enter to pray on the Temple Mount, known in the Islamic faith as the Noble Sanctuary. They scanned the crowd and didn't see their target. Aaron said,
"He's already inside. We're done."
Jennifer said, "How are we done? This is your country. Can't you talk to the people here?" She pointed to a bunch of young men and women wearing riot gear, saying, "Tell them he's on the loose."
"Tell them what? That I think there's a guy with a bomb? And I don't know what he's calling himself? But he's about to kill people? Look at them. They're all barely 20 years old. It'll take 40 minutes to get anyone to penetrate the compound, especially after the fiasco we had here last year." He slapped the wall next to the gate and said, "Nobody wants to trigger the next intifada. They don't want a fight, and because of it, we're going to get a much bigger one." He looked at Jennifer and said, "We're about to lose." She said, "Those people in uniform can get in. We cannot. We're not Muslim. But they can get in. Go talk to them. Get them to help." He heard the words and said nothing, his eyes unfocused, thinking. He returned to her, now all business. He said, "Yes. Yes, they can. Are you ready to commit? I mean, really commit?" Jennifer saw the zeal in his eyes and hesitantly said, "Yes. What's that mean?" He flicked his eyes to the left and said, "Those 2 riot police looked at you when we entered the gate area. They're like every other soldier. They want you to want them. Go get them to follow you." "Follow me how?" "I don't really care. But get them into that alley behind us, the small one." She narrowed her eyes and said, "Why?" "Because you're right. They can get in. And we need their uniforms." Michelangelo surveyed the area, knowing the entire compound had religious significance for all the great faiths, but he knew this had to be big, an explosion of rage. And that was the Dome of the Rock. Feeling the sweat on his back, the fear flooding through him, he knew what he needed to do. Because it was the original plan, attack the Rock of Ascension. If he blew that apart, the third most holy site in all of Islam, it would cause a war. The Muslim world not caring who had done it, they would release their rage against the West on all fronts. Israel would be buried in fire, and the United States would come to their defense. And it would be the end of days. Islam would lose. When the smoke cleared, Israel would control the Temple Mount and would build the third temple, leading to the second coming of Christ. He saw the entrance to the dome, surrounded by Israeli security in riot gear, wearing helmets, elbow shields, and holding batons. They were antsy, but not looking for a fight. He went toward it, unsure if he was supposed to prove he was a Muslim. He reached the entrance, tucked his head, and showed his certificate. The man at the gate waved him on, and he entered, finding a circular space full of people praying and taking pictures, but no rock. He saw a stairwell to the left, strands of people vanishing down it, and went that way. He descended the stairwell, entering a small cave-like structure, people praying at an altar, others taking selfies inside. He tapped a man on the shoulder and said, "Where is the Rock of Ascension?" "Above us. It's above us. We pray here, right underneath it." He nodded and dropped his pack, going to his knees. He knew enough about the Muslim faith to fake a prayer, having seen the actions happen in a multitude of countries, starting with Bosnia.
bowing forward with the three next to him. He thought about what he should do. There was no rock he could use his shape charges against, nothing to destroy. But that might not matter. The attack all along had been psychological, and this place appeared to be sacrosanct, underneath the oldest Islamic prayer structure on earth. He could do it here and accomplish the mission. He glanced about the room, saw nobody paying any particular attention to him, and unzipped his small rucksack. He went through the camouflage of bread and cheese, finding his six-pack of shaped charges. He daisy-chained them together, snapping wires into the blasting caps, and then tied them to a disposable flip phone, just like had been done against him in Syria. He set the built-in timer for 3 minutes, wanting to be far away when it went off. He knew Garrett wanted a fail-safe Wile E. Coyote explosion, but he had no way to do that. This would work. He checked the cell signal throughout his walk in the old city. It was strong. It wasn't Wile E. Coyote strong, but he'd be damned if he was going to blow himself up. When he called the phone, it would start the timer, and he intended to be off the compound when that happened. He surreptitiously surveyed the room, saw nobody focused on him, and slid the bag over the edge of the prayer area, setting it underneath a nook. He pressed a button on the phone, then stood to go. Jennifer walked to the 2 Israeli police officers who Aaron had identified and said, "Can you guys help me? There's a guy following me and he's starting to scare me." The 2 20-something cops took one look at her and stood up, saying, "Yes. Was he Palestinian?" "He might have been. I honestly don't know about that. I'm from the United States, but I know where he is. Can you do something about him? He keeps following me and I'm scared." They nodded, and Jennifer felt guilty about how easy this was going to be. She smiled and said, "This is my one chance to see the Promised Land, and I get followed by a weirdo. I really appreciate it." One of them pulled out his baton and said, "Just show us where he is." She said, "Follow me. He went this way." She led them to the small tunnel that Aaron had identified past trash bins and back doors to shops, both of them anxious to please her. She heard a shout behind her and turned, seeing one man on the ground, Aaron circling him in a rear-naked choke. The other man jumped back, holding his arms up, his baton out, yelling at her to stand back, thinking this was the bad man. They didn't realize she was also the bad man. The police officer on his feet smashed his baton into Aaron's shoulder, and she ran toward him, as if she was escaping the tunnel. He turned and shouted, "Get back! Get back!" She darted behind him as he raised the baton again. She grabbed his helmet and used it to lever him onto the ground, like she was twisting a steer by the horns. He forgot about Aaron and started to fight her. She torqued his head, using the chin strap of his helmet to cut off the blood flow to his brain, saying, "I'm sorry, I'm really sorry." His flailing grew feeble, and he passed out. She lowered him to the ground, feeling dirty. Aaron stood up from his own victim, saying, "Strip them of their riot gear. Put it on. We're running out of time." Chapter 79. Racing back to Tel Aviv, I looked at Shoshana and said, "Are you okay?" She grimaced, holding her hand against her shoulder, and said,
"Yes, Nephilim, I'm good. I'm with family."
I glanced at her to see if she was making a joke, and saw she was not. I smiled and said, "That's why you're the bridesmaid." She grinned at the accolade and said,
"What now? They're going to find his body soon, and then the police will start hunting us. I'm sure we're on security cameras, and they have our license plate."
I said, "Can't you get the Mossad to stifle that?"
"They're not going to overtly shut down a murder investigation. They might help us once we're in jail."
I said, "I'm not going to jail." I looked at my cell phone and saw I was out of coverage again. I said, "Get the Inmarsat and dial it for me." She picked it up, saying,
"I don't know the number you want."
I said, "Hit redial." She did, then passed it to me. The phone signal went through its travel to the satellite, back to Earth, then through the cell network in the United States. I heard the receptionist say,
"Blaisdell Consulting, how can I help you?"
I said, "I need to speak to George Wolfe." She said,
"I'm sorry, sir, but nobody by that name works here."
I said, "Marge, it's Pike Logan. Please don't make me pull an alert again." And she completely broke her role, saying,
"Pike, this is not kosher.
Do what you're supposed to do and quit calling an open line.
I laughed and said, Marge, if I could do that, I would. And I'm with kosher people. Please, get him for me. Wolf came on the line and said, Pike, really? Can you not get to a Wi-Fi node for the VPN? Sorry, sir, but not right now. I'm headed back to Tel Aviv. Garrett is dead, but he's still got a turtle on the loose. He ignored my question, saying, Garrett's dead. You killed a U.S. citizen? Yeah, I did, but only because he pulled out a knife and tried to kill Shoshana. I left the body in a tunnel. I'm about to have some Israeli police on my ass, and I need some backup from the National Command Authority to complete this thing. Can you give me that? Get on the Rockstar, Bird, and get out of there. We can protect your team much easier from the United States. And that made me think about the team. I said, What's Knuckles' status? Did you extract him? He said, We did. But he'd actually found his own way out, which would have worked if he hadn't decided to destroy the other UAVs. He had that Hezbollah smuggler with him and was going for the border. But before they left, they blew up the final UAVs with some charges, and that caused some Hezbollah men to investigate. So he's okay? Yeah, he's in Jordan after some high adventure. I'm trying to get him out right now. But we're getting 1,000 questions from SOCOM about who they are. I breathed a sigh of relief and said, He's with my old special mission unit? Yes. They won't poke much. They understand the value of keeping your mouth shut. Wolf chuckled and said, I know. Now, you can get the rest of the team out of Israel and join him. Sir, we're headed to Tel Aviv right now, but that final turtle is on the loose in Jerusalem. I have a location, and have Jennifer and Aaron on it. But there's something going on there right now, with police all over the place. I need to know what's happening. I heard him exhale then. We're seeing the same thing here. Hamas is rumbling about causing another intifada, and Israel is reacting. Honestly, at first, I thought it was because of your activities. It's not me. Not yet, anyway. Then it's Hamas. They're saying they're going to cause an uprising in Jerusalem because of perceived injustices, but there's no clear indication it's even real. It could be just to spook everyone. Aren't you with the Israelis? Can't they answer that question? I said no, that's why I'm calling you. Why would Hamas do this? I thought we had the back channel going. We do. But Iran only has so much control. Hamas is Sunni, Iran is Shia. Iran paid for the weapons they use, but apparently that wasn't enough for total fealty. Hamas sees an opening and wants to exploit it. What opening? Israel is saying they're about to assume control of a block of East Jerusalem, buildings occupied by Palestinians that were once owned by Jewish people. Now? They're going to do that now? Right in the middle of this shit? Nobody but us knows what's going on outside the ropes. The police are going to force them out, and Hamas is putting out messages saying if they do, it'll be war. What the fuck? There is going to be a war because that turtle is going to light the fuse. Tell Hannister to turn it off. Tell him to tell Israel to wait a week. Getting the Palestinians riled up right now is absolutely the wrong thing. Pike, he can't order Israel to do anything. Well, you'd better get somebody's ass on this, because there's about to be a war that will wipe Israel off the map, and I don't mean from some second-rate terrorist organization in the Gaza Strip. I mean from the entire Muslim world. What's going on? The strike against the Prime Minister was the primary. We prevented that, but Garrett had a backup. He's got that final turtle doing something on the Temple Mount. I don't know what it is, but it's going to be the fuse for a catalyst. He infiltrated as a Palestinian. Garrett wanted the end of days, and everyone's playing right into his hands. I finally heard some urgency in Wolf's voice. Okay, I got it. But we don't do diplomacy here, you know that. I'll pass the message, but it's not going to be fast. I said, did you just say we don't do diplomacy? After you had me do that very thing, passing a message from the President of the United States to Iran? He said, I know, but it's not like I'm the President's national security advisor. I'll do what I can, but in the meantime, can you interdict? Do I have authority to interdict? He chuckled and said, have you ever cared about that in the past? I said, I do now because this thing has the potential to get messy, and I need to know you've got my back. I've got Jennifer and Aaron on it right now, but I can't make any promises about how this will go. Shoshana is wounded, and we're about an hour away from executing anything on our own. Wounded? Is she okay? I looked at her, saying, "She's a little dinged up, but she'll be fine. Just a stitch or two." She nodded at me, and I smiled, saying, "We're still in the fight, but it's coming to a close today. Right before he died, Garrett told me that he was a messenger from God, bringing about the end of days. Whatever he's planned, it's in motion. And with the Hamas thing going on, it's going to be exponentially worse. Pike, I'm giving you the authority to execute. Stop the attack. I'm headed to the White House right now. And you'll have my team's back if we get rolled up? Yes, I promise. Get it done no matter what it takes." If I had any idea of the crazy antics Jennifer and Aaron were conducting, I'd have told him we'd entered into the no-matter-what territory already. Chapter 80.
Jennifer put on the policeman's helmet and said, "None of this fits me. There's no way they'll let us pass."
Dressed in his own riot gear, Aaron said, "Yes, they will. Plenty of female serve here, and sometimes they have to make do with the wrong-sized equipment."
She turned to him, her helmet tilted to the side, saying, "This is like a bad Halloween costume."
Aaron said, "It's good enough to pass through the gate. Let's go."
She said, "I can't speak Hebrew."
"Follow behind me. I'll do the talking."
They exited the tunnel, and Jennifer said, "Okay, Han, I'm with you." He exited the alley, giving her a quizzical look.
"What's that mean? Who's Han?"
"Come on, we're literally reenacting Star Wars."
He said, "What do you mean?"
"You know, when Luke and Han dress up like stormtroopers and infiltrate the Death Star? That's what we're doing."
They approached the tribe's gate, and he said, "I have no idea what you're talking about."
She said, "Seriously? You've never seen Star Wars?"
"No."
She shook her head and said, "Let's just pray they shoot as bad as the stormtroopers in the movie." Aaron walked directly to the gate, Jennifer following behind. He was halfway inside the stone archway when he was stopped by another uniformed Israeli. They had a short conversation in Hebrew. Aaron raised his voice, and the man fell away. Aaron picked up speed, and Jennifer raced to keep up. They exited into a courtyard of the Al-Aqsa compound, right behind the Dome of the Rock.
He said, "We're in, but we won't last long. That officer who tried to stop us said they're looking for a fight up here."
Jennifer nodded, then said, "This place is much bigger than I thought it would be. He could be anywhere." They circled around the Dome of the Rock, catching the stares of Muslims who'd come to pray. A group began to coalesce around them, shouting in Arabic. Aaron raised his hands, speaking Arabic in a calm voice. The crowd wasn't overtly hostile, but Jennifer could sense the anger just underneath the surface. They reached the entrance to the Dome of the Rock, the small crowd following behind them, and Jennifer grabbed Aaron's arm, whispering, "That's the turtle." A man was exiting, dressed like a local with a skull cap on his head, looking at a cell phone. Aaron raised his own phone and pulled out the picture they'd been given from immigration control. He glanced at it, then the man, then back to the picture. He said, "You're right, it's him." The man saw their uniforms and began retreating to the gate of the tribes. Aaron said, "Stop right there!" The turtle began running, and Aaron chased him down, tackling him, and it was the spark that ignited the fire in the mob. Wrestling the man on the ground, Aaron began fending off people attempting to kick him, the crowd shouting around him. Jennifer fought through them, putting herself between the men on the ground and the mob, pushing people back, shouting, "This man isn't Muslim, he's pretending to be Palestinian." The mob either didn't listen, didn't speak English, or didn't care, closing in on them. Aaron continued to fight, rolling over on top of him, blocking his arms from striking, but the turtle made no effort to cause harm, desperately working the cell in his hand. He pressed the call button and tossed it away into the crowd. A young man picked it up, holding it in the air, and Jennifer sprinted to him, sliding her legs behind him and pushing forward, slamming him to the ground. She grabbed the phone and was hammered from behind by a teenager, jumping on her back, knocking her to the ground. She rolled over, kicking the man off her, and saw Aaron slam the turtle's head into the stone, then leap up. She crab-walked backward as the crowd began beating her with anything they had, the ordinary people bending to the collective insanity that all mobs become. Canes, umbrellas, fists, and feet all rained down. She curled up in a ball, and Aaron exploded into the scrum like a grizzly bear, flipping people through the air until he reached her. He jerked her to her feet, and she handed him the phone, saying, "He dialed it. It connected. By the time I got it in my hands, it had connected."
He said, "But it didn't go off. It's on a timer. He initiated the timer."
A rock hit him in the shoulder, the crowd growing more and more angry. He whirled, seeing more people picking up stones. He said,
"It's got to be inside the dome. He just came out of there."
He turned to the mob, his back to her, drew his baton, and shouted, "Go! Go!" She raced to the entrance, hearing the mob begin screaming at her, desecrating the sacred space in an Israeli uniform. She entered the rotunda, the people inside shocked at her appearance. Some cowered, expecting tear gas and rubber bullets, like had happened across the compound in the Al-Aqsa Mosque last year. Others, with more courage, began shouting at her. She looked left and right, the desperation beginning to grow. She had no idea how long the timer would run, and no idea where the turtle had left the destructive device. She ran around the rotunda, circling the Rock of Ascension, and the crowd began to follow her, now shouting at her in Arabic. She reached a stairwell leading down into darkness and took it, skipping down the steps 3 at a time, the people above following her. She reached a small cavern with a family inside, the father holding a backpack in his hands, a ringing coming from it. The mother seeing her appear and wrapping her arms around her children. Jennifer ran to the man and said, "Is that your backpack?" Startled, he said, "No, it just began ringing. It was hidden below the rocks." She snatched it out of his hands, placed it on the ground, and ripped open the zipper, just as the mob from above gathered the courage to storm down the stairs. The woman leading the procession saw her and began screaming, pointing her finger at the abomination of an Israeli policewoman inside the sacred area. Jennifer ignored her, tossing out crackers, bottles of water, and sandwiches, exposing the 6-pack of soda cans at the bottom, 4 daisy-chained together with a flip phone in the center. She gently opened the phone and saw a timer passing through 1 minute. Holy shit. The mob began to advance on her, and she turned, shouting, "It's a bomb! Get out of here, it's a bomb!" Her words split apart the rage of the crowd as if she dumped a barrel of water on a match, the anger turning to fear. The crowd panicked, storming back up the stairs, trampling over each other to get away. The mother and father were left in the cavern, the children cowering in terror. Jennifer looked at the device, trying to determine how to disarm it. She didn't have the expertise to know if it had a failsafe, and saw the clock ticking through 30 seconds. The children began crying, and Jennifer looked at the mother, saying, "Don't worry, it's coming with me. You stay here." She stood up, the backpack in her hand, and raced up the stairs. She broke through the entrance to the dome and saw that the Israeli police had stormed into the compound, all of them holding the crowd back, the smell of CS gas in the air, Aaron at the rear. She ran to him and said, "I can't disarm it, and it's about to go off." He took the backpack, laid it on the ground, opened the zipper, and saw the clock counting down through 10 seconds. His eyes snapped open, and he said, "No time, no time, no time." He snatched up the backpack and began running through the crowd, smashing into people like a fullback going for the end zone, bashing them aside. He raced to the western edge of the compound overlooking the Wailing Wall and launched the backpack into the air, the ground 2 stories below full of Jewish worshippers. It reached the apex of his throw and exploded, a nova of light and sound. The 4 shape charges going off harmlessly in the air, the explosions scattering the crowd below. Aaron put his hands on his knees and began breathing heavily. Right behind him, Jennifer stopped running and did the same thing, gasping for air next to him. She bumped him with her hip and said, "Hell, I could have done that." He laughed and said,
"It was a secret technique I learned in the Sansom teams."
They were both slammed to the ground by the Israeli police, the lieutenant of the force livid at his actions. The sergeant of the guard said, "I don't know who these 2 are, but I have 2 of my men in their underwear downstairs saying they were assaulted." Chapter 81. Amina raised her glass of water and said,
"Is it time for my toast? Is that what I'm supposed to do?"
She was jumping the gun a little bit. But it was only because she was about to split at the seams, overjoyed we were home. I said, "Not yet, honey, not yet. Let's order our food first." We were seated around a long table in a private room at Hall's Chop House, having dinner after the wedding ceremony. Hall's was the best steakhouse in the city. Actually, the best steakhouse I'd ever eaten in. And the cost of paying for everyone here would verge on driving me to bankruptcy. But it was the least I could do since everyone had shown up once again for the wedding. Luckily, the ceremony itself had gone off without a hitch. Jennifer hadn't had to throw any hand grenades, and I hadn't made any embarrassing mistakes. We were now officially man and wife, even with her having a black eye that made the minister wonder if I was a wife-beater. She'd said she'd been hit by a door, which was about as lame a thing as possible, but it was better than saying she'd had her ass kicked by Israeli security after stopping a terrorist attack in Jerusalem as part of a top-secret U.S. counterterrorism special access program. She was genuinely happy, which made me happy, and was all the more astounding considering the work it had required to get her and Aaron out of an Israeli jail on terrorism charges. They'd been roughed up a little bit and had their phones confiscated, making it very hard for Shoshana and me to track them down. Luckily, Shoshana's Mossad contact had finally come through, saying they'd been arrested as terrorists, attempting to blow up the Dome of the Rock. Shoshana had lost her mind at hearing that, telling the Mossad in no uncertain terms what would happen if they weren't released. Aaron and Jennifer had simply taken their lumps, not saying a word, not wanting to compromise any ongoing activities. Their situation had been made worse, and better, when Jennifer was found with both an Israeli and United States passport. Worse, because they'd assumed she was some sort of international terrorist, but better because the passport had been issued by the Mossad. When that came to light, the Mossad had interceded, not freeing them, but looking for a way out of the mess. And that had come from me. I'd called George Wolf, pulling my get-out-of-jail card. He was stymied about how to free them without making it look like Israel was releasing terrorists or compromising the unit, and I'd come up with the solution. I'd called the detective Leah Viro in Rome, and George Wolf had worked through Amanda Croft, the Secretary of State, coordinating an extradition to Italy to face questioning about an ongoing murder investigation. It let Israel off the hook and allowed Aaron and Jennifer to go free. Leah, of course, really did have a multitude of questions, and was pleased to learn that Garrett was dead, but upset she couldn't put him on trial in Italy. And she'd had a few questions about Knuckles as well. Jennifer took Amina's hand and said, "Good to see you stayed out of trouble while we were gone, Doodlebug." My little refugee had a habit of getting in trouble whenever we were gone. I saw her glance at Veep and Kylie and knew something had happened. I said, "What did you do?"
"Nothing. I didn't do anything wrong."
Kylie glared at me and said,
"She was fine. Everything was fine."
I knew she was hiding something, but now wasn't the time to find out. I simply shook my head, letting it go. I turned to George Wolf sitting next to me and changed the subject, saying, "What's up with the Knights of Malta? Did they admit to anything?" "No. Well, they admitted it was a mistake to hire Garrett and didn't try to hide anything he'd done, giving the United States and Israeli intelligence access to all of their computers. But we've agreed to let sleeping dogs lie. The attacks on the Israeli diplomats were never acknowledged as having been by Kataib Hezbollah, and our attacks were met with tit-for-tat airstrikes. The Vatican itself became involved, weighing in with both the United States and Israel. We agreed to just let it go, because doing otherwise could simply inflame more tensions with Iran, if the news came out that a Catholic organization was killing people. The final turtle? The one who tried to blow up the Dome of the Rock? He disappeared in the crowd. He escaped. But the Knights gave us his real name. He'll be found soon." I nodded, not liking the answer, as I looked at Jennifer's black eye. I said, "And Iran?" Wolf chuckled and said, "That back channel is still working. The CIA now has a dedicated case officer in Beirut talking to him. Iran can read the news and knows they escaped total destruction. They could crow about the attacks, pointing a finger at someone else from the West for short-term international political points, but they aren't. They're smart about this.
taking the long game and using the back channel. Nobody wants a war.
The waiter came over, and he quit talking about Iran, saying,
I didn't even look at the menu. What should I get?
Jennifer said, bone-in filet, extra rare.
He said, I don't want extra rare.
She said, me neither. But that's what Pike gets every single time. Amina said, and me. Jennifer shook her head and said, he's training her to be a savage. I can't get her to eat anything that he doesn't. Wolf laughed and gave his order, letting the waiter travel around the table. Knuckles pulled his head up from the menu and said,
Pike, you sure about this? Get whatever I want?
I said, yeah, it's on me. You've earned it.
He said, I'll take the seafood tower. And my mouth dropped open. That thing was damn near $100 in and of itself, greedy bastard.
The waiter went to Brett, who smiled and said, I'll have the same thing, and I don't even like seafood. He gave me an evil grin and said, you do owe me. The waiter left us alone, and I said,
owe you for what? Saving your ass in Syria? If it hadn't been for me, you'd be tied up in a Hezbollah torture chamber.
Knuckles scoffed and said, I'd already figured our way out. If I hadn't decided to do the right thing for Israel and the United States, that is.
What happened?
He got into storytelling mode, which is a talent unique to military people, meaning I was about to hear some exaggerations about standing knee-deep in grenade pins while he fought the horde of killers all by himself. He said, we found that Tariq guy and he was all about helping us, but said we had to wait until nightfall. Since we were sitting in a house full of dead Hezbollah guys, I told him that wouldn't work, and we needed to jump talk somewhere else. He looked at Brett, who said, I'm the one who said we should just leave and not worry about the other UAVs. I mean, there were 2 of them, which means there are probably 200 throughout the country. Getting rid of them is like trying to stop the rain by blocking a few drops. Knuckles chuckled and said, and he was right in the end. I blew those fuckers up with their own charges, and we loaded the vehicle, Tariq losing his mind because he knew something we didn't. The place was crawling with Hezbollah. Brett took over, as always happened in a military story between 2 people, saying, we hit the road, and were no more than 5 miles out of that place when I saw a trail of dust behind us, a damn caravan of guys coming our way. Tariq started screaming, and I stood up through the sunroof. Knuckles talked over him, saying, oh, bullshit. You looked at me and said, what the hell is that? Tariq said it was Hezbollah and we were dead. Brett said, okay. But I did get out of the sunroof, and when they closed in, we were in fact dead. It was 3 pickup trucks full of fighters, 1 technical, and they wanted our scalps. Knuckles said, one of the trucks had a Dishka mounted in the back, and that damn thing started shooting. I mean, it was like an old West movie, where we were driving the stagecoach and the bandits were trying to catch us. I only had Brett on shotgun. Tariq was absolutely worthless. Even I was surprised at the story. I expected to hear how they'd hid out for a day or so. But this was something else. A Dishka, as he called it, was a Soviet anti-aircraft machine gun, called a DSHK, that Hezbollah and others like ISIS mounted in the bed of pickups. Having had one fire on me once before, I could feel the adrenaline coming out of the conversation. Brett said, I killed the driver of the first vehicle, but the Dishka kept coming, and luckily he couldn't shoot on the move. Bullets were ripping all over the place, so much I was forced back in the SUV. Knuckles laughed and said, he actually told me to stop the vehicle. Brett took umbrage and said, we had a better chance of firing and maneuvering on foot than running around in a giant target. If we could have separated them from the machine gun, we stood a chance. Knuckles held up his hand and said, honestly, he might have been right. I was racing down the trail, considering his call, the Dishka starting to ring the steel on our vehicle, when 2 DAPs came out of nowhere, and they were letting it all loose. I said, DAPs? I looked at George and said, I thought you said it was a CSAR package. He smiled and said, it was, but it was from the SOAR. They don't do CSAR without protection. SOAR was the 160th Special Operations Aviation Regiment, and a DAP was a direct action penetrator, basically a Black Hawk helicopter.
that had been turned into a flying death machine. Knuckles said, "The pilots let loose with the chain guns and shredded all of the vehicles, then circled around killing anyone who escaped. It was the best thing I've ever seen." "So how did you get out? Did you cross back into Lebanon?" "Hell no. I pulled over and helped with the fight. Another Pavehawk came in, and we boarded it flying back to Jordan. I don't know what Hezbollah makes of that mess, but they lost a lot of guys." Wolf said, "The sticky part was when they landed. Nobody knew who they were, but knew they were American." I said, "Man, I can't believe that. Makes our story in the grotto look tame." Knuckles looked at Shoshana, her arm in a sling, and said, "I didn't get dinged up, though." She smiled and said,
"I did what I had to do. And from hearing the story, I know I was right in insisting on the passports."
Knuckles chuckled and said, "Next time you can keep them." Everyone began laughing, the tension from the story broken. I said, "You came back to the wedding alone. What happened to Willow?" He fiddled with a napkin and said, "She had business commitments. She blocked out the week, but we went beyond that. So I guess it'll be a boys' day tomorrow. Jennifer and Shoshana have some shopping planned, but the rest of us can hit the town." He dropped the napkin and said, "I can't, I'm sorry, Pike, but I have my own commitments." I said, "What the hell are you talking about? It's the wedding." "I have a flight out of here at the crack of dawn." "Where?" Back to D.C. I have things I need to take care of." I saw his face, and having served with him for years, he was still horrible at lying. I said, "Bullshit. What would be more important than this?" I wondered about whatever trouble would cause him to leave us. His family? His ex-wife causing pain? A kid he just found out he'd fathered? Neither was beyond the realm of the possible, but I wasn't going to push him. I said, "Okay, man, let's just enjoy the night." He smiled, grateful for the reprieve, and Shoshana opened her big mouth. She said,
"He's not leaving for a problem. He's going to create a new one."
Knuckles whipped his head to hers and said, "What are you talking about?" And it dawned on me what he was doing. "You're not going to D.C., are you? There's a reason Willow isn't here, and it's not because she's busy." He fiddled with his napkin again, glared at Shoshana's ability to read him, and said, "No. There's a lieutenant in Rome who has some questions of me." I said, "You little man-whore. Leah?" "Yes. Sorry, Pike, but I promised her a dinner.